constructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center. And then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rowed the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg and nearby Veere. Theater would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in this story. And then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city. And you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core. And then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, or a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herrenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikveh is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you could see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected. And in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Cruises in his remarkable home in Veere, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. And by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing was what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg, and now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Odd Voss and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middleburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 15 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middleburg. There were synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the Synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a little synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middleburg, from the city council of Middleburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are until the day, today, very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
I was a little boy, 4 years, and she said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, of a Jewish family. And I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn on Friday night, my Jewish candle was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middleburg. I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Voss, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middleburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. When we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round challah, and the man for her, he makes the blessing about the challah. And we walked back and he said, oh, we should be celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building, but we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam and in Antwerp, rabbis and Catholics. And the whole year I have cassette decks, and I learned Alinu Shebea. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when Hashem decides that he built a shul in Middleburg, I go to pray every day. For the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I could read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam, you know Adon Olam? I think she of at 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started, and then I go working. And we started this Friday evening, one Friday evening, the women make coffee and little apple and everything. And people come, and more people come, and suddenly we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says, we have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and I'm still learning. It was a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had to learn L'Chadadut to sing. And I said to the people, we sit like this, I can sing L'Chadadut singing, and I learned then how L'Chadadut singing. And then they want to more, and I learned more. And so we started with only L'Chadadut Friday night, to the whole service now in Shabbos and the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Yeah, here's a pidyon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we had on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, young people from Notre Dame who start here to work, not absolutely work in Rotterdam, but the ones who live in Middleburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning we have million. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot. And, they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was flying on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg walking. Today, I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and 6 seats, and we were in a discussion. And it was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for myself, for me. But I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there is still Jewish life. And that we are still there.
It was so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Maud Fox. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the children there. And we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, that's right. I hope that we meet tomorrow you in the synagogue and to see you all, and when you have some questions, you can talk and continue now to.
Our goal today is to do a massive sweeping overview of the entire course chronologically, because it's complex, right? We're looking at almost 2,000 years of history with tremendous changes over those periods, and really ones that deeply affected Sephardic Jews. So today we're going to go fairly quickly, in the space of about an hour. I'll give you the broad sweep, and then starting on Tuesday, we're going to go right back to the beginning and really go in much deeper to the period as a whole. Any lingering questions left over from last class? Clear? Yes, Mr. Naim. Well, I start on time, so if you guys are late, I mean, it's on you. Yeah, that's good. I beat myself if I don't do it right. No, I like to start on time because I think if you wait till people show up, you're just rewarding people who are coming late. Start on time, and maybe we'll end early if we finish the material today. But what I want you to walk away with at the end of this hour is a good sense of 4 major periods. Okay, that's what I've got, these 4 bubbles here. The first period is the ancient period. The term ancient typically does not go up to the year 711. It's a technical term, ancient, sometimes referred to as antiquity. So antiquity generally ends around the year 200. There are different ways in which you can measure it. Christian historians tend to look to the fall of Rome, which would be like in the 400s. That's at the very end of antiquity. And of course, it starts all the way back once you have written history. Before written history, like, Stone Age, stuff like that, that's called prehistory. We don't have any prehistory of Sephardic Jews that we know of. We definitely have ancient history, and that's where we're going to start. I'm going to go a little bit into the early medieval era because we're going to take such as 711, the key dates. Not too many dates as a whole in this class. Welcome, John. Why? Anyone know what happened in 711? It's really famous. They named a whole chain of stores after this event. Muslims conquer Spain. Exactly. Really important date because it represents a huge turnover from Christian Spain to Muslim Spain. I'm sorry? There is no connection to the story. I just like to say that. People sometimes laugh. But I have no idea why they call it 711. I highly doubt it's because of the Muslim conquest of Spain, but it's an easy way to remember it. 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. That's great. That's how good Wikipedia facts. Or maybe it opened on July 11th. Okay, so that's the first period. Okay, we're going to look at the ancient period. That means from the origins of the Sephardic Jewish community, which is, as we shall see, basically first century, up until the Muslim conquest of 711. So this technically is a little longer than the ancient period because the ancient period, at its furthest extent, goes to say the fall of Rome in the 400s. And by the way, it took a while to fall. So some people date 405, others 406, 476, depends on how you want to think about it, but definitely not 711. Then we're going to go to the Golden Era. And the Golden Era, I identified a particular 2 centuries, the 10th through the 12th century. Now, by the way, since many of you are, maybe you haven't studied history formally, just to avoid any embarrassment in the future, the number of the century always refers to the previous digit. So, for example, right now is the year 2024, and we are in the 21st century. That might be a very obvious fact, but forgive me for stating we don't see anyways. Right, so 21st century, we count from 0 up to 7/3. Also, we will use the dating system CE and not AD. Mr. Lipschitz?
What's the origin of the second centuries and what are the reasons?
No, you just count it out. Like when you're in the year 150, you're in your second century. You mean like second, third century, or Oh, yeah, right. Like, for example, if you say to Hillel, according to Chabad, right? So I am right now 61 years old in the American system, but anyone know what Cathedral Hillel I would say? I would say 62. Exactly. I'm in my 62nd year, but Americans say I'm 61. But I'm really 61 and whatever, 3-4 months. No, it's just math. It's just math. It's like I'm 61. I finished 61 years in June, and now in my 62nd year. So you can either say I am 61, that's like 2024, or I am in my 62nd year. And it's just right. Are you in the sixth hour? Yeah, all kinds of that. Did I misunderstand your question?
No, I was wondering why
That's conventions of speech. But here's one other thing that is very important. You'll often see the designations BC and AD. And those are not the scholarly conventions. BC stands for before Christ, which is obviously not preferred by non-Christian scholars. They tend to use the term BCE, which stands for before Common Era. And then there's the term AD, which is actually even worse. AD stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so that's like, it's not just a statement of fact, before Christ, but saying the year of my Lord, that's kind of heavy. So we use CE, Common Era, as opposed to AD for the year in that. Yes, exactly. We just use the same numbers, but they change the endings. And by the way, it's not just Jews. It's the secular world. That's a scholarly convention now. Okay, so we're talking about the 10th to the 12th centuries. That means the 900s to the 1100s. That is, we're going to span the entire era, but these are the 2 centuries that are especially associated with the Muslim-Jewish golden era. Right? This is the era that includes, luminaries like the Phobos of Babos, Yehuda Halevi. The Rambam is really at the end of this period. He's one of the last of those great luminaries, and we will have plenty of time to figure out what exactly was so special about this period. Was it quite as golden as people say it was? The term that's often used is convivencia, which means the period of coexistence, which is a little bit exaggerated, but it really represents a period of time. We will spend lots of time discussing why it was so golden, but then it goes into decline, and that's what we're going to study in the 3rd level here. This is a period when the disputations happen. Those are like staged debates between Jews and non-Jews. Perhaps the most famous of them is the Vipuach of the Ramban, who was forced to debate the merits of Judaism versus Christianity. And these things always had a predetermined ending and so on. But that's what happens really from the 1200s on. And ultimately, it morphs into the Inquisition, which we'll spend a lot of time talking about. The Inquisition was absolutely horrific, incredible period of Jewish persecution, and then finally expulsion in 1492, which kind of draws a sharp line. Right? So 3 periods so far: the ancient period, the medieval period, which has a couple centuries of high points, and then the decline from 13th to 15th century, and then finally, because the 15th century represents technically the end of Sephardic Jewish civilization in Sepharad itself, you have the diaspora afterwards. The diaspora means scattering, as a Greek word, and it refers to all these Jews being kicked out, forced out, fleeing, refugees. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, because there are many Jews who remained behind as hidden Jews. There are a lot of different terms for them. You've probably heard the term Marano, which means someone who's pretending to be Christian on the outside in the street, but at home, to varying degrees, they're absorbing or they're living a Jewish life. the term Marano used to be the scholarly accepted term, but it fell into disuse the last 20 years or so, largely because it's a Spanish word for pig. It's an insult. And so many people saying, why do you keep calling those Jews Maranos? That's the term that was appropriate, that was used for them. So other terms used include, I prefer crypto Jew, which means like hidden Jew, converso, which means convert, because many of them had already been forced to convert to Christianity. Novo Christians, or new Christian, that was the term used as a term as well. So there's also a crypto-Jewish population in the Iberian Peninsula, but the dominant experience in the last 500 years has been that of diaspora, all across Europe, into the Eastern Mediterranean, and into America as well. Yes, please, Mr. Rubin.
Is it among scholars who determine the more organized so you reminiscent before and after?
Good question. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, another term for the Maranos. I'm trying to go back. I wish this behaved a little better. I think I might just bring my clicker on just to clicker up. Another term, and we'll go through all of these terms and the various pluses and negatives of them later. But the Hebrew term for those who are forcibly converted is singular anus, which is the Hebrew term that means forced. It's also synonymous with the word raped, right? Because that's a complete violation of forcing someone. Or anusim in plural. Sometimes b'nei anusim, the children of the forced. That term is very popular in Hebrew. It's not so popular in English. But just spell it out in your mind, right? Anus, A-N-U-S. Right, yeah, so it doesn't translate well to non-Hebrew speakers, right? What are these Benny, right? It just doesn't come across well. Yeah, so they could do it like that. It also looks kind of weird with two O's, but so it works in Hebrew, it does not work very well in English. That's why I prefer crypto Jew. Well, as we shall see, though, it's hard to encompass that phenomenon with a single term, because you will have a whole spectrum. You have people who are like so angry about even having to pretend they're Christian, and on the other hand, you have people who are happy to be Christian, and which people would forget about their Jewish identity, and then there's a whole range of people in the middle between those two terms. Yes, Mr. Gross. So that's going to be after the expulsion of 1492. Yet we're still in it, right? I mean, technically speaking, Spanish and Portuguese, Jews, Sephardic can have some rights to claim citizenship. So you could say that the diaspora ended, but I think the diaspora is a much larger phenomenon than Spanish and Portuguese Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. Okay, those are our 4 periods. Let's do a little bit of work in each one of them now, and then that will be our scope for today. God willing, we'll have a good sense of where we are. Okay, so let's go to the very beginning here. Here's a great map. This is the extent of the Roman Empire in about the year 117. And as you can see, it is a massive thing. It encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin, all of the coast of North Africa, including the great civilization of Egypt. Of course, Israel is dominated, and they've had, as we mentioned, when this map was drawn, or when this map is reflecting it, after 2 failed revolts against the Romans, the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, and then another revolt in the 115 to 117. Yes, Mr. Aroshes, thank you. I'm filming now, so I don't want to move it too much. How about that? Is that better? Yeah, we'll post the recording later. Okay, so they've got a fair bit of control of the Eastern Mediterranean. They managed to have a war finally in the Parthian Empire. And this is the whole Talmudic region here. Oh, here's the Northern Areas. Actually, I'm not sure I'm happy with this map, because it's very, very nominally under Roman control. The Parthian, the Sasanians is going to defeat them in just about 75 years after this. A little bit longer than 75 years, about 100 years after this. So this will be under
Persian control shortly thereafter. All of Turkey and so on, a good chunk of the Black Sea, and then most of Europe, right up until you get to the really weird Goth parts up here, and half of England, half of Britannia, all under Roman rule, and of course Hispania itself under Roman rule. Then we've got, as we saw that map last week, this huge dispersal of Jews from Judea after the first revolt. Maybe as many as 100,000 Jews shipped off across the Mediterranean and into the Italian peninsula here. And as we discussed on Tuesday, a small number of them make their way through the north, pick up lots of culinary habits, and eventually settle in the Rhineland and form the core of the Ashkenazic population. But another group is also making its way across the northern coast of Africa, and they start settling in the Iberian Peninsula. We have some really interesting artifacts from this period. I'll show you some of them on Tuesday, God willing. Primarily inscriptions, like gravestones, that date from the first century. Means we have Sephardic Jews, or we wouldn't really call them Sephardic then, they are living in Sepharad, but they're probably from that great expulsion of Jews in the first century. We have them living here already in the 100s. So a few scattered bits of information about them at that point. We also have references to Hispania in Gemara. Rabbi Akiva maybe have made his all the way out here, but possibly in some of his travels. So there's definitely some interaction with Hispania, but no great Jewish communities, just scattered, individual Jews. Mr. Aroshas. That's mentioned in it's not. We'll talk about it on Tuesday as well when we go into greater detail. The word Sepharad, I don't want to take away too much of Tuesday's lecture, but basically it says, the exiles of Israel who are in Sepharad, and you want to jump up and say, wow, look at that. We see that the exiles from Judea are in Sepharad, but the thing is, the way the word Sepharad is used there is not the same way we use the word Sepharad today. It's like, for example, how many of you guys have been to Ithaca, where Cornell University is, or let's think of a place closer to home. Oh yeah, in Long Island is a place called Babylon, right? So that's where the Talmud is written, right? No, it's a place name that's applied later, but not necessarily the way it's used in Tanakh. So font is like that too. A lot of place names are unreliable in regards to how you use. Mr. Gross.
People was worried when they were control the state government.
Yes. No, this is actually about 15 years before Rabbi Akiva's death. He was killed in the Adrianic persecutions, probably around the year 136 or 137, and this is 117. Yes, Mr. Wait, I know. Mr. Kevin. Yeah. The first evidence we have of them is in the 100s. Not too many. On Tuesday we'll go in great detail about this specifically. But let's talk about what happens after the Roman Empire falls. Because remember, the Roman Empire is going to collapse in two different stages. The first stage, the Western Roman Empire, which is basically, this is Constantinople here, which is now called Istanbul. Back then it was called Byzantium. It's the same town on the Bosphorus, which is a little strait between the Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea. So this is how you get out, not the Adriatic, I forget what the sea is called. Right next to Greece. Anybody know? This is the Adriatic over here. The Aegean, thank you, the Aegean Sea. So there's a really important strategic spot here, the Bosphorus, that's little strait. The eastern part of this is going to stay Roman. It's going to be called the Byzantine Empire. The western part is going to fall to a whole bunch of ravaging hordes like the Vandals, which is where we get the word vandalism, as they came and they attacked secondary civilizations, spray painted all over everything, stuff like that. Broke bus stations and stuff. I'm enjoying myself. So Rome will fall in the 400s, but there we go. what's going to happen to Spain is it's going to be taken over by some of these groups, and they're called the Visigoths. There we go. That's a good map of the Visigoths, quickly. Yes, here we go. So this is what it looks like. This is in Latin, Regnum Visigothorum, the kingdom of the Visigoths. Who were these people? We'll talk more about them again on Tuesday. But basically, they were part of these, marauding bands of nomads that made their way across Europe. These are the Western Goths. There's also Ostrogoths, and these are the Eastern Goths. They're going around pillaging and raping and taking over territories. They sacked Rome. They may have been the ones who took away the menorah. There's a discussion about what happened to the menorah, the Caelim of the temple. But the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, they all had their turns at sacking Rome and taking away all of its treasures. And the Western Goths settled in the Iberian Peninsula. So this is about from the 400s until 711. They're in charge of this region here. And this happens to be, wow, what is this weird?
That's what we call this kind of
So they're originally actually from what would be Hungary today, and they made their way across the coast of Europe. They came down here. As soon as they got here, they put chandeliers up. They covered all the sofas with plastic. Very Hungarian. Mr. Kaplan knows what I'm talking about. But this was a really bizarre time for Jews. Specifically, the Visigoths, like most Europeans over the course of these centuries, adopted Christianity, but Christianity had not yet solidified into what we would call Catholicism today. Like they didn't necessarily recognize the Pope in Rome. They had some really different theologies that would later be called heretical. In particular, the Visigoths adopted a form of Christianity called Arianism, which is spelled with an I, A-R-I-A-N-A-N-S-M, Arianism. And what they believed, distinct from Catholics, is they believed that the founder of Christianity was not the Son of God. He was like a prophet, he was a holy man, but he was not like metaphysically different from regular people. This would later be crushed by Catholicism as a heresy, but for several hundred years they were Arians. This was actually good for the Jews because they were a little bit more relaxed vis-a-vis the Jews until they became Catholics, when they began a period of absolutely incredible persecution that we will look at in greater detail on Tuesday. Mr. Kaplan. A-R, here we go. Is this right? What do I have to do now? If I touch this, I will do anything.
I don't think it's, right now they're trying to take software of the screen itself.
A-R-I.
It's probably the thing.
A-N-S-N. Oh.
See the three dots?
I'm an old guy. It's like technologically way too.
Oh, how about the right above the three dots? Yeah.
Oh, check it out.
Right, bye.
Check it out. Right. I spelled it. Right. I will talk more about this on Tuesday. So we're going to focus on ancient Greek opera. You want to see it? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So we've got Jews living here, and we have a certain amount of really cool archaeological evidence. I'll show you, but I'm going to show you one from over here, simply because it's not part of Spain, but it is part of the Visigothic area, and it's pretty cool. This is a gravestone that's probably from around the year 600, and it's in a place called Narbonne. It actually had a very significant Jewish population. Started in France today. It's in a region called Provence. What stands out about this thing is being Jewish. I mean, it's written in Latin, right? The menorah, Mr. Great. Hoshayev? What do you see? A menorah, there we go. Good. Anything else? It says what?
I don't know if it's Latin or it's
It's all Latin. Mr. Lipschitz, you found it? What does it say? Yeah, there it is. And I think it said, this Hebrew here, it's very hard to read though. That's definitely a shin. I think this is going to be shalom al. I think this is probably Israel. So this is not really high quality resolution, but I think that's what this is, shalom al Israel, which is a pretty serious giveaway, right? Mr. Lipschitz?
Is it everyone to be affected in
It is. Excellent question. A little bit of a tangent, but I'm happy you asked it because I found it fascinating. Right. So this is also a Chabad question too, right? Like when you look at the Chabad menorahs, they're all like straight up like this, and they base it on a manuscript of the Rambam, who maybe in his own hand drew a Chabad style menorah. However, when you go back and you look at the earliest so that would be 12th century, but if the Rambam wrote it. But if you go back to the earliest representations we have of menorahs, for example, on coins, we have some coins that were minted by King Agrippas. Mr. Kashraev, sorry? Right, the arch. So you might want to discount the arch. You might want to say, it's a Roman artist. We don't even know for sure if they had the menorah. Maybe they just put it on the Arch of Titus as a sign, maybe. But we definitely have Jewish coins. And we definitely have some graffiti that was discovered in Yerushalayim of a menorah. And in both those cases, they have gently sloping arms.
The caps to the veil, they sometimes covers the seals.
Oh, there's all kinds of like clay lamps and things, but that's not necessarily for the menorah. A menorah on the menorahs. That's it. Yeah, we have some seals, but they tend to, first century, which would have been when people would see it, it has gently curving arms for the most part. Mr. Aroches. So this is Narbonne, this is southern France, and it says, here lies in pace, in peace, the memory and the memory, and it has all these various names, which are not necessarily Jewish names that stand out, but the menorah and a little bit of Hebrew is a giveaway. It's interesting though to know that this is how is this different from, let's say, what you might see on a Matzeva today than, let's say, Queens.
Yes.
This is probably done by the archivists.
Right, the date of.
Yeah, it does not have a date on it. We're just guessing the dates, right? What else do you notice? Like if you went to a basic forest today, what would you typically see on the gravestones? Yeah, Star of David, not really a Jewish symbol until about the 1500s. Hebrew letters, great. But how little Hebrew's almost all in Latin, right? And that's kind of weird. So you wonder about like how educated were these Jews? They put in something here on the bottom to kind of throw, and also this up here is kind of like a token, but it speaks to the level of education of the average Jew, maybe in Narbonne. We don't know if this is representative or not because we don't have enough to compare, but you frequently see that Jews are not as educated as we would think they are. We have to live in but it's a weird age. Most American Jews, for example, are hardly educated Jewishly, like 70% of them, but those 10% that are on the right wing of the spectrum are like massively educated, way more than most times in Jewish history. Mr. Aroches. Oh, they did write some in Hebrew, right? Yeah. So you wonder. I have lots of these to show you. We can compare them. I love the competition. But let's go on because I want to give you 4 periods, right? So I gave you the first period, which was episode 7-11. Big thing that happens in 7-11 is the Muslims coming. So this wasn't that much. It's really important. This is a map that shows you the spread of the Muslim empire. Let us recall that up until this point, right, thinking about the whole map here, we have the Roman Empire is in disarray. It's been taken over by the Vandals and the Goths and things like that, and they're living kind of Conan the Barbarian style living. They're only just beginning to pick up Christianity, especially in the northern parts of Europe, like 600s, 700s. They're still living with various forms of paganism, worshiping trees, worshiping lightning, things like that. So over here in the eastern part, we have still a very strong Christianity called Byzantine Christianity, and it has a hard stop with what was then the Persian Empire. And then we have basically paganism still in North Africa. Then in the 600s, a figure named Muhammad emerges from Mecca and Medina, claims to have had a revelation from the Archangel Gabriel, right? He's living in an era, there are lots of Jews living in this region called the Hejaz, which would be in Saudi Arabia today. And he says, I've got a new religion. It's called Islam, which means submission. And it is a huge improvement over earlier religions, which are very active in the region. Judaism and Christianity is known, but most people living in this area are something like what we would call Bedouin today. They're nomadic, and they're worshiping traditional pagan gods and things like that. Muhammad is tremendously popular, except with one key population. He figures that the Jews are going to become Islamic right away. Like they're going to see how good this new religion is, and they're going to immediately convert to it. So initially, he has all kinds of very positive, sort of overtures to the Jews. He has the Qibla, which means like the direction of prayer towards Jerusalem, and he has obviously lots of borrowings from Judaism. Then he switches to Mecca. After he discovered that the Jews were not banging down the doors to become Muslims, then he turned, and like Martin Luther later in Christian Europe, became intensely anti-Jewish. There was a series of wars against Jewish tribes living in Medina, and some pretty awful massacres in one particular place called Khaybar. You hear about, extreme Islamist extremist movements today. They'll say things like Yahud, remember the Khaybar, remember what he did to you at Khaybar. It's pretty nasty stuff. So that changes a lot of Islam at that point, although you can still see there's a lot of stuff which is kind of like Judaism plus, like Jews davening 3 times a day, the Muslims are now davening 5 times a day, right? They're always trying to add something to it. But at any rate, it's like a hugely popular ideology. It's like way more interesting to the pagans than either Christianity or Judaism was, and he spreads with amazing rapidity. Within the course of just a little over a century, this tiny desert faith expands throughout the entire Arabian Peninsula, makes its way all the way up to Constantinople, although it would not eventually conquer Constantinople until the 15th century, moves all the way out east here to northern India, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Those regions all become Islamicized at this period. And of course, across the coast of North Africa is all Islamicized. And then crucially, in the year 711, they cross the Straits of Gibraltar and they take over Spain. And they even make a few pretty successful forays into Europe, but they're eventually driven back, and the line is held at the Pyrenees Mountains, here separating France and Spain. And this is in the course of just a little over a century. It's an amazingly rapid expansion of this faith, and there are a lot of reasons why it spread so quickly, and we'll relate to what we're dealing with in Spain. Mr. Gross.
The motivation behind this was page 5. You have a were they mostly was it because of what you pressed on the
Excellent question, and I would say it's not some sort of jihad, it is jihad. Right? Jihad means going to be war. It was a war for the sake of Islam. So this was like, was like mind-boggling how fast it went. Why did it go so fast? So up until, let's say, the middle of the 20th century, there was kind of a bias in Western historiography. It was because the Islamic armies were so bloodthirsty that everyone was afraid of them, convert or die. But in the last 70 odd years, there's a lot more analysis of that to indicate that, the truth is, Islam did definitely have some pretty ferocious armies, but they also had a pretty convincing ideology that was very attractive to many populations, especially those who had large slave populations. Like, for example, if you lived, let's say, way out here in Afghanistan, Baluchistan, things like that, you may be under some experience of the caste system, where you may be very low down based on your birth order, and you can never escape it. India in particular has a very, very complex caste system where the lowest of the low are so, defiling to other Indians that you can't even stand in their shadow. You certainly can't touch them, you certainly can't marry them, and so on. So if Islam comes in and says, hey, listen, if you want, you can stay an untouchable, or you can convert to Islam. It's really simple. All you have to do is raise your finger, pronounce the Shahada, which is basically like a one-sentence conversion ritual, and you're good to go. You're Muslim. Right? And so a lot of people, and then you get equal social rights. And it's relatively colorblind. Meaning you can have extremely dark skin and live in a society where there is a bias against that, but you say the Shahada, and you can actually be part of the ruling class. So it was like an appealing thing as well. And the whole movement was accelerated by the fact that a lot of people said, wow, these guys are the winners, and I'm going to join with this movement. Yes, Mr. Rose.
Where is some of these tactics used to work with the similar to the dog?
Definitely, I think there's a lot of similarities. There's a hard sell, convert or die, and there's a soft sell, like, hey, we have this thing called the afterlife. But if you become a Muslim, you hold with the 5 pillars of Islam and so on, then you'll have this amazing eternal life, which is, forever blissful and all kinds of sensual pleasures. So people would say, well, I want some of that. What's my choice here? I can convert or die, or live in an extremely debased state of my society, or I could just do this Shahada thing, and then I have all these benefits. So a lot of reasons for this rapid spread. Let's look, though, in particular at how this relates to the Jews. And this is very important. We'll spend a lot of time talking about this when we get to this period later. The Muslims had a special carve-out in their requirements to convert or die, which was raised by them. A lot of people who did not convert and still did not die, even though they were not either Jews or Christians. They called these two faiths, Christians and Judaism, Christians and Jews, as dhimmi, or protected people. The reason being because one of the things that Muhammad argued was that God had attempted to communicate with humans on numerous occasions, and people had picked up the revelations, and then they messed with them. And so it was always, disturbed and modeled. And only with Islam, with Muhammad calls a seal of the prophets, was it done and dusted. Kind of like, Windows, Microsoft comes out with Windows, and it's a little buggy, so then we're going to get a patch, and then eventually we're going to get a new version of Windows 95. Oh, you guys remember that. And then after Windows 95, then you have Windows Millennium or whatever. Finally, we have 98. Oh, I remember some of those, but then I switched to Mac. But eventually, you have the perfect software, Islam, that no longer needs any updating. And so, what do you do with these people beforehand who received earlier updates? Well, we invite them to update. But if they don't choose to update, we still didn't make that product. It still did come from God and Revelation. So therefore, they said, Christians and Jews in specific, and later they'll include other people as well, as long as they agree to live within certain, subjugated things, like they can't build their synagogues higher than a mosque, and they can't ride horses, for example, they can't carry weapons, and they can't wear certain colors. As long as they agree to these things, they won't pay a special tax, by the way, then we will tolerate them and they continue their faith. So that was a huge plus for Jews. They could say, hey, we can live in Muslim territories, which is one of the great things for Jews in Spain specifically. Mr. Kaplan. Dhimmi, Dhimmi. Do this. What is this? Dhimmi. Protected people. There's a sound, I don't make it very well in Arabic. That's a kind of like a hard D. I can't say that. Okay, there we go. No. Okay, so here we go. Jews in Islam and Jews in Spain are especially important because what happens here is that the Muslims come in here, there's a rapid strike force cavalry in particular, small numbers, right? This is a whole massive peninsula. How are they going to conquer this entire area that is got lots of Christians in it? It's true, they're Visigoth Christians. Their attachment to Christianity is a little bit weird, but they've got to master this population. The Jews step in, and the Jews are there and willing to help the Muslim conquerors who are going to extend to them all kinds of privileges and protections and rights. So the Jews partner with the Muslim conquerors to rule the region. And Spain becomes the only territory in the entire map here which is basically triangular in nature. What's going to happen over the course of the rest of the century is that Europe, aside from Spain, is going to be basically Christian, overwhelmingly Christian, with a small Jewish minority, other smaller pagan minorities that are disagreeing. And the rest of the Muslim ones will be overwhelmingly Muslim, to a small Jewish minority. But in Spain, you have a relatively, not exactly evenly, but you have good proportions of Jews, Spains, and Christians living in a triangular culture, which changes politics dramatically. Okay, questions about that? Let's jump ahead to the next period. Then what happens next? Oops, here we go. This is when you have this golden age, where you have a triangular culture. The Jews are not the only minority. There's like kind of wiggle room between Christians and Muslims. It ends pretty dramatically with the Crusades, which is this pretty bizarre attempt that started in 1095, when at the end of the year, Pope Urban II says, how is it possible that the Holy Land, of course, Israel is holy to Christians as well, that the Holy Land is controlled by the Muslim infidels? We really shouldn't tolerate that. But let us get together a whole bunch of Christian armies, and let us make our way down either by land or by sea, because several different crusades over the course of a couple centuries, and we will take Jerusalem in particular back from the Muslims. And this triggers the first real geopolitical war of the entire continent. Because with the Crusades, which were incredibly bloody affairs, you have a very, very sharp divide between Christianity in Europe and Islam in North Africa and the Middle East. And basically, we are still living in that period of conflict today, 1,000 years later. When the Americans invaded Iraq in the 1990s, Americans were called by the Iraqis crusaders, because that's what the Muslim world remembers, really, for the last 1,000 years of Christians coming into it. It also represents a very important change for Jews, because although Jews are a minority and are experiencing persecution in many lands, they do have a carve-out both within Islam, as we discussed briefly, and also within Christianity under a different thing called the doctrine of liberty. So it means that Jews, for a period of a few hundred years, are the only people who can travel in both Muslim regions and Christian regions.
So there's things that are good, right?
So they're very much active in diplomacy, also very active in trade, right? Because Muslims cannot easily go to Christian lands to trade, but Jews can. And also there are Jewish communities all over. So you have a Jew coming from, let's say, Tangiers who goes up to, I don't know, Venice, and he shows up in shul and says, hey, listen, I'm here from Tangiers. I want to do some business, but I would also like a place to sleep, things like that. And they have international connections built in. So this is a period of great Jewish trading. Is that in the context of faith and scripture?
So that's question about especially because some of the
So there's so much more we can say about this carve-out, which is called the doctrine of witness. On the whole, it was respected, but there were many punctuations where it was totally disregarded, including many was in Spain. But the Jews never were subject to outright genocide until the 20th century by a largely pagan movement, the Nazis. It's only when religion was totally weakened that you can have outright genocide. Even though there's lots of anti-Semitism, the Christians are still bound by the Ten Commandments, at least theoretically. And thou shalt not kill is one of the commandments. So there's like a moderating factor. But once people don't care about the Ten Commandments, lace things, lace diet. Mr. Koshaya.
You guys do this, you even make it up about the sense that as long as they're connected with people in that area,
You are right. Absolutely right. This Mr. Aroshi. The doctrine of the witness. This is for Christianity. And we'll come back to it again. This is a quick overview. The Muslims had something very similar called the Pact of Iman. And basically, these are the terms and the theological justifications for the Covenants. But we're not going to kill all of them because they're allowed to live within certain parameters. I really like this. So cool. Yes, I wonder if there's like two different colors.
No, the thing about go back.
This one. This one. This one.
No. This first
Wow, it was nice. So, blue. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that would
expand
let's do some more history. Start with Russia. No, really. That's not even so. We have the letters, and we have from the Khazarian Empire over here. And really successful. And don't forget, there are a lot of sort of cultural biases, cultural tics of the Jewish world that make us excellent diplomats. We have international connections and experience. We tend to be multilingual. American Jews are weird historically, where they only speak English, and maybe not even that. But historically, Jews speak multiple languages. Just go back, your own family, I'm sure, if you go back 2-3 generations, they're normally speaking 3-4 languages. Yeah, it's America that's weird that way. Yeah, Mr. Rothschild.
The Persian and the Farsi at the time.
So at this time, that was a very different situation because they are not under the Eastern Roman Empire at that time. They're still under the Sasanians. And then, I'm sorry, if we go up, they were conquered by Islam as well. So by the time Islam comes into the Persian region, the Bukharan region, that's when we're already at the very, very end of the Gemara and Savaraya. And then eventually the Gaonim will move the great yeshivas up to Baghdad, and it's very much within Arabic surrounding culture. Okay, Mr. Gross.
I want to mention really how this week is a little unfair since it's not playing later things to start and to did this potentially influence the thing that they not percent Christian, but I mean it's negative consequences, persecution.
Yes.
And be another instance of this history started doing, but I'm not focusing on the here. But did that instead any change in the Quran perhaps to see Jews and procedures with an actual exchange as a result? So how Saudi defense I'm sure it's
You're asking a really sophisticated question, and it really speaks to the issue of how the Quran was codified, and even more importantly, something called the Hadith, which is kind of like the later traditions of the stories about Muhammad that actually took a few hundred years to be compiled. So those definitely reflect that changing attitudes. And there are many scholars who will look at the Quran and kind of zero in and say, yeah, this must have been during the we like the Jews phase, and this was written during the we don't like the Jews anymore phase. So definitely you're right. Okay, let's go on because we've got to do two more periods, right? So keep the schematic in your head. The ancient period until Islam, right, the Visigoths. Then we have this remarkable period. I haven't told you any reason why it's remarkable yet, other than the fact that it's triangular. But we will be amazed at what Jews were able to do during this period. Really rivals what they're doing in America today. Perhaps I should say today, up until, let's say, October 7th. And then we go into this third period where we have a rapid Christianization of religion. This is a cover photograph, which is kind of an interesting one. This is Francisco Padilla, La Rendición de Granada, painted in 1882. And this is a famous painting of the last surrender of the Muslims of Spain to the Christians. This is Ferdinand and Isabella, the notorious King Queen who expelled the Jews 10 years after this event's depiction happened. This was in 1482. And here is the Muslim general, and they're all saying, okay, that's it, we're leaving as you Christians have now conquered the entire peninsula. And these two were actually fairly religious fanatics, ideologues, and they loved the idea, which would later become very influential in Europe, of making a territory ideologically uniform and pure. Very much like as we should discuss. Even the Nazis wanted to make Europe uniform and completely free of Jews. You're right. The other area is Mr. Campbell. Not so well. The doctrine of witness says that Jews are allowed to live as long as they live in a subjugated state. If you want, next week talk a little bit more about what the ideology behind it is. But if you are to expel them, you're not killing them. You're just saying you can't live here, not in my backyard. So the idea of expelling the Jews did not contradict the doctrine of witness, but you couldn't actually live with the doctrine of witness. I haven't explained to you really how it works and how it is so, but there are lots of periods in time where the more humane aspects of Christianity are ignored by its practitioners, as we should see. Yeah, exactly. He actually ignored, but in Christian law and Catholic law, it is forbidden to forcibly convert someone. But once they are converted, to use the Latin term, "vidieva," they are converted. But they are converted. So that's what Portugal had to do trouble because they're not supposed to do it. But if they force them, then what are we going to do? You know, all these Christians, so I guess we have to leave them. Mr. Lipschitz and Mr. Rothschild. We're going to begin with right. It's I don't know, just joking. I'm not. I've never once. I don't know being a sporty, so I can't tell you. But I remember when I once. I guess I'll tell you the story, but I'll hide from these in case anyone ever watches this. I remember I was in yeshiva in Yerushalayim, and the next year I came back to the States and I went to a conference, and conference on Jewish studies, and there was a person there who was very excited to learn Mara, and she came up to me and she said, I need a chavrusa in Talmud. I really need to learn with someone. And I'm kind of feeling a little weird about it. This is not the way we learn when I was in yeshiva. But she's talking to me and learning, and then she uses the word B'di Avad. And I had no idea what she was saying until I realized she was saying B'di Avad. Of course, a lot of you guys, Sephardim, you would say, would you say B'di Avad? Yeah. So
my natural accent is Hebrew one. Even when I learn, many people told I love it because I speak
yeah, you're right. But I was so soaked in an Ashkenazi environment, and I didn't have a strong, experience earlier. So, anyways, guys, I got to give you some more history. Okay, we've got to finish this period on the next one, and then we're done. Here's a map that shows that progression. Okay, this is the period which is called the Reconquista. Anyone want to translate the Reconquista? Reconquest, right? Simple. That's a Christian term. The reconquest of Spain. Remember, it was under the Visigoths until 711, and then it became Muslim after 711, and then starting in the 10th century, the Christians start pushing their way down south until we finally get to Granada, and that picture that I showed you was from 1482, taking place at the very south of Spain as the last Muslims were forced to surrender. So this is the re-Christianization of Spain. Here's a Reconquista. And in this kind of like new muscular Christian environment where they want to make it all Christian again, especially under Ferdinand Isabella, there's ramping up efforts to try and get the Jews to convert, willingly or otherwise. This is the period of the disputation with Nachmanides, the disputation on Tortosa, lots of attempts to get Jews to convert, and then ultimately we're going to end up with the Inquisition and the expulsion. I'll explain that in 1 second, and we're going to spend a lot more time about it later. But Mr. Rothschild, Mr. Gross, Rothschild.
Yes. You said that the later Christians considered the Visigoths
Yes. Because you're forgetting about the Muslim period that intervened, right? They're reconquering Christian. I forgot to mention another thing. We'll talk about more tomorrow, but on Tuesday. But in 589, the Visigoths abandoned Arianism to become Catholics. And when they became Catholics, they also became incredibly anti-Semitic. It was they wanted to show that they were so Catholic now that they were going to invent new ways to push the Jews. And it's absolutely, it's going to blow your mind on Tuesday when you hear about what the Visigoths did when they became Catholics. It was really nasty. So this is the reconquest, meaning it was Catholic, it was not heretical anymore from the Catholic perspective. Then it became Muslim, and then it was reconquered through the course of 500 years until eventually 1492, when you have the expulsion of Jews. And really, that represents sort of like the cultural, what's the word, monolithic period. Do I see another hand? Okay. I have to explain very briefly the Inquisition, why it happened, and then the expulsion. We're going to stop. We will come back to it and have to have a long talk about it because it was hugely important. But basically, what happens is during this period of the Reconquista, there's a lot of anti-Jewish sentiment and a lot of feeling, like I mentioned, what we have in these Jews in our neighborhood anyways. They help the Muslims, they're heretics, they're not like us. And so in the year 1391, there's a massive wave of pogroms, attacks on Jewish communities, combined with forced conversions. Tens of thousands of conversions, maybe over 100,000 Jews are forcibly converted. Not quite as simple as the Shahada in Islam. It involves a little bit of holy water and, again, a formula, but again, it's ridiculously easy to forcibly convert someone to Judaism. And now here the problem is that the church suddenly had this massive population of people who were legally Christian, but considered themselves Jewish. And that meant that they had no anti-Semitic restrictions placed on them. They could go to university, they could live anywhere they wanted. They didn't have a vote because they didn't have democracy in part of the world at that time. But they basically were like regular Christians, even though they were saying, well, okay, fine, I still buy my meat at a kosher store. I still send my kids to Cheder. I still have lots of Jewish friends. I may live in a Jewish neighborhood. And this went on for about 100 years, right? 1391 is the Great Rome's conversion. And the Inquisition is brought in 1478 because the church and the crown says, enough of this already. These new Christians, now in their third and fourth generation, they're not really Christians, they're actually Jews. So we have to force them to become really Christians. And if they're not going to, we will persecute them, we'll make them do intimidating things, and maybe we'll burn them at the stake. That's the meaning of the term Inquisition. It was directed not at Jews per se, it was directed at Jews who had been converted to Christianity and their descendants who may still have harbored Jewish attitudes. Is that relatively clear for a nutshell? So it became like, it became like a crazy purge society where the Inquisition would arrest someone, say, tell us what kind of secret Jewish things you do, and they torture them, and then they say, okay, tell us all of your friends who do Jewish things, and they would, people under torture would give up a whole bunch of names, then they would go arrest those people, and then they would torture them, and they would give them a whole bunch of names, they would make names up, all kinds of people high up in society would drag them to Inquisition, and finally, when we get to the 1490s, the crown is saying, this is not working. We are tearing our whole society apart, trying to find these secret Jews. We're finding them everywhere, but there's so many of them it doesn't make sense. And so Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, says to Ferdinand and Isabella, you know why we're not getting all those false Jews? It's because we still have the unbaptized Jews who are largely left alone by the Inquisition. We still have them living here. And so as long as these actual baptized Christians who are practicing Judaism secretly can go to meet a rabbi, to Shabbos services, get some kosher herring. As long as they have Jews living here, we'll never be able to get rid of these false Christians. And so that's what was the impetus to expel all the non-baptized Jews from Spain and make it completely Lutheran. That's at the end of this period, 1492. Okay, so remember now let's just see the whole picture again, right? Three big areas, the ancient period, Visigoths in particular, up until the Muslims in 711. Then the Muslim era, which had at least 2 centuries where it was really good. On the whole, really good. We'll talk about why it was so good and why it stopped being good. And then with the Reconquista, you have the series, the first the disputations, where they're trying to have at least debates over it, then the Inquisition after the forced conversions, and then finally the expulsion, which ends with a sharp date, 1492, 1496, 7 in Portugal. Okay, we good up until this point? Mr. Gross?
This is something that covers you.
We're going to cover all of this, though. We're going to go into the whole year.
I've heard it's very basic. It's a short sources. The idea of rival that doesn't have for Jews during some of this work. Is that after 1492? Is that somewhat exaggerated? Is that something that we're going to talk about? We can discuss in the work.
Well, we can discuss it, I think, when we get to this period here. Because well, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have been around since 632 together. And Jews have lived under both Muslims and Christian rule for 1,400 years. One of the interesting debates is, was it better for Jews in Muslim lands or in Christian lands? And we'll explore the parameters of that debate. Let's talk about it. Mr. Wait a second. I'm calling you a lot of times. So it's Mr. Ram.
It's not very exciting for us to ask.
we looked at this map actually on Tuesday, right? This is a period of great expulsion and also flight. Because a lot of those Jews, now we get the Portuguese Jews who are, they don't have a choice. They are all converted in 1497, and it takes them sometimes a few hundred years before they're able to escape to more comfortable places like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and so on. But this is the period where you have a massive spread of Sephardic people, and more significantly Sephardic influence. That's when we have all these Sephardic Jews coming out to the Middle East and really becoming leaders. And they had such a mastery of Jewish texts and such a rich Jewish culture that they were able to say to people in Syria and Persia and stuff, hey, you guys are doing some interesting things, interesting in Hagim, I like the kid bed. Like, here, we've got to try this Shulchan Aruch. And he was like, wow. And so there's a huge adoption of Sephardic thinking, in particular among populations that were not necessarily ethnically Spanish or Portuguese, but they're adopting the culture. And that's why the Spanish influence extends so far out into the West. Also, you've got lots of these, besides Europe and the East, you've got lots of Jews making their way to the Americas. Because don't forget, Spain and especially Portugal, massive imperial cultures, setting up all kinds of populations in India and in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. So a lot of Jews say, we're going to follow the Portuguese travels and we're going to set up shop, and then maybe we'll be able to slowly adopt their Jewish identity again once it's safe for us. And that's representing the last 500 years, right up until this day, where you have Sephardim living in Queens or in Great Wall. This is like that. Mr. Naeem.
So, one question now is, how did it feel like
well, that's an excellent question. The Zohar would be traveling to this area really, at least from the 13th century onward, but I think the biggest, which we'll spend a week on, is what happens in Tzfat. Tzfat, right? Tzfat, look at the dates, right? Expulsion 1492, and then the Tzfat explosion begins in 1522. So basically 30 or so years after the expulsion, you've got these refugees and their children, right? You've got people born in Tzfat, and their parents are still speaking Portuguese and Spanish, and they're saying, oh, we used to have such an amazing culture, and we lived in this amazing place and so on, but it's far away, and their children are inspired, and they end up becoming phenomenal promulgators of Sephardic culture in a very different environment. No, it definitely is. It's essentially sure. Yes. Yes. 10th century, right? That golden period. That's when all of a sudden Jewish letters, and what's amazing about as we shall see, our vision of Jewish creativity, especially in the film world, is, Shas and Moshe. But in this period, you've got like poets, philosophers, and artists, and they're like mind-blowing to look at some of them strong ideas, phenomenal, and a tremendous range of expression that was still considered part of the regular fabric of Judaism. Yehuda Levi's poetry, my gosh, you could not sell it in certain parts of the country today, but it is phenomenal stuff. Mr. Arosh. I would, we could probably unpack that a lot more. I've never thought about it that much, but I would say that's probably it. It's also kind of like, why is Lakewood so much like Eastern European Arabian culture? Like, because you have these educated Holocaust refugees coming to this place and saying, we're not going to just, become Americans. We are going to take the shtetl and bring it here. And they recreated what they had is the European temple. And it's like, it's powerful, it's convincing. It's like, wow, look at all this Jewish stuff I didn't know anything about.
You know, it's a these days about this kind of thing. You know, it's each region is usually very proud of, but they also have it easily just about like an influx of like Jews from Spain who just take all their gold.
So there's lots of reasons. We're definitely unpack it, but I'll give you one simple one is text, printed text. You know, if you've got a family minhag that people observe, but it's never been written down, never really been codified, and you have someone pull out a sefer, which is only now being printed, right? Printing was invented in the 1450s, right? So the Jews were expelled in 1492. It's a brand new thing, and there it is, literally in black and white. It's pretty convincing. It's like, oh my gosh, I have to use a release? This is how much a release is? You know, it's a very different thing. When you have text, it's like kind of like gives a new impetus. It's gross.
You choose and that result is the expression we'll see that in
Yes, definitely.
so we also have to
Yeah, no, Jews that don't generally live completely impermeable bubbles. We do, you know, right now we're speaking English, right? And I'm using my computer and I'm like, you know, I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant with New York culture. And there's no reason to think it's not like that for most people. Okay. But Lakewood, even Lakewood, so you're right. Okay, so again, gentlemen, the takeaway, these 4 periods, right? To be intelligent for the rest of this course, recognize these 4 distinct eras. Tuesday, God willing, we'll go back and we'll really focusing on the ancient period. It is mindful. Thank you for your attention. Have an amazing Shabbos.
Thank you. All right. So, title of my lecture today is Fruit Trees, Catholic Themes, Expert List, the story of Sephardic surnames. It is long been an interest of mine, and I have written about it. If anybody would like, I can, of course, send them the article which this is based off of this presentation today. So, my introduction, I'm going to show a series of a few images, and then I want to, throw it out to the audience today if there's any connection between them. So, first image. It's, of course, a pear tree. Second image, this is a rosary that was made in late modern Spain in the past few hundred years, according to the British Museum collection. And I have a screenshot of this list on the internet, the list of Sephardic surnames, and that there are supposedly more than 5,000 names on this list. So I may, if you want to type in the chat, what do you think is the relationship between all 3 of these images? Or if Ton and David, you would like to answer as well.
Herrera, I don't know, De La Cruz.
So we have one that says related to the nature. David, as you said, Pereira de la Cruz. Bruce Gahn says roots. I'm going to go ahead and now show you the next screen. The connection to all 3, in big part, is this. A Spanish and Portuguese passport. And why the connection? So, to begin with the first image, one of the biggest myths that is peddled today, mainly through heritage tourism, and I myself experienced with a tour guide in Portugal, fruit trees and plants are a supposed marker that you're actually of a Jewish background. Another myth that's peddled around is that Jews, when they're forced to become Catholic, took on the most Catholic, iconography, the names De La Cruz, Santa Cruz, Jesus, all these very Catholic names. And again, as I'll go into depth, that has nothing to do with it. And then that purported list that I showed above has caused consternation for almost all of us here professionally, as it was a fraudulent list that was a poor copy of earlier bibliographic work done by the late Harry Stein with Sephardim.com. And the problem, just in brief about Sephardim.com and how it sort of contributed to this, was while it was a reference database, a lot of people did not take the time to actually read what it was and made a lot of assumptions that, oh, my surname is this, it's on this list, it means I'm Sephardic, which is not the case. It was a list of surnames that were used at some point by somebody in the Sephardic community, whether historically or today. And that even included Ashkenazi surnames, non-Jewish, Russian people who had just married into the community or just showed up in the index of a reference book that was mainly on a Sephardic community. So, what is a Sephardic surname? To put it simply, it's any surname that is used by someone in the Sephardic community today and historically. That is very much relating to the quote-unquote religious history in community, as there's nothing in halakha that says, oh, you cannot become Sephardic. You just accept the customs and the rulings of the community that you join. That's why, for example, a lot of the Western Sephardic world genealogically does come from Ashkenazi roots, but they accepted and joined the Portuguese, the Western Sephardic Minhag, under the Talmud Torah of Amsterdam and Bevis Marks in London. But for the purposes of today, I want to narrow it down to basically the history of surnames in the Iberian Peninsula and their use amongst the Jewish community. So at the base level, historically, surnames began to be used in the Iberian Peninsula over 1,000 years ago, though they didn't really stick until a few hundred years later. You have patronyms introduced by the Visigoths. A famous example of that would be Rodriguez, which is actually the patronym, the son of Roderick, or a very German name, but that is commonly associated with the wider Hispano-Lusitano world. But amongst the Jewish community, you start seeing the adoption of stable surnames around 1,000 years ago. And we know this because we have documents connecting family names that appeared 900 years ago continuously within the Sephardic community. For example, the Palache family, which I will discuss a little bit later, and the Zacuto family, which I will also be discussing more in depth. And historically, Sephardic surnames can be divided into two categories: the pre-expulsion surname and post-forced conversion, aka new Christian surnames. So, pre-expulsion surnames, these are surnames that could be toponyms, Arabic names, occupations, Hebrew names, and more. And here I have a selection of some well-known pre-expulsion surnames, such as Abarbanel, Aboab, Almosnino, Altora, Samario, Benaroya, Benatar, Haleva, Herrera, Marcos, Nachmias, Palache, Policar, Saporta, Saltiel, Senior, Sion, and Zacuto. And of course, there's many more, but these are most of the more well-known names, and many of whom the families are still around 1,000 years later. And another note on this is that within the context of our genetic study with Avotenu DNA, that we have been able to uncover that, yes, the surname traditions are legitimate, An Almosnino in Morocco is the same as an Almosnino in Salonika. But we're still continuing to do further work. And then Haleva too is another one that we have successfully seen all across, as well as Ebenatar. Basically, it tells us that these surnames are quite ancient and quite old, and that they have been continuously used. Not though in some cases we see multiple lineages, like the Saltiel family has multiple lineages, but to that point, we don't know yet what the reason is for that. It could be that there are just independently several Saltiel families that took on the name. There is a distinct possibility that at some point the ancestor was more illustrious and we have a matrilineal passing down of the name, which happens sometimes in the Sephardic community, though not as often as you would see sometimes in the Ashkenazi community. But again, this is sort of your the origins of Sephardic surnames is here at the pre-expulsion, pre-1492. And then on the other hand, we have the new Christian surnames. So these surnames were given to the Jews who were forcibly baptized to become new Christians in Portugal, or otherwise known as conversos in Spain. The acquisition of surnames was simple. For the new Christians in Portugal was and also the conversos in Spain, it was the baptismal surname of the old Christian godparents of the Jews. So in Portugal was the largest case of it in 1496 and 1497 when the Jews were forcibly converted by decree of the king. And this was done in order to assimilate the new Christians and make them indistinguishable from the old Christians. Of course, we know that didn't actually happen. There was a lot of prejudice. The Inquisition courts, particularly in Portugal, were very active in persecuting the new Christian community. Less so in Spain, even though there was a lot of persecution there, but the main bulk of the activity of the Inquisition court in Portugal is against Judaizers or these new Christians. And examples of the surnames, some of them are below, like Acosta, da Fonseca, da Vega, Delgado, Fernandez, Gomez, Enriquez, Nunes, Lopez, Marques, Mendes, Pinto, Pereira, Rodriguez, and Vaz. And here's an example of one of these new Christians. This is from a proceso of the for Judaizing of Gaspar Fernandez Gallego. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but his name is where my cursor is, Gaspar Fernandez, with the typical abbreviation for the name Gallego. That he was a merchant, a new Christian, and that he was the age of 62. That proceso is available online. You can go view it through the website Sorry the Tombo. But again, this name is functionally indistinguishable from anybody else in Portugal at the time. This is just or Iberia for that matter, as a whole. So what is important here to remember is that new Christian surnames are indistinguishable from non-Jewish Old Christian surnames because they are the same. And that furthermore, as is the naming tradition still today in Portugal, but also in other places in Spain, you can have innumerable combinations of surnames, including siblings with different surnames entirely, as long as the family names existed within the recent genealogy of the family. Now, once these families arrived to the return to Judaism in the Amsterdam, Livorno, Hamburg, London, these double names typically stayed stable as well, though you have a period in the 18th and 19th centuries where families were fearful of their name dying out, so you see new combinations occurring, like Cohen Senior in Amsterdam. You also have Curiel Abbas, but that occurred much earlier in the 17th century. Also to delineate different lines of the family, as it were. So some of these family names that are famous, Abba de Fonseca, which comes from the same family as the Haham, Isaac Abba de Fonseca, Franco Mendes, Gomez da Costa, Enriquez Nunes, Lopez Pereira, which was the topic of this, I believe, just last week of the Sephardic World Meeting. You see Rodriguez Pereira, which many people know the name very well. Vash Nunes, Vas Villarreal from Livorno. But again, you see what's to be important to remember here is that when we're dealing with the families, even post return to the Jewish community, they can siblings can still have different surnames. And I will talk about that in a small case study at the end of this presentation. So here's a couple of very good reference books. The first one on the right, the Diccionario Sefaradi de Sobrenombres, which is basically the original reference book for looking at Sephardic surnames. Some of them have a little bit of the etymology, but basically it's looking at where did these names show up documented around the Sephardic world. The left two are by Alexander Bider, and they are recently published, and they also accomplish much of the same, though there's a little bit more detail in both of them. But again, they're reference books. They're providing actual bibliographic references to where they show up in archives or communities. So they are really what is the best available currently for looking at surnames as a whole and their entirety. And they also, as I mentioned again, there's some etymology there as well. So if you wanted to know what it means or where, what combination of names it's coming from or where it's thought to reference, these are your books to go to. So I'm going to discuss now 3 case studies, and I'm intentionally keeping this presentation a bit short because I want to open it up to further discussion and questions so I can better answer them. And again, there are so many more stories and myths to get into, but I really wanted to make sure that this was as accessible and laying the groundwork for a much more in-depth discussion down the road. So I want to show, first of all, the Amarillo family. Here is a tax receipt from Tudela in the Kingdom of Navarre in Spain. This is actually a fairly well-known historical tax collector, Samuel Amarillo. There's an entry in the Jewish Encyclopedia about him, and his signature is at the bottom here. It says Shemuel Amarillo, and this is from 1388. And this, I got a copy of it thanks to researcher and archivist Maria Jose Sorribas in Barcelona. Now here, 60 years later, the family shows up in Portugal. There's a wonderful archival document from the books of Dom Alfonso V, King Dom Alfonso V. And this list is one of the best references for Jews in Portugal in that time period in 1441. It's a list of the licenses granted to conduct commerce with Christians of the kingdom. And in this case, within the box, there's potentially their brothers or father and son. It doesn't make it any clear. But it's Yusa Amarillo and Samuel Amarillo, both of Tavira in the south of Portugal, that they were granted the license to conduct commerce, and this dates to November 1441. The next time we really see this family is in Salonika. The right is the title page of the Kerem Shlomo, which was written by the chief rabbi of Salonika, Shlomo Amarillo, in 1719 or so. The Hebrew year 5479 was when it was published, shortly before he passed away. And on the left is the book, the Bar Moshe, by his son, Moshe Haim Amarillo, who replaced him as the chief rabbi of Salonika after, upon the death of the triumvirate that Shlomo was a part of. This is mid 17th and 18th century. And then here again in the 19th century, we have Shem Tov Amarillo, a descendant of the above two rabbis. This is his signature on a ketubah from Corfu from August 20th, 1830. The family, I know them. They are still around today. There's a couple of well-known members, including the late Erica Cuonio Amarillo. But they are still around today, and it's a name that, again, we've seen for 800 years, and it's the same family. Next, we have the Zacuto family, which I believe some of you might be a little more familiar with. And so here, from that same document I showed earlier, a different page, the license was granted to Judas Zacuto of Puglia, and his name is underlined in burgundy. And here is a document that many may know the person on it. This is a receipt, or rather an order for payment from Dom Jaude II to Rabbi Abraham Zacuto, who was the famous astronomer and author. As you can see at the top, it says Rabbi Abraham Zacuto, and then below is his signature in Hebrew. And this is dates from June 9th, 1493, just a couple of years before the end of Jewish life in Portugal. As we knew it, Abraham Zacuto ended up being able to flee eastward, and he died either in the Holy Land or Damascus. It's not entirely sure, but sometime in the second decade of the 16th century. But this family spread all over. Here is the signature of the well-known New Christian Abraham Zacuto, or Dr. Zacutus Lusitanis. It's his signature in Amsterdam, in the Escamot of the Portuguese Jewish community. This is from 1639, 1640, from when the community officially unified from the three disparate synagogues. And then we see again here, now going all the way eastward to Istanbul. This is the grave of a Yom Tov Nassim Zacuto in Haskoy Cemetery. This dates from June 13th, 1861. This, again, another family that is still around today. There is an Ashkenazi family that claims that they're Zacuto, but there is no evidence of that at this time, and they appear to just be Ashkenazi, but there are actual Sephardi descents from the Turkish of the Zacuto family, though many of the Portuguese Zacutos, either the family died out in the 19th century, as is the case in Amsterdam, or they were lost in the Holocaust, especially the case with the Italian family. And now finally, a short little case of a Mendes family. This is the marriage of a Heitor Mendes and Isabel Gomes in Bissau in Portugal from March 30th, 1625. This family ended up falling afoul of the Inquisition of Toledo in Madrid, but they had fled northward to Bayonne by this point in southwest France. But here we see by this time, 32 years later, here's the signature of the same man on his daughter's marriage ban in front of the Catholic Church, the Santa Eulalie in Bordeaux in 1657. And so, as I mentioned before, with different surnames and surname combinations, to this point, the children of Heitor Mendes that have been documented by me include Francisco Mendes Choreno, Diogo Mendes Choreno, Manuel Nunes Montensa, who became David Nunes Montensa in Amsterdam, Esther Mendes, Elizabeth Mendes, Michel Mendes, Jean or Juan Mendes, Minasse Mendes, Arnold Mendes, Isabel, who became Rachel Mendes in London, Moses Mendes Choreno, who is also known as Antonio Mendes de Aguirre, who died in Amsterdam, and then Joseph Mendes and Salman Mendes, who were in Barbados and London respectively. And here again, this is a question of, Joseph and Salman may actually be the Francisco and Diogo who were mentioned above, but we don't know because unfortunately we don't yet have I have not been able to uncover the evidence of who they exactly were. And the same goes for Manasseh. We don't know what his Christian name was living as a Catholic in Bordeaux, where he was born. So here's that Manasseh Mendes in Amsterdam. He got married there in 1681. It says he's from Bordeaux. He's 35. He married Deborah Aboab, not the Aboab da Fonseca, but Aboab Osario family of Amsterdam. And here from Laura Liebman's wonderful database, the Jewish Atlantic World, we have the gravestone of his brother, Joseph Mendes, who died there in 1707. This family has been studied about in terms of slaveholding and also the early Barbados community by Dr. Why am I forgetting his name? Tom, do you remember who I'm talking about? I guess.
No, sorry, I don't remember.
Edgar Samuel's father.
No.
Anyway, but
Wilfred.
yeah, Wilfred. There we go. Wilfred has written about them in the context of the early development of the Barbados community. I myself am working on research on this family from a different angle. But that's where I wanted to leave this presentation for now, because I'm sure many of you have lots of questions and would like, maybe answers more tailored towards your specific case. So with that, I will open the floor back up to you, Tom and David, and let's see how we go.
Thank you very much. I mean, first of all, I have to express my absolute shock at the suggestion that people might be claiming to have Sephardic ancestry for the purpose of obtaining Portuguese or Spanish passports. Actually, shocking idea, and certainly shocking that the idea that any, for example, Israeli law firm might be involved in such a thorough practice. Can I also just comment, because at the beginning you mentioned the website sephardim.com, started by Harry Stein, and I was in touch with him, and he was actually promoting the idea that all of the surnames on his site were Sephardic. Later, I persuaded him, myself and others persuaded him to put a little footnote on the site. I don't know if he ever necessarily believes that, but I mean, obviously we're living with the consequences today. There's a number of questions on YouTube, and I was asking about the tzedakah or tzedakah name, and whether you know how far that can go back.
So the tzedakah family is my suspicion, and it's a name that is exclusively in the Ottoman Empire. But it is a surname that it takes much more research, and this is not my specific interest, but it appears to be a Romaniot family. You do see names like that amongst the Romaniot Jews of the Byzantine Empire.
Yeah.
So that would be my suspicion. It's not a name that I've come across in Spain or Portugal or certainly the Western Sephardic community. But it's a name that I do know from Istanbul in that area. And that was a heavily Romaniot community before it ultimately Sephardized about 2 centuries after the expulsion.
Okay, thank you. Could you close your presentation so we can full screen? Okay, I'm going to read a message from Karen. Could you explain how my Ashkenazi family from Lithuania was named Ritvo after the acronym Ritva from Sevilla before the Inquisition? Why didn't they get an Ashkenazi name?
To put it quite simply, there's no etymological evidence that is a that is in fact named for the acronym. Sephardic Jews very rarely. In fact, I can think of maybe one example where they were using an acronym as a surname. It's just not something that happened. I would refer to Alexander Bider's books on the Ashkenazi surnames for a deeper answer on the etymology, but I don't see any relationship at all between Ritvo and the Rabbi Ben Adair, which I believe is where the acronym is being connected to.
Okay, thank you. We won't ask about the Sephardic Abramovich family from Lithuania. Andre asks, are we sure the names were necessarily taken from godparents? One of my ancestors' fourth godparents used the name Almeida, but she took the name Anadias in 1496.
Yes, we know that they took the godparent surnames, except again in super rare circumstances, the most famous being the conversion of Abraham Senior, who was Isabella's favorite rabbi, and the king and queen decided to give them the noble house named Coronel.
We have a question about the origin of the Saporta surname.
Saporta, I would have to get back to you, but as far as I know, it's a toponym, meaning it comes from a place name. I don't remember what it's referring to, though, so I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, there's another question which is slightly off topic. I'm wondering if Sephardic people from Amsterdam ended up in Cambridgeshire, England. Perhaps I can answer that. Perhaps if they came from London. Yeah, maybe. We have a question on the origins of the Samuda surname.
On the Samuda surname, I unfortunately do not have any information. I'd have to look into it, but I'm happy to take a look.
I think the earliest Samudas in London were related to Dr. Sarmiento, and I think, oh gosh, I can't remember. I think we found some town in South Central Portugal that they may have.
Yeah, I vaguely recall this.
Yeah. Somebody says, I believe Levy became Lent to get a boat out of Europe.
In what context?
I would be surprised at that, but who knows? Here's an interesting one. My family's from Gallipoli in Turkey with the name Cohen. Do we know how far back that name goes? Because I mean, are different Cohenim all related or? Okay,
so name Cohen does go back to the very beginnings of the Jewish people. It's one of the few. It didn't quite become. It was a title, not necessarily a surname, but it was familial, or it is familial, I should say. So it wasn't being used in a surname like we would understand a surname today. Surnames are a fairly modern construction, but it was the descriptor. Okay, that's Yehonatan the Cohen, which is why the title is HaKohen in Hebrew today still. But we do know, and this comes from the ongoing genetic work, that there are multiple Cohen lineages that date back to antiquity. There's one predominant one, but there's multiple others that, so it is quite an old title, one that has been passed down patrilineally as is amongst the Jewish people for thousands of years at this point. That being said, to do further research on your specific Cohen line, we'd have to discuss further, as well as, we could absolutely have them test as part of our study, as they are a Sephardic Cohen from Gallipoli, if there are any patrilineal descendants, and then we can see to which haplogroup do they belong, or are they a new Cohen haplogroup? So that would be my answer to that. It's Cohen, again, ancient title that has transformed into a surname over the centuries, but it is real, is legitimate. It goes back to the very beginnings of the Jewish people 3,000 years ago.
Thank you. We also have a question about where the whole sort of fruit tree thing in Portugal came from, or when it might have appeared.
I don't quite know when it who was the origin of this myth. I think it's a late 20th century creation, but I'd have to do a lot more research than probably I care to, other than to debunk the myth. But it is a popular one today that all the tour guides in Portugal and Spain like to talk about. I was on a tour in Evora, and the tour guide wanted to start saying that, oh, these symbols were Stars of David, and then that fruit trees. And I said, well, actually, I'm a historian of the community, and then he's like, oh yeah, that is correct. But no, it's I don't want to say it's like harmful. It's just one of these many myths that has been popularized, particularly for heritage tourism reasons, because it's a nice story. Now there are many Sephardic Jews who have names like Ferreira that are fruit trees. But there's also many old Christians, old Iberians who have the name too, because it's just a name in Iberia.
Yeah, I actually heard from Ashkenazi Birnbaum who claimed the name has been changed from Ferreira and should receive Portuguese citizenship on that basis. Tom, do you want to? Sorry, I've been sort of just yakking. Do you want to?
Maybe you should say something about the Mendes name. How common is it? Are all persons with the name Mendes related to each other?
So the name Mendes is extremely common, both in the Jewish community and the wider Spanish Portuguese community. Not all Mendezes are related. Certainly not all Mendezes in the Jewish community are related. There's multiple families, and one of the helpful things that a few of them did was they differentiated themselves by the double name, most famous one being the Mendes da Costa, which distinguished themselves by that name, and it was actually a double name the family had been using for a few centuries before that as Catholics. So you do see, or Mendes Gama is another one. The family I mentioned before is really Mendes Serrano, but they use multiple variants, sometimes dropping it, sometimes adding it. There's multiple unrelated families, and I know it's a truism, but if you want to research the family you're looking at, you have to do the genealogical work. And I can give a good example of confusion in Amsterdam. There's a Dr. Jacob Israel Mendes that I'm researching, who's part of the who joins the Amsterdam community around 1632. And at the same time, there is already a Jacob Israel Mendes who is a merchant, and the merchant family keeps using the name Jacob Israel Mendes. So his son and grandson has it, 40 years later. And there's more than a few times where I've seen people confuse the three men as all a pastiche of one person. So just because of a common name, you don't have to, you can't assume that they're the same family. Even as a double name that has two common names in common. So most famously for Amsterdam and Antwerp, Livorno, you have the Bosch-Nunes family and the Nunes-Boss family. And they're not related. They're two different families. They might, maybe they share an ancestor somewhere, like almost all Portuguese Jews do, because it's not a huge community. But yeah, the etymological and origins of the names are different when we're dealing with the combos.
I was wondering about these double names that you presented on the slide. Among them was about Fonseca. And what about the name Abo? Is that Portuguese or Hebrew?
Abuav, I believe, is Arabic. I'd have to. I don't have the reference. I don't have my reference book with me. It's in my apartment in Israel. But as far as I remember, it's of Arabic origin, but I can find that out.
Yeah, related to that, a number of families arriving in Amsterdam in the early 17th century took Jewish surnames, and some of them combined their Portuguese surname with a Jewish surname, like da Fonseca, or Cohen Royal Dress.
Or Ibn Carbondia.
Yeah. And how far did these families remember the family name that they had before they were forcibly baptized? Or did they just take a nice sounding name in Amsterdam, like I think the families are good at?
I mean, I feel very strongly, based off of my reading, also the Portuguese processos that I've done, that the families knew who they were. Of course, if we're talking, we start seeing lack of that, by the people returning in the late 17th, early 18th century. You don't see so many taking on a old surname, but many of the, I believe the Abuavs are the Abuavs, the Nars are the Nars. The Abarbanels, I believe, are the Abarbanels. And again, this is also a case of, I don't, because they're doing it in the Portuguese tradition of surnaming. So that's why I feel like these families, they tend to be already related, but we unfortunately don't quite know how at this point, because the parish books no longer exist. But this is a case where they're differentiating themselves by using the Portuguese name to say we're from this branch of the family. So I feel, unlike the late H.P. Solomons, that these names are not a creation, but actually based off of a legitimate oral history that's being passed down. These families knew who they were. I look at, in the case of the late H.P. Solomons, his article on the Pinto family manuscript. And, on the one hand, he's claiming that we're dealing with good Catholics who were turned into Jews by the Inquisition, whereas a deeper look at the processos, which is available today, is that the family was constantly Judaizing from the very beginning of the Inquisition. This is not a family that was, a God-fearing Catholic and, sitting in Mass every Sunday. This was a family who remember their origins. I often look at it as this is very legitimate oral history. And two, when we look at that manuscript, the history he's relaying can be confirmed by supporting documents, even if it's very wide-ranging. So we know that there is a lot of truth, and maybe a few names get fudged here and there, which we found, both you and I, but that the overall history is largely correct. And that's impressive for a family to capture 200 years of oral history and memory and retain that knowledge right down to a T. I do see, I will say, we do see a lot of that amongst even communities today that are at risk, where they or persecuted, where they switch to oral forms of testimony and history because a written document could get you in trouble. That oral histories, especially when you're coming down from a point where you're at risk for persecuted, that they often largely are correct in many ways. And they also telling a form of the truth that reflects their experience. But again, I fall very strongly on these are not made up names. There is how they're connected to those families, I think, is potentially lost to time at this point. But there's no reason not to suspect that, maybe their second or third great grandfather was actually Abuab, and that they just belong to the branch that came later. But we also look at that and say, if the community accepted them as members of this family, then they probably knew or had something that identified them. The assumptions of Cohen get a little more. I guess the Cohen ones do fall under the same tradition where there's an ancestor who was Cohen, but maybe they don't belong. Their Y DNA says they belong to one of the minor or a new haplogroup, which doesn't mean that they aren't Cohens. It just means that I think it attests to this Portuguese surname tradition that people were connecting to their Jewish ancestor, but they didn't necessarily remember that, oh, my Cohen great-great-grandfather, who was forcibly baptized in Porto in 1497, that was actually my mom's side. But that the community regard them as such, I very much agree that there's no reason not to think that these are the families who they say they are, especially when the testing that we've done with Avatenu for these older families does show that the family surnames are stable.
Francis has been waiting for a while. Do you want to?
Yes, there are two things actually. What you've just said about oral history. Oral history is deeply embedded in people who are chronically marginalised. I did an enormous amount of oral history with coal miners, with all sorts of people in this country over many years. It's highly poetic and highly brilliant, and is a different version of history, because it's the version of history that's excluded from knowledge. And so the language and the formation of that is amazing, and I'm sure it's exactly the same as what you've heard. Now, that leads me on to a question about my relatives, who are Abu Lafri and Halevi. Now, they showed no signs of having been driven out of anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They popped across from Egypt in about 1921, settled down in Manchester. They tried to die in Israel and failed. They had to die in Manchester. And so that thread didn't seem to be, well, they didn't talk about it, certainly, that level of oppression. Was there a difference in the sort of exodus from Egypt and those Middle Eastern countries to the ones where I think they were in Spain. I got my passport, or I'm about to get the Portuguese passport, so the thread goes through. But they never, in fact, reflected that complicated history, though I don't think it was simple.
Mm-hmm. So just to respond to your oral history, I, in my previous life working with the Seminole people of Florida in my undergrad career, people on the margins who are have a very different view of history, and it's not to get totally Marxist on, but it's the history from below, which is a big part of my research ethos, and that, we have to listen to what people are saying and not just, listening to the grandiose epics of victorious generals on the battlefield. So, I think there's a lot more value. There's always value in oral history, but I find that oral histories of, I want to say, like, there's a better or worse, but the oral history of saying that, my grandfather's family were Sephardic Jews expelled from Spain to Lithuania is totally booby meisels. It's nonsense. But it comes out of a very real ideology that arose in the early 19th century with the rise of the Haskalah and emancipation, that there's this sort of term of Western Jews versus Eastern Jews, that the further east you go, the next level looks down on the next further east. So in the 19th century, the history of Sephardic Jewry was seen as like the epitome. Even if it was, let's not listen to them religiously, it was that, oh, we have a glorious history in Al-Andalus. So in those cases, I look a little more, like, okay, this comes from a different place, but when we're talking about that other history, it's those I give a little more credence to on that aspect. But as far as Abu Lafia, so I take it you are familiar with that. Abu Lafia is means in Arabic the father of Levi. Essentially, it's a Levi family. There's probably, again, like Mendes, probably multiple unrelated Abu Lafia families. Or if they are related, they're related, just by marriage or something. But when you talk about what occurred in the Middle East in the 20th century, so it's complicated. It sounds like your Abu Lafia came to England at the beginnings of English colonization of Egypt, which is a different experience than, say, had they left 40 years later under Nasser.
Yes.
So there, at that point, Egypt was, in many ways, people treated Egypt as like the cosmopolitan Mecca. And there was a lot of development there, not only because of the English colonization. They actually got there after Egypt had already begun developing in a major way as they pushed away from the Ottoman Empire. But it's a cornucopia of Jewish communities. That's why when talking about the Jews of Egypt more than any other Jewish community in North Africa or the Middle East, you have to always keep in mind that the vast majority of the Jewish community in Egypt is very young. It dates to the late 19th or late 20th century. It's a mix of Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Yemeni, Persian, Maghrabi. It was one of the centers of the Jewish world at that point. And another part of that was the movements of the Alliance School, bringing teachers from all over and settling them in Cairo and Alexandria. But that would be, it's about timing, and that would be the difference between how your family experienced Egypt as opposed to maybe, I don't know if you had family who stayed behind, but maybe your second or third cousins who left because everything had been confiscated, their passports taken, forced to walk across the border or take a flight to Paris with nothing but the suitcases on their back.
Thank you.
Yes, question about Tao. Does it relate to Torah, maybe?
Which name?
Tao, the Toro family from Amsterdam.
As far as I know, no. That there's no connection. It's that would be a bit of a strong vowel shift, which there's no indication of.
Okay, another logical question is the past. What is the meaning of the surname the past? Has it to do with peace?
So there's the DePaz family is interesting because there's a lot of sort of folk etymology around the name that it really means DePaz, which Paz was a archaic Hebraic form for the name of gold. There's no connection. I'd have to take a look more deeply, but the name DePaz, using the day, is typically indicative of a toponym, a place name. What it's referring to, I don't have that knowledge, sitting in front of me, but it's more likely than not a toponymic name.
Daniel asks if was is Vaz.
It is. I won't be going into it today because I'm in the process of editing my manuscript for publication on it. But as soon as that is published, I'll be happy to return and talk about that because it's an interesting story that came out of left field that we were very skeptical of.
Bernard, you have a question?
Yeah, I have several, but just on the verses, I have a whole line that comes down on my Sephardic side that goes through Baes and Bas and Bas and Was, but I also have verses who become Bases and Boases on my Ashkenazi side. So it's really difficult to draw any conclusion from that. I've got three specifics. One, I had a 14th great-grandfather with the unassuming surname of Homem in Portuguese, which means man, who on arrival in Amsterdam changed it to Abendana, which, as I understand it, means children of Babylon. I came from Abendanan, and I'd be fascinated to know why, whether or not they thought or they had an oral history saying that they were descended from the exile, or whether or not it was one of these things that they thought would give them prestige. In that same family, you find lots of aliases. So I have, for example, another ancestor who had the name Tebare de Cordoba, Tebare being the Spanish version of Tiberius, and Cordoba being Cordova, and he changed his name to Gabriel Milan, but Milan not being the place, but I think being a derivation from the Portuguese Milan, from the Hebrew meaning dictionary, because it turns out that a couple of generations earlier, there had been generations of lexicographers. So I'm wondering if they were sending the message, we are the people of the word, or of the book of the word, which was the dictionary in this case. And I had a question about, well, it's two questions. One, the Rodriguezes that you talked about. My 50th great-grandfather was a Rodriguez who appears to have descended from the Aboabs of Toledo through Guinnesses, and they've come down through the Osorios to me, which I find fascinating. But I have a question. It's something that Daniel Horowitz of My Heritage raises frequently, and he claims that the Horowitzes were descended from a specific Sephardic Jew, Yosef Halevi, who was a rabbi in Barcelona in the 14th century, who moved to somewhere just outside Prague with a lot of money, bought a town called Horowice, became mayor of it, and took and retained the name. And I wondered, maybe Adam Brown, as he's here, would be able to say something about the, thank you, Adam, okay. Because this is one of these myths that, that gets perpetuated, and I wondered whether there was anything in it.
So just to add to Adam, it's nonsense. It's actually, I think Adam might be able to link the article in the chat, but there was a thorough historical study tracing the origin of it. And the earliest Horowitzes, which their writings survive, make absolutely no mention of this. And then it suddenly appears in the Yichus of the one of the Horowitzes in the mid-19th century, which is, again, the same time that it became popular to claim an Andalusian ancestry, a Sephardic golden age. It's complete and utter nonsense, the fact that it continues to get perpetuated even though the historical evidence agrees with the genetic evidence, because the genetic evidence is absolutely 100% clear that this is the Horowitz Halevi line, which is, again, the Halevi family that is the majority of all Ashkenazi Levites, has a shared origin around 2,000 years ago in the Middle East. without passing through Iberia. Any Sephardi are well within Ashkenazi clusters, which indicates that they are Ashkenazi Levites who moved into Sephardic communities at some point, but it's a lot of nonsense. And as far as the other stuff, particularly going 14th and 15th generation, it really we have to look at the actual documentation because it's really hard to say, and especially because unfortunately there's a lot of well-meaning genealogists, particularly of the Western Sephardic community, who connect names that have no relationship, turning 4 or 5 people who are contemporary into one person. But that isn't to say it is incorrect. It's just you have to go and look at the originals. And as far as Ibn Dana, that's again an old name, pre-expulsion surname. I referred to my previous answer where I say, that I very much fall on the side of that this is a real memory. Now, whether it's, Ibn Dana direct paternal line, that I couldn't tell you, because that is, at this point, unless you get lucky and find a series of Inquisition processos connecting from the original Ibn Dana who converted to your Ibn Dana, then you're a little bit stuck at this point, because the historical record, particularly for tracking people through the churches, runs out in many places by the early 17th century, though in some places it exists at the beginning of the 16th century.
Thank you. Can I just add on the Abandanas that they came to England and were, I think, Hathams in Bevis Marks, but there were 2 brothers who also taught at Cambridge. So, and they came to England from Holland. So that answers a question that was asked earlier. Thanks.
Thank you. Randy Schoenberg discussed the Horowitz claims on the program we did, I think, on the 13th of November last year, on claims of Ashkenazis having Sephardic origins. Tom, do you want to continue? I'm afraid we've got just so many questions in both places. If we continue,
the chat, maybe we can get back to some people and produce a document that answers them all.
I'm happy to keep talking as long as you need.
Yeah, what about the Pinto family? Someone asked.
The which family?
Pinto, the Pinto. The rich family in Amsterdam, but there are also the Pintos from Morocco. Are they related?
No, there's no indication of it. Pinto, again, like Mendes, is a family that also is found amongst pre-expulsion Sephardic Jews. But this, again, there's no relationship to Pinto, the De Pinto family of Amsterdam, Rotterdam. They were Pinto as New Christians. We actually have their genealogy going back well before the manuscript, because some of their earliest ancestors were amongst the first Jews who were prosecuted by the Inquisition in Portugal.
Any questions on YouTube, David?
Hundreds. You addressed double surnames already. Just sort of general question about the Osorio de Castro family of Curacao.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know if very much can be said about them.
Probably from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody else is asking about the Pals, which we've discussed.
Joe Ergas asks, does the name Ergas go back to the Iberian Peninsula?
As far as I know, it does. I haven't specifically looked at the Ergas family, but it's a name that shows up in, as Joel is familiar with, all over the Sephardic Balkans. It's also a name that shows up in the Portuguese communities as one of these names that gets connected with a Portuguese name as well. So as far as I know, it dates to pre-expulsion, Spain and Portugal.
Pete Glass asks if you know something about Lealtad. I believe that's a Moroccan name, but
Lealtad, Lealtud.
yes.
I don't know about that specific family. I know it's a family that also does show up into the Western Sephardic world, but I think it enters through Morocco. Because we know the family that they show up in Suriname, briefly in Amsterdam, in Southwest France. But I don't have any specific information. I can look into it.
Okay, we have questions about Sephardic haplogroups or Y-DNA. Is J1 and JM267, are these Sephardic, is the question.
First of all, J1 and JM267 are the exact same thing. Second of all, JM267 formed about 31,000 years ago. And I'm not trying to be rude, I'm rather trying to be blunt. J1 really effectively means nothing, other than that you share a common ancestor with half of the Middle East and North Africa and parts of Europe, dating back 31,000 years ago. You, of course, are welcome to join the results to our project. I know Adam has posted it in the chat here, but we can, if you want to, you can go to the link www.jewishdna.org and join your results to our project, and we can, of course, take a look and see. But really, when we're dealing with Y chromosomes, the only way to know, unless it's abundantly clear that you have immediate Sephardic matches, is to do full sequencing to see where you actually fit the Y chromosomal family tree, the phylogenetic tree, because otherwise, I myself am J1, so that means that you and I share an ancestor 31,000 years ago. Hi to my 3,000 cousin, 10 times removed, who knows? But I say that jokingly, but really that's what it means, and that to know further, you have to go in further. Just like with genealogy, you have to dive deeper.
Okay. Here's one I should definitely give to Tom. I think that Puritans smuggled Jews from Amsterdam to Massachusetts, Mayflower, etc.
No.
Okay, thank you. Michael, do you have anything to add to that?
That's an interesting theory.
Okay, great. I've got a question about the Moron and Algamis families.
Which Moron family?
It is not said.
Okay.
The Moron family.
So the reason I asked is because there's two prominent Moron families in the Jewish world. There's the Enriquez Moron, or Moral, of the Western Sephardic world, who mainly settled in Curacao and in the Caribbean. But there's also the Moron family of Aydin and Izmir that is connected to the Moron family of Livorno. They're unrelated, but they're Portuguese. The Algamis, I don't have anything specific on that family, but Algamis tells me it's an Arabic name. And that etymology I can look into.
My ninth great-grandparents, Gabriel Fernandez and Anna Anuda, were from Salonika. Surname Fernandez is okay, but what about Anuda? Have you ever heard of that name?
And I've seen the name in Portugal, but it's those I am actually, I think I'm familiar with the Inquisition file that's being referenced, and that's the Portuguese names of those families being given. That's not necessarily what their what name they would have been going by in the Jewish community in Salonika.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the Nunez Cardozo family? Those stable double surnames.
Yes, the Nunes Cardozo family. They're actually part of our study. It's again one of these, at least in the Portuguese world, once they became Nunes Cardozo, it's stable. A Western Sephardi Nunes Cardozo is the same as a Western Sephardi Nunes Cardozo in Amsterdam, in Jamaica, in London. But at this point, we don't know much more beyond that. It's the family, the name comes from the Portuguese, but that would be just, like many of the, a good example of a Portuguese name being used as a double, or actually a couple would be like the Pereira Brandon family, the Lopez Pereira, the Vaz Real, using stable double surnames, Nunes Vaz. But that beyond that, it would have to be identifying who was the, if you can identify who the ancestor was that became part of the Jewish community, and if you can find anything relating to them in any of the Inquisition or church documents that survive.
Okay, the Anuda family were from Izmir, if that helps, but you addressed that already. Ellen asked if you could repeat the website for the DNA.
So it's www.jewishdna, all one word, .org. If you have a kit, you can join it to our database and you can take a look. If you don't, you should email adam.brown, BROWN, at all one word, ablutenudna.org.
Thank you. And there's a question about the Spani, Gashi, and Poro families.
The which families?
I've never heard Spani, S-P-A-N-I. Then next one, Gashi, G-A-S-H-I. And finally, Poro, P-O-R-O.
I apologize, but I've not heard of any of those families, at least in the Jewish world.
Okay, useful trivia. Poro means deer in Finnish. Dennis is saying that the al prefix from Iberia was due to the naming style when the Arabs were in control. It doesn't necessarily mean the family were of Arab origin. That's what we know. Am I right in thinking that sort of al is more Moroccan and el is more from elsewhere, or is that just
no? So when I say Arabic origin, I don't mean that the families were Arab Jews or whatever. I mean, it literally comes from the Arabic language. So I want to make that clear that I wasn't making a claim of ethno-religious identity or construction, but rather because for the Sephardic world, the dominant language for a very long time was and is Arabic. It's the language that they were speaking in Babylon before until the Gaonic period ended, and it transferred leadership to Iberia, where the dominant language was Arabic, and that it was a language that all Jews of that area would have had some, if not being their native language, and that Hebrew learning would have actually, one of my favorite stories of it is the revival of Hebrew amongst the Jewish community can be in many ways attributed to Sadia Gaon, who was perhaps the greatest leader of that Gaonic period in Babylon. And he was so inspired by his love of Arabic that he basically created the Hebrew grammar that became the basis of Hebrew learning throughout the Jewish world in the 10th century, 9th century. I don't remember exactly which, but it is in no small part due to that mixing with Arabic that we have a fully flowered and strong Hebrew language understanding and fluency today.
Thank you. There's a question about whether a name from Salonika is Sephardic. Geraci, G-E-R-A-C-I.
So there is a Gerasi family. I think they are of Italian origin, and but I'd have to double check which synagogue they belong to.
Thank you.
There's a question about the Behar or Mevora names. Do they turn up in Portugal or Spain in the Middle East?
The Mevorah name is one that I don't think does. I'd have to check. Behar is again, it's a toponym, and it's one that I think I don't have specific examples, but I believe it does show up in the pre-expulsion Jewish community. But of course, there's actually multiple unrelated Behar families. So
in Amsterdam, you may see that in the beginning of the 17th century, people added Hebrew names to their Portuguese or Spanish surnames, like Levi or Rodriguez or Cohen Rodriguez, or if they didn't know if they were Levi or Cohen, they called themselves Israel Rodriguez. But there's also Yeshurun. Do you know what that means?
Yeshurun is one of the poetic names for Israel. It's the same thing. That practice dies out by the mid 17th century is when you start seeing people dropping, their tribal affiliation as upon returning. But you definitely see that the first half of the 17th century in the Western Sephardic world, not just in Amsterdam, but in Livorno, in Hamburg. But it's just using a way of identifying that your religious tribal affiliation. So as I said before, I have no reason not to suspect that there is truth to the Levi and Cohen ancestry amongst the people who claimed it. That would be something fairly serious to claim without some kind of evidence. Now, whether or not it was remembered in the right way, whether it was passed down patrilineally, we can't really say. But that the Jewish community recognized them as such is good enough for us.
And what about the name Nahmias? N-A-H-M-I-A-S.
Nahmias?
Is that the same as Neymar?
Nehema? No. It's two different names.
Okay.
But both share a etymological origin.
Mm-hmm.
We have a question about the Zuzate of Amsterdam.
Which family?
Zuzate. Z-U-Z-A.
Right. The Zuzates. I don't know. I mean, I come across them all the time in documents. I don't know nearly enough about any of them other than that they come from Portuguese families. I'm happy to take a look. But I know it's not a great answer, but that it is a name that shows up amongst the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam, and actually that's one of the families that takes on a very German alias. They took on Swart during the 18th century in business dealings, in the 17th century, but that wasn't uncommon. That you have Portuguese families trading with German surnames I have, or German names. I have people I'm researching who very Portuguese, but they use the in trading, they use the name von Dunen, which is just it's very Germanic. So it's really when we see those, it's a matter of business for the most part.
Okay, we actually just had a question on chat. I'm sorry, I can't see who asked it, about the Gothic influence of Sephardic names.
Absolutely.
Guzman, for example.
I don't know about Guzman. I'd have to check, but absolutely, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you really start seeing the adoption of stable surnames in Iberia, with being patronyms in the Visigothic tradition. So Rodriguez being Roderick. But that would just be you have to look at the etymology of the name and where it comes from. But yeah, a lot of the quote unquote common Hispanic names are actually of Germanic origin, but that just again speaks to the history of Iberia. Just like a lot of the Jews of Iberia have Arabic surnames, or even to a lesser extent some of the Catholic Spanish and Portuguese, because it speaks just to the wider history of who dominated the area, what was the lingua franca, what was the context.
Thank you. We have somebody's asking about the origins of Levi Maduro.
That's a question that I don't think any of us have successfully answered at this point. Again, Maduro coming from the Portuguese, but the adoption of Levi, like I said, I'm sure there's a lot they're telling the truth about their that they do have a Levi ancestor, thus qualifying them for it. But whether they remembered how exactly they were, at a certain point, it almost doesn't matter, because they've been long accepted as Levites and been functioning that in terms of the religious community. So, but it is a question I think many of us do have, a passing research interest in, just because it's one of the leading members of the Curacao community, and pretty much everybody with some kind of connection to Curacao is related to them. So it's been a question that has befuddled at least a century's worth of historians and genealogists. So don't feel bad.
We should probably, sorry, overextending, we should probably end quite soon. We have a suggestion going back to the surname Moron. We know the area of Moron de la Almanza in Soria, but he's asking whether the Moron could be some adaptation from the Hebrew word sort of teacher, morai.
No. It's related to the toponym. It's a name that was taken on in the Jewish community through the forced conversion. On my mother's side, I descend from Moron of Izmir. They were members of the Portuguese synagogue right up until the synagogue basically burned down in the 20th century. They're very much a Portuguese family. The founder of the, even though we don't know how we connect, just because many of the documents are missing, but we know that the family in Izmir is descendant of a couple brothers who were actually arrested by the Inquisition of Venice. Though they were for Judaizing, they were let go, and they actually were, one of them, Isaac, was one of the confidants of Shabbatai Tzvi in the 1650s, before he declared that he was a Messiah. They're very much, it's Portuguese. It comes from the surnames that were given to our ancestors by their godparents when they were forcibly converted. And I don't know if it's Moron Almanza that's referring to, but it's definitely comes from Iberian origin. There's no, as much as I like the idea of it, Amore to Moron, there's no relationships.
Thank you. Because we've been going back almost an hour and a half, so we should probably stop very soon. Can I just make an observation? Because at the beginning you started with this fake list of Sephardic surnames that had been made. One afternoon when I had nothing better to do, I sat down with that list, plus the list of the 100 most common surnames in Spain and Portugal. And all 100 of the most common surnames in Portugal appeared on that list, and 99 of the 100 most common surnames in Spain. I think Iglesias was missing from the list.
That's another good example of a pseudo-Catholic. You know, what's better to say that you're not a Jew than say I'm Iglesia. I'm a church.
No, that was the only name not claimed to be Sephardic on the.
So I actually have, in my experience, have had people say that to me, you know, amongst, you know, the Santa Cruz. So there is, funnily enough, the Santa Cruz family, but that appears to be related to Agadir in Morocco more than anything.
Thank you. I mean, that's just, we've sort of bombarded you, and you've found answers to virtually everything, which is really impressive. So thank you very much. I would like to just say that if people sort of want some research help from Michael, they can find him on the Hollander Was website. Just search on Google. Tom, would you like to close matters?
Yes. Thank you, Michael, for an excellent talk and for your general knowledge, which is being appreciated in the chat. And we thank our patrons who support us. We are forever grateful for them for making this possible. We thank our viewers on Facebook, and we hope to see you all next week. We don't have a speaker yet, so it will probably be one of us, David or me. And well, bye for tonight, and see you all.
Tom, you start with the
Welcome, everyone. This is Sephardic Pearl brought to you by the Sephardic Genealogical Society. We are thankful to our patrons who are here, who are helping us to keep this show on the road. We welcome also our viewers on YouTube. And today we have with us Maria van Dijk, who is a young, promising historian with a special interest in Jewish history and within Jewish history, above all Sephardic history. He has a degree in history from the University of Amsterdam. He edits Mishpoker, which is the magazine of the Dutch Circle of Society for Jewish Genealogy. So he's really busy and making his mark. He and I met for the first time online only 1.5 years ago. And he has been asking many questions to which I did not always have an answer. But it shows his curiosity. And that's the basis of the story. And today he will talk about the family Cohen class. I myself researched our family a long time ago. And there was this enigma about Joshua Cohen Rodriguez. He disappeared from the earth, and I was never able to find out where we went. So we also died a miserable death somewhere. But Jair tracked him down, and today we will talk about John's research. It's amazing. Welcome, Jair.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you very much for those kind words. It's amazing. Thanks for together organizing this
And I'm very happy to speak here, and thanks for all the people who are here joining my own family, which is very nice. So let's just get started, I guess. So indeed, as Tom said, last year I've been researching the Cohen Rodriguez family with Joshua Cohen Rodriguez as the main character of this research. Just to make sure that the man in the picture is not Joshua Cohen Rodriguez himself, it's his son, one of his many children actually, and we'll talk about that later. Because Joshua died in 1845, and of course commercial photography was not really a thing yet by then. So let's just get started. Yeah, so let's start at the beginning, how I came across the Cohen Rodriguez family and the story of Joshua. I study indeed Jewish studies at the University of Amsterdam, and I kept myself busy with an article about Aaron Cohen. He was not a rabbi in Amsterdam, but more like a malud, a good term for a teacher of religion. And he was a teacher at the Etzchaim Seminary of the Portuguese Jewish congregation in Amsterdam. And well, what makes this man so famous is that he was the first one, for example, to preach in Dutch, basically in the whole of the Jewish Netherlands, instead of the common traditional Portuguese and Spanish Iberian languages that rabbis and preachers had to speak during their religious sermons within the synagogue. So Aaron Cohen Carolyon was very much into the emancipation and the integration of Dutch Jews in the Netherlands. But he said, it doesn't make sense because we're now already, for over 200 years, we're in the Netherlands, us Sephardic Jews, and we are now equally Dutch citizens since 1796, sorry. So we also have to speak the Dutch language, and only a couple of people still remain speaking the Iberian languages fluently. So, well, I started learning a lot about Aaron Cohen Carolyon, and I know he married in 1807 to Miriam Cohen Rodriguez. So that's how the name actually first appeared. And when you research someone like this, you of course you want to know everything about him, and you come across interesting facts. Just like in 1830, when Cohen Carolyon becomes the guardian over some of the minor children of his brother-in-law, Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, so the brother of his wife Miriam. And I was starting to wonder, like, what happened to these orphans, because I couldn't find any death certificate or evidence that the father died. And I knew the mother had died of these children. So I was like, why does Aaron Cohen Carolyon become the guardian of these children? And, yeah, that's how it basically started with the story of Joshua. And here in this Dutch advertisement, you can see that Miriam Cohen Rodriguez places advertisement in memory of her husband who died. And on the right, you can see a Dutch document that basically explains the guardianship of Carolyon and another uncle of these minor children. So, yeah, let's go to the next one. Okay, so a bit about Joshua Cohen Rodriguez himself, a bit of information. He was born in Amsterdam on the 9th of July, 1785. And he was the son of Moses A. Cohen and Paloma, Duifje in Dutch, Cohen Rodriguez. His father's family, the A. Cohen family, originally came from, first from the Iberian Peninsula, of course, but they came through Hamburg. That's what Tom told me actually. And so Joshua died in Manhattan, in New York, on the 30th of March, 1845. As I said, they had a civil marriage on the 3rd of June, 1808, and 1 month later, they had their chuppah, the religious Jewish marriage, on the 1st of July, same year. Joshua was like, I think a merchant is already too big of a word phrase. He basically was on the market with all kinds of stuff, selling everything he could sell. And we know he also worked in a cafe to probably for drinks at the guests. He must have met a lot of interesting people there, because perhaps it's connected to his sudden departure to an unknown destination next. Yes. So just to give you a very brief genealogy, family tree of the Cohen Rodriguez family. Here, on the fourth of above, you can see Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, born 1785. He married to Esther Salom del Valle, if I pronounce it well. And just an interesting fact about Joshua's ancestry is that his grandfather was Abraham, born in around 1693 in Amsterdam, and he married Estrella Bassan, who was a very a member of the famous Bassan family, who had a lot of ties with Etz Chaim and had been students at Etz Chaim for many generations. But the same Abraham, a very wealthy man at that time still, he was, as I said, quite wealthy, so he had a maid, a help in the house. And that was an Ashkenazi woman called Sarah Princess, and perhaps you already have an idea what happened. Abraham got like a relationship with this Ashkenazi woman, Sarah Princess, and Duifje, Paloma, Joshua's mom, was born. So basically Joshua had one non-Sephardic Ashkenazi grandmother, if I say it well. Yeah. So let's continue. To tell you a bit about Joshua's upbringing and his siblings, his close family. We know he had more than one sibling, but for example, Abraham, his brother, was a very interesting personality also, because he was born in 1782. We know he was circumcised by Moses Castro, the Mohel at the time of the Portuguese occupation. He was a very poor man. He lived in very much poverty. And, we also know he was a bit of quite of a criminal. Because in, 1831, he was sentenced for 2 years of prison, and he had to pay a fine of 200 foreign guilders. And this was because of, in Dutch it's called opwekking en bevordering van ongebondenheid en onzedigheid, which basically translates to, don't help me out, like he did things with public indecency with young minors under the age of 21, most likely sexual relationships and stuff like that. So this already, you can imagine, this wasn't a very good thing for the Cohen Rodriguez family, and there were many criminals actually in this family. So the reputation of this family, for sure in the Portuguese community, in the Sephardic community, but perhaps even in Amsterdam, was declining very much at the beginning of the 19th century. So just so you have an idea of this family, for sure. Well, this is the building where Joshua's brother Abraham also was kept. It was like the house for the poor people, basically to keep them off the streets. So they started begging for money, and they were which the police didn't really like. But by the way, you see these trees on the left. That is right next to the Portuguese roadworks. Well, to show you the marriage then of Joshua Cohen. Here he still uses only the last name of Cohen from his father. He was 23 when he married in 1808. His address in Weesperveld, in front of the working house, assisted by his mother. So he married Esther Del Valle, 20 years old, which is interesting that Esther could write. I don't think that was very, very common at that time. And you see again the signs with Cohen instead of Rodriguez. So this is 1 month later. You see the ketubah. The ketubah was held in Amsterdam and done by Chacham David Cohen Azevedo, who was the chief rabbi of the congregation at the time. And again here he signs with Cohen instead of adding the Rodriguez. So Joshua, the Moses, Abraham, son of Moses. So you might have wondered in the meanwhile why he didn't add Rodriguez. Well, under the French influence in the Netherlands, every citizen of the Netherlands had to adopt a surname. Like it became a very centralized country finally. And so Joshua decided to combine two last names of his parents, his father Abraham and his mother Rodriguez. And that's how his name became Joshua Rodriguez. In this document on the left, you can see, let's see, he already had two children at that time, Moses, 3 years old, and Duifje, Paloma, 1 year old. Yeah, and he lives at the Prinsengracht, number 33, in Amsterdam, in the middle of the Jewish neighborhood. So from that time, you also see all his signatures are not just Abraham anymore, but Cohen Rodriguez. So a lot of children were born with Esther Del Valle and his marriage. To start with Moses, between 1809 and 1824, we have Moses, Duifje, Bathseba, Isaac, Rebecca, Marianne, and Solomon. Solomon being the youngest, being born in 1824. You see that some children were became only a couple of months old, and yeah, the others we can ultimately. So many children. So about his disappearance, to the point. It all starts with Joshua's oldest son, Moses. He was only 18 when he married an Ashkenazi girl, Marianne Preger, the daughter of Isaac and Louise Moses Preger Schnitzler, in Amsterdam. And they had to marry actually because Moses made Marianne Preger pregnant. And they still didn't marry. So there was a bit of a problem. To avoid any more scandal. They decided to marry as quick as possible. So that's probably why he was only 18. And 6 months after this marriage, so the marriage happened in December 1927, 6 months later, his father Joshua completely disappears. Nobody knew where he had gone to. And we tried to find out, So December 1827, and now we go to 23rd of July 1828, because Esther is kind of with the hands on her hair, like what should I do? And I'm with a lot of children here, and my husband left. What should I do? And we know that Esther had a great uncle who died in England in like the first years of the 19th century, so I don't remember very well, 1803, 1804, who left the whole family Del Valle, a very big, well, not very big, but some bit of a financial legacy, as happens often in the Portuguese community. So she writes to the Parnasim in Amsterdam, hello, since my husband is absent without having made any arrangement, I would like to have already my share in this legacy. I know I get it later officially, but since I'm in a bit of a tight situation, I hope you can help me with this. And yeah, the Parnasim completely understands, and they say, okay, you will get a bit of this share in it already now, so we can help raise your children with that. It's granted by the Parnasim. So we know that between December 27 and July 28, somewhere there, Joshua must have left his family. It's like a bit more than half a year, not very exact still, but nothing will get more precise on that. Second. Yeah. So another year later, in 1829, in March, I just asked Tom about this because it was a bit vague for me, but apparently the Parnasim of the Portuguese synagogue, once in a while, they just examined the incomes, the financial situations of their members, so they could see if they had to hire up the contribution they paid to the synagogue, the vintas. And sometimes they kept the numbers, the amounts were the same. Sometimes they needed to hire it up, and sometimes a little less because they lost their job.
And then something interesting is visible in this document. Because, for example, the Teixeira family, very famous, he paid €291.50 because he was a very rich man. But Joshua Cohen Rodriguez pays, well, he paid because he was out of the country. And it also says here, fora do terra, which is literal translation of out of the country from Portuguese. So we know that the Parnasim at least knew that he wasn't in the Netherlands at that time. So that is already quite interesting, I guess. So let's continue. We are now talking about March 29th. To make things even worse, Esther Del Valle, the mother of these children of Joshua, suddenly passed away in October 29 due to a breast illness. We don't really know exactly what it was, but it did mean that their children, Joshua's children and Esther's children, were practically left alone and orphaned. They had nowhere to go. Here we see the kind of death certificate of Esther. Of course, she was buried at Bethlehem Care. So what happens now is that the children are alone and they need to go somewhere because they cannot, they need guardians, let's say. So that is what happens. A couple of months later, in March from the next year, 1830, a family council in Amsterdam at the Justice of the Peace comes together to discuss the situation and to point out two guardians for his orphaned children, Joshua and Esther. So in this document, it says that the aforementioned Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, who was at the time a merchant in the Utrecht and had most recently lived in the city at the Weesperstraat in Amsterdam, he had moved away from his place of residence for 2 years now without having made anything further known about him, and whose existence of present residence is completely unknown. As a result of which, the exercise of any legal guardianship over this aforementioned, etc., etc. So, two guardians are being pointed out, as I said in the beginning, their uncle, Aaron Cohen Carillon, and guardian 2, the uncle obviously from the other side, Jacob Del Valle, the brother of their mom, Esther, who passed away. So far, so good. That's what we now know. So I started thinking, okay, this is all interesting, but we still don't know where Joshua went to. Let's say where his whereabouts. So in that case, in the Netherlands, when you do family tree research or historical research, it's always a very good idea when you're talking about after 1811 to look into we call it in Dutch the huwelijksbijlage, which basically means that when you marry someone, which you still have to do in the Netherlands, of course, you need to provide some documents, your certificate of birth, and perhaps if you're a minor, you need a document that shows your permission of your parents. And actually, one of these children of Joshua married at a very young age, and she needed permission from a father or a mother, or a guardian at least. So in this document, I found a bit more of a clue on Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, their father's whereabouts. Let me translate from Dutch very briefly. Because here it says, my father, Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, latest address here in Amsterdam, he left us for a couple of years ago, and he went to America, with the yellow stripe, the United States. So, and since then, I never ever heard of him ever again. So they did have a small idea, a very vague idea of where their father went to. So I'm curious if he had left a letter or whatever, but that's just speculating. So, well, now I had at least a bit of hope that I could find out where Joshua had gone to. I didn't really know how to continue the search because, I am not very familiar with American historical research or family tree research. And the US is huge, like it's quite a bit of a research area. He could have gone to New York, New Orleans, San Francisco. And there were sadly no further clues. I tried to family search to put in the name Cohen Rodriguez, but he could have changed his name, and I couldn't find anything on this name. So I just put the story aside, and I didn't really know what to do further. So I put it aside, and I basically gave up. Until a couple of weeks, I think, later, which was being bored, and I was scrolling through the digital letters received in the archives of Amsterdam. All the letters that were received by the Parnassine from like 1820 until 1870 or something. And I was just scrolling and scrolling, and suddenly I came across this letter, very interesting letter from New York, dated April 1845, which was written by the shamash, like the sexton, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, of the Shearit Israel synagogue in New York. I won't read it completely, but it basically informs the Parnassine in Amsterdam that a Dutch guy had passed away in their community in New York called Mr. Joshua Cohen Rodrigo. Well, in yellow, it says basically that he was born in Amsterdam and living in the States for the last 20 years. And the guy writes to the Parnassine in Amsterdam to say, is there anyone like an older son who can say Kaddish and come to the United States? Because we know, he says, that he had children left in the Netherlands. And which is also fascinating is that he explains that he got another wife in the United States and 6 children. So he basically started a new life in the United States. Well, he also says Rodrigo has earned his living very well for years, but in the last 3 years, he has lost everything, although no one knew it until after his death. Well, finally, he writes that he died a Jew and was buried in a Portuguese cemetery of which community he was a member for several years. So all a little bit of new clues, in which I could probably work with, find hopefully some more information about his adventure, even his American dream, let's say. Well, and then it was written by David Phillip, with the address of the streets, etc. So that, and then I immediately started writing Zachary Ademir, if I'm pronouncing it right, who was like the archivist of the Shearit Israel congregation in New York. And I said, okay, so I know that at this date, a guy called Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, or Rodrigo, whatever you want to say, he died in New York within your this Shearit Israel congregation. Can you find something in the books of the congregation, the archives of that? And indeed, he found his name. Here you see it in blue, Joshua Rodriguez, actually. His address, his residence, his age, where he was from, and that he died of a congestion of the brain. So it's not a lot of information, but at least we know that he was part of the Shearit Israel community. So altogether, summarized in a brief way, what do we know by now? Well, Joshua abandoned his family in 1828 before the passing of his wife, Esther. He migrates to the United States. He settled in New York, became a member of Shearit Israel, got in, well, at least a relationship with him. We don't know yet if he married, but he got children with someone else. We know his date of death. We know he was buried the next day after his death at the Jewish cemetery of Shearit Israel. And yeah, that he died of something in his brain. Well, so again, as I said, I don't really know how to start with American historical research, and also the distance doesn't make it very easy. So I again tried with this new information to search a family search, but still I couldn't find anything. Like, it turned out to nothing, only a census in which Joshua was mentioned, but it didn't say anything about other children or another wife. So again, put it aside, we looked at it for a long time, and then I went on a nice holiday in Greece, was sitting with my wine, and then I was looking again for the letters received at the Parnassine, but just a couple of years later, in 1869. Not even with the idea of trying to find this, I was just bored and looking for the documents as I like that. And then suddenly I stumbled upon this letter, written 23 years after Joshua's death, in an English letter, written in English language. Here you see it. So it was written in Newark, New Jersey, September 27, 1869. And perhaps it's easier if we do it like this. So, dear sirs, will you be kind enough to see if any of the children of the late Joshua Rodrigo are alive in the city of Amsterdam? I learned that his son, Moses, his oldest son, is still alive, and that he had other children. I do not know their names, but Joshua Rodrigo was my father. He has been dead for 23 years. I'm now 30 years old, and my father was a Portuguese rabbi and preached in your city and also in Philadelphia, USA. So basically, I asked if any of my father's children in Amsterdam are alive. Would you be so kind to see them and get one to write to me? I will tell them all about their father and my father. Do this as I cannot do it myself. Well, I'm living in New York, etc., etc. So this is very fascinating. I can imagine my response when I accidentally found this. So we now have an address. We have a name. He claims to be the son of Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, which is apparently changed into Rodrigo, quickly in the United States. So yeah, now I could start searching like more precise, with a more like exact location instead of New York or basically the whole of the United States. So I again started to use family search, but now with the city of New York, and I found a name, John Alexander Rodrigo. But as you see here, it was the author is said to be J. Alfonso Rodrigo. So I was like, okay, curious. Maybe I cannot imagine it's someone else actually, but just to check, I contacted the archivist in New Jersey to see if there was anyone living at Washington Street 296 in New York with the name of Rodrigo. And indeed, John Alexander, so not Alfonso, was living there in 1869. Perhaps he just changed his name into Alfonso to sound more Portuguese or Sephardic. He probably didn't know a lot. He didn't have a Jewish upbringing and he wanted to sound more to the Sephardic. So, well, we identified one American child of Joshua. So, a bit about the author. I want to know more, and I start looking, and I have his birth date and his day of the passing and stuff like that. I know he's the son of Joshua Rodrigo and a non-Jewish woman called Elizabeth Hunt, who was actually part of the Mennonite church in America. And in 1859, the author of the letter, John Alexander, married Mary Welshman, just an American woman who was non-Jewish and also part of the Methodist, Mennonite or Methodist, I don't know, church. And yeah, so they got 3 children, Ida, Elizabeth Rodrigo, Elmer, and Frederick, all born between 59 and 72. And also here on the left, you see the census of New York. And then you see here Elizabeth Rodrigo, so the mother of the family, Susan, Israel, Alexander, and Theodore. And Theodores are, Alexander and Theodore are twins. So, but where's like Joshua here in this census, you know? So all things started to come out a bit and to roll, and yeah. So I'm never such a big fan of family tree websites or historical websites where you need to pay for it. I'm only a student, you know. And, but in this case, I got so excited that I really wanted to try everything, and I went to Ancestry, which is great, especially with American or English family tree research. I found so I did that, and I immediately found a lot of more information about this American family of Joshua. As I said, I again couldn't find a marriage certificate, but he got children with Elizabeth Sharp, a Christian woman, and they got, as you already saw in the census, Susan, Sarah, Margaret, Israel, John Alexander, the writer of the letter, and Theodore, the latter two being twins. So Sarah and Israel, very Jewish names, but that was also very interesting in combination of all the other names were very just English names. So that he apparently got a completely new family in the United States. But I don't know if they like knew about their father, or if because it seems that he also left this American family, but we will continue with that later on. So this is the headstone, like the tombstone of Theodore Rodrigo, one of Joshua's children, in the United States, the twin brother of the author of the letter, John Alexander. And so they changed the name to Rodrigo, completely left out the Cohen. And, so on Ancestry, I also found a picture of the author of this letter, which was sent to the Parnassian, who actually just asked for a lot of more information about his half-siblings, in the Netherlands. So on the left, you see the author of the letter, John Alexander, with his wife, Mary Welshman, around 1863. You can see he's wearing a Civil War uniform, so he joined the army, and it was very special for me to see this face and to actually find a picture of him better. And then if you look at Ancestry, this is a bit how it looks. You see a picture that somebody apparently uploaded. So you can imagine that I was very curious who did that. Well, but now I had an account, I had a paid account, I could do whatever I want. So I started to send a message to everyone who liked the post, who uploaded the post, who saved the post, like saying, hey, I'm Yair van Dijk, I'm interested in the story. Are you perhaps related? Do you know someone who is related? Well, so, and then it became even more excited. But about that contact, I will talk later, because I got a lot of messages from both people. But in the meantime, I got another email from this archivist in New Jersey saying that Joshua had also left his wife in the United States, this Elizabeth, non-Jewish woman. Because in New York, he also started a family. You have New York, you have New Jersey. They're very close to each other relatively, but still different things. So archives tell us that he lived together and got children with another woman called Mary Sharp. And then he got Edward, George, Paloma, Frederick, Louis, and Rebecca. And I think it's also nice that there's a Paloma because his mother was Paloma. So he basically renamed his child after his friend or after his mother. So yeah, what happened here? Did he really leave this family and went from one to another to another? I actually found this out because there was a will written with a bit of money. As you maybe remember, the letter from the Shamash of Sherit Israel told us that Joshua had some money. He was not a very poor man. So there had to be some money shared among his children. And that's how I found out the names of this second family in New York. Because you can see that I, Margaret Rodrigo, here, widow, the city of New York. And then sees him surviving his widow and 6 children. Edward, George, Paloma, Louis, Frederick, and Rebecca Rodrigo. And $200, so it's not a crazy amount, but apparently it was something. So now, just to make it a bit clear, you see these 2 families. One with Mary Sharp and one with Elizabeth Hunt. And you can see, if you look at the dates, that here he got one son, Louis, for example, with the other wife, and he got another son, John Alexander, also in 1838 with another wife. So he probably just went from one to another, and he wasn't a very kosher guy, especially not because they were not Jewish. And so to come back to all the messages I sent on Ancestry to the people who saved this beautiful picture of the 2, I got a message from a great-great-granddaughter of John Alexander Rodrigo, the one in the Civil War uniform, the son of Joshua. And well, she was very enthusiastic. She was very kind of her, and we shared a lot of information and pictures that were being exchanged. I told her all the things I knew by now, and she told me the things she knew, which wasn't a lot, I can say. And yeah, it was also very funny because she was born in New Jersey still, but she lived in Spain. Basically went back to the US. And so that's, her name is Josephine Hickerson, by the way. I don't know if she's here now, but I sent her the link. Yeah, so she sent me this picture, beautiful picture of John Alexander's son, who is the daughter, sorry, in the middle, Ida Elizabeth, who was the granddaughter of Joshua, so the daughter of the author of the letter, with her two children. And, so it was a very beautiful picture. So now you have these two family lines. For example, John Alexander Rodrigo, the author of the letter, and just to give you an example, Joshua's youngest son, who always stayed in Amsterdam, left behind by his father, Salomon Cohen Rodriguez. So I told Josephine, the one who sent me the message, about these two family trees next to each other from the same dad, all the way separated by the ocean. And Hans Cohen Rodriguez is still alive, and Josephine is still alive. So I thought of how nice would it be if I could reconnect them with their long-lost ancestry, you know. And so that's what we did. We had a great lunch here. Well, I don't know if it was great, but Tony, you were there, and and we had Zoom with the Amsterdam descendants of Joshua and with the American descendants of Joshua, and we just started talking about the different histories. For example, the ancestors, they...
Er bevindt zich niemand in je contactenlijst met de naam Sam. Maar wel...
This my story went on another. So how do I get back? Here. Are you still hearing me? You all right? Yeah, okay. So we started talking about the different histories, the American non-Jewish relatives, descendants had fought. They went to Europe in the Second World War even to fight against the Nazis as American soldiers, you know. And yeah, we all know what happened to the Cohen Rodriguez in the Netherlands. Like at least 90% of them were killed in the Holocaust. So those are very weird, it's interesting parallels that were shared. And, so a lot of more pictures were shared, and this is also John Alexander Rodrigo, but on a later age. On the left, you see him with his medal from the Civil War, a proud man. And on the right, you can see him actually during that time. It's a very beautiful picture. And, so this was one of the sons of Joshua, who wanted to know more about his father. Yeah, so this is the medal you see on the left, by the way. Well, and they also told me, these descendants of this John Alexander Rodrigo, that he indeed was a Civil War soldier. He had a very interesting life. He was imprisoned in Libby prison. I don't know a lot about that history, but this prison is somewhere in the United States. I don't remember very well, but the building is demolished a couple decades ago. But his name, John Alexander's name, was still visible on the walls there, and they made a picture. It was very interesting to see. And to give you a little bit more information about the John Alexander is that here's his obituary from, I believe, 1900. Yeah. So he was a detective, actually, which very fits the writing of his letter to the Parnassine to know more about his father's whereabouts or his children, his half-siblings. He was police justice. He went into the army, as I said. He was educated in public schools. He was at the Battle of Seven Oaks during the Civil War. Libby prison in Richmond, Virginia, and all these interesting things. So that. Two more pictures. And stop showing this picture. Right? Basically taken in the 1890s, I think. And those are his children. So, yeah, as I already said, I already showed one picture of the woman on the left with her two children, but those are the others. So, Ida and something else which I thought was very, very interesting was that these American descendants of the Cohen Rodriguez family also in the 70s, in the 1970s, they had tried to, I mean, they were also curious, like, why do we have a Rodrigo name? We're from Spain, you know, it sounds a bit Iberian or like Spain, Portuguese. what happened. So a woman, like the grandmother of this Josephine, who reached out to me, she had done some research, went to the archives in New Jersey, and tried to follow the trace of her ancestor Joshua. And she wrote down her information, just like a lot of people were doing. And here it says, in the family it was said that Mr. Rodrigo, his name was not apparently then, was a Spanish Jew. I do not know for certain that he was a Spanish Jew, but I'm inclined to believe that he was. A Rodrigo descendant said that she was told by a relative, but I do not know who the relative was. So it's all very vague. And in the family, it was said that he left his family and returned to Spain, which is a very naive thought, but interesting. It was said that a family named Rodrigo was among the Spanish Jews who fled to Holland during the persecution. So there are some matching things, but it's all very, fake. And another great grandson of Joshua Rodrigo, called Frederick Rodrigo Gruber. Yeah, Gruber. He became actually a very, at his time, he used to be an artist for newspapers. He used to draw the illustrations in the newspaper. And I think in the 1970s, there was a biography published about this artist. And it also says a little bit about his roots, so about the Rodrigo family. It says he was born in Philadelphia, well, his father, and then his mother, Rebecca Rodrigo, was of Spanish lineage, and her father had fled from the political unrest in Europe in 1848, settling first in Cincinnati and then in Philadelphia, which is completely very interesting to think that he came in 1848. Okay. But what is true is that Rebecca's father, Joshua, ran an artificial flower manufacturing concern. And I think that is very interesting because Joshua Cohen Rodriguez, or Rodrigo, when he went to the United States and lived in New York, he actually had a little store in artificial flowers. And also when you go to the census of, for example, let's see, Philadelphia, you see that some of his children, Joshua's children, ran shops in artificial flowers. So there's for sure something similar there. And there you see Paloma, Frederick and Paloma flowers. Interesting. Okay, so to go now to what happened to the Amsterdam children, we're almost at the end now, of Joshua Cohen Rodriguez is also interesting because they were raised in foster families, they were raised at uncles and stuff like that. The youngest son, Solomon, was raised at a Portuguese, like a Sephardic member of the synagogue, who was, I think, even part of the group of Parnasim. And yeah, here you see all their signatures, which I think is very, very interesting. Because Solomon, the youngest son of Joshua, was still a minor at this time. Carol signed for him, as you see. This was all about this money legacy that was left from their mom's side, David Mercado. Yeah, so the children were educated at the public Portuguese school for the poor. In 1829, you see they were admitted. You see Rebecca from Joshua Cohen Rodriguez and Solomon, the two youngest children, and their age, 8 years old and 6.5 years. And, yeah, so they did actually get some education. One of Joshua's children, Mariana Cohen Rodriguez, she was also very poor. She was also arrested for begging for money. Because, she really didn't like her guardian, her uncle, Aaron Cohen Corleone, because every time the children got tzedakah, or some financial benefit from their ancestry, like the financial legacy of their great uncle, Corleone, the guardian, didn't give the children anything. So they didn't have a really great relationship with the guardian. And so on a point, Mariana Cohen Rodriguez, just leaves the city after she was released from prison for begging for money. And yeah, here we see that she also became Christian, or like godsdienstige gezindheid means religion, state of religion, gereformeerd, which means Protestant. So I'm curious what happened there, but that we don't really know. Perhaps she wanted to become part of the church or to get some more financial benefits. Yeah, so here you see more about Marianne Cohen Rodriguez. She was sent to the colony of the Netherlands, which was basically a prison. And yeah, later on, if she converted or not, she died in this kind of prison for poor people, only 37 years of age. She was buried at the Jewish cemetery, but that's also not very. There are documents that say she was, but it's also weird because in some documents she's mentioned Christian, but she has no headstone, so we cannot really say about that. Here she's mentioned Neister means seamstress. Her face is oval, eyes are brown, nose is big, all things like that. It's very, gives us a more detailed description of her. So the oldest son of Joshua, Moses Cohen Rodriguez, also imprisoned for I don't know. Breaking the law. Yeah, basically for breaking the law. That's how you can say it. Together with another Portuguese Jew, Salomon de Sola, the punishment was 1 year in prison and a fine of 25 guilders. So he stayed a long time in the house of arrest in Alkmaar, down in the Netherlands. And after his Ashkenazi wife that we saw in the beginning, Marianne Kreger, died, he remarried a good Portuguese Jewish woman, Miriam Montesinos, and they stayed together. Yeah. And this letter on the left, it shows that Moses Cohen Rodriguez, while he was in prison, Pesach occurred, Passover, and he needed some matzahs. So the prison writes a letter to Portuguese community saying, hey, we have this prisoner here, he's Portuguese Jewish, and we basically need some matzahs for him, so he can stay kosher. Well, Bathsheba, also a daughter of Joshua, she married to Jacob Pereira, and after her husband's passing, she was taken into the Portuguese Israelitisch Oude Vrouwen en Ziekenhuis, which was basically a Portuguese Jewish home for the elderly, and also used as a hospital. And together they didn't have any children. She died in 1892. I also wonder if all these children were in touch with their American relatives at the time, if she writing letters back. I doubt it. The youngest, last but not least, Salomon Cohen Rodriguez, who was only 4 at this at the time his father left him. He married Rebecca Sarfati, and most likely grew up in the family of Samuel Moses Henriques Coelho. As I said, quite a prominent member of the Portuguese community in the 19th century. He was part of the Parnassine, and perhaps therefore he was able to get some education more than his siblings. He was trained as a teacher at the Portuguese School for the Poor, the Arme School, as we call it. So yeah, that is basically the end of this fascinating Portuguese family history. It's just research into men, but also women who left their husbands and wives in the 19th century. It can be very interesting for me and for academic research, for example, and tells us so much about the social dynamics, and about how these women coped with this, horrible actions of their husbands, for example, and if they went to court, if they went to the Parnassine to get some money, and also it's interesting what happened to their husbands if they went out of the country or if they just went to another town in the Netherlands. And thank you all for listening, and it was great to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely awesome, incredible. Do you want to close your presentation, please?
Yeah. Let's see if we can the green button.
I think it's a red button.
Oh, it's the illustrative one. Yeah. Right.
That's brilliant. Thank you. That was both interesting and really enjoyable as well. You said that Alfonso self-described, which was Portuguese wrote to the Muhammad in Amsterdam, including saying that his father had been a rabbi. Does the reply from the Muhammad, does that survive in the Amsterdam Empire?
Sadly, it didn't. It only in the nocturnes, the nocturnes, is something that's very full. It is mentioned that they got this letter, and the only thing that is said about this particular letter is that they gave the letter to Moses, the son, and that's it. And then Moses can do whatever he wants. He can reach out or he can not reach out. So we don't know if they actually got in touch with each other. Well, it would have been nice to know, but
yeah, they just didn't want to get involved. So it was very
perhaps because the Shamash in the beginning, this Shiarit Israel man actually invited them to come to New York. And also, it would be crazy if that actually happened. But I doubt it.
It's strange that if the Dutch family knew that he went to America, that there seems to have been no attempt to contact. We would have thought perhaps that the Amsterdam congregation would have written to Shia Israel or some such.
Yeah, again, we don't really. It's also very fascinating that this letter from the sexton of the Shiarit Israel community was written in Dutch. So, how some coincidence that is actually, yeah, there's so many things that we probably even know.
And how did the various families react to this?
So they were luckily very enthusiastic, as I said, because it's quite something. I'm emailing them saying, hey, I'm this random guy, and basically traced back the whole family into the 1600s. And because they were so stuck in the 70s, they couldn't find anything. They thought he went back to Spain or that he was really Spanish. And so it was some closure, I guess, to the research of their grandmother. And it was said that she already passed a long time ago, because she was always very busy with it. It was very funny and coincidental that two families, as well as in Amsterdam, as well as in the United States, were trying to find this link, what happened to this communal, like this, their shared ancestor. And after so many years, they finally got to know even each other and to talk with each other. Yeah, they reacted very well. It was really great. Also, how they shared their pictures without any hesitation, that I was willing to mention them in an article. It was great. Yeah.
It's also interesting to see so much criminality, because normally when we look at the Portuguese Jews, we focus on the grandeur and the merchants and all the rest of it. And just see that they are normal people.
Yeah, exactly. That there were just indeed basic people that were very poor and tried to provide a family, no matter, although Joshua didn't really do that. But well, he made a lot of new families, but I don't know if he really took care of them very well. But,
how old was he when his last child was born?
So he was born in 1785, and his last child was born in 1824. So you can count from it.
Did he ever name one of his American children after his first wife, Esther?
Again?
His first wife was Esther Belvire.
Yeah.
Did he ever name one of his American children after Esther?
No, he didn't. He did rename one of his children to his mom, of course, like Paloma. And I know there was an Israel as a son, a Rebecca. And it was also interesting because, of course, Joshua's mom was called Paloma, but in Amsterdam, Joshua also had earlier he got a child called Paloma, but she only became a couple of years old. But also that he renamed his American child to this young, passed away childhood.
Bruce?
Yair, thank you so much for this. As someone born and raised in Philadelphia with family who emigrated from Amsterdam and Hamburg, I guess, before then. I wonder what kind of insight you had about the Philadelphia Dutch community, supportive community, because some of what the flower shop, as I noted, was located, excuse me, about 2 blocks or 3 blocks from the Liberty Bell. So it's a very downtown kind of marketplace area with cobblestones and stuff. And still to this day, very near where the American flag was woven to a bit created for the colonists. So why all these Sephardic Jews in Philadelphia? Why was Philly a place they went to? We see Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot about the Portuguese Jews in Philadelphia. I know, Tom, you probably also know that there was a Sephardic congregation in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
And it's also interesting that in this letter from his son, John Alexander, it's mentioned that my father was a Portuguese rabbi who also preached in Philadelphia. So there should, perhaps in the archives of the congregation there in Philadelphia, one could find still something about him, but I think this was enough for me about him. So yeah, about this time in Philadelphia, I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know anything. Just that he was.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation, which was fascinating, and your brilliant detective work. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about, two questions about names. One is the Cohen, which I wondered what you can say about the use of the before Cohen. Was this common in Dutch names at that time? And I'm asking because we're attempting to do the transcription of the Mark's synagogue records in London, and the name Cohen comes up sometimes as 2 separate words. Sometimes it's one, and sometimes it's Cohen. And I wondered whether there was any use of it, such as in the German use of zu with a name to suggest a title.
Yeah.
No, I also noticed that the accent is wrong for it to be French.
Very good question indeed. And David, please correct me if I'm wrong. But so basically, Bernard, your question is why is it sometimes Cohen and why is it sometimes Cohen? Well, it's like you have these names like also mentioned in the Portuguese days, Alevi, you have just Levi. You have Katan and you have Akatan. I believe it's just from the Hebrew word Ha, like the priest, Ha Kohen, and like the Portuguese Jews tend to not say, of course, the H and sometimes the U. So I think it just became like Kohen, Alevi, and Akatan instead of Halevi and Kohen. But that's also interesting because if you see, for example, somebody in the Ketubah who is named Kohen in like normal Latin letters, let's say, the Hebrew is with an A, so it's so that's why I'm pretty sure I'm.
Thanks. So I had been assuming that, but I hadn't seen it with an A with an accent on. And so I wondered if it was a kind of pretentiousness. The other thing is, another main question was about the name Cadillon, and I wondered where that had come from.
Yeah, if we only knew. That's a question which I'm also much struggling with. Like it's, as I said, a very fascinating personality, and I love studying about him. And I'm planning to write my master's thesis probably also about this person. But it's the same story with Joshua Cohen Rodriguez. Before 1812, before the mandatory adoption of the last names in 1812 in the Netherlands, Aaron Cohen Karoyon was just called Aaron Cohen. And then suddenly he thinks, let's just add the Karoyon. And nobody liked it.
Thank you. And just one other thing, I think we are 6 cousins once removed.
Oh, are we?
I think so. If you have I'll tell you that later. I put it in the chat.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, it's I'm now very, very curious. But it's
Okay.
We'll do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Rowan,
Yeah. First of all, my congratulations is fantastic. I also have a question about things. You may have already known that I was going to ask this question. Yair and I have had some correspondence, and one of the things he asked me is, are there any Correa Rodriguez in Curacao? And I went looking into the records here. And indeed, there's a Correa Rodriguez in Cuba that were buried inside or buried, I believe, it was 1723 or 1724. That did not surprise me. What surprised me is that in your presentation, you actually say that that he actually used the last name Agoren and added Rodrigo to it. But that was very after 1720, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just know that Joshua Cohen Rodriguez was born in 1765, indeed. After 1812, his name was in Amsterdam was Cohen Rodriguez, which is still being used here in the Netherlands at some people.
But apparently it existed also 100 years before, in 1703, when the other two were buried here.
Yeah, for sure. So it must have been like the brother of his first. I don't know. I didn't look into it. It must be family, I'm sure. Well,
Don't forget to look into it.
yeah. I
And
will.
that's what you did great.
Thank you so much. Okay. Any more questions?
Yeah, I can't figure out how to raise my hand. I asked the question. Davis?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
good for
Yeah, that was fantastic. Really, first class historical research. And we share your disdain for secondary sources. But there's no reason why secondary sources can't be used as a finding aid, right? To get you to the primary sources. And there's no more primary source than finding the family, as far as I'm concerned. So that's really brilliant work. As opposed to both, you have the qualities of being an historian, but also a very agreeable personality, which is a very important part of this, an underestimated part of this job. Now, everybody who's on this knows that I have that I'm no archivist. I leave that to Ton and David, but I do get involved in the using genetics to tease out the commonalities among various Western Sephardi families. And so there was a discussion about, we've tested the Cohen Enriquez family, and I think there was a great discussion about the Cohen Azevedo family. And one of the things we were able to tease out, that you can't tease out through records, is that they were the same family before the exile. And we've been able to do that with other families as well. And I'd be interested in doing that with the Rodrigo and Rodriguez families at our expense, if you're interested.
Well, definitely. I don't know if he is still here, but Jeroen Corporal, he told me he would be in the Zoom, but he is also a descendant of
So we're looking for the males who carry the surname, because the autosomal is interesting, but actually the autosomal in this case would work, because it's only talking about 3 or 4 generations back, right, to maybe 5 tops, which is certainly within the realm of autosomal research to be able to prove not sanguinity, but what we're really interested in is the origins of the family, in Portugal.
Yeah.
And so we'd be very happy to engage the Rodrigos and Cohen Rodriguez. And I looked on Gini.com, and I saw that Moses had 5 living descendants who would qualify. Moses was the son, right, of the oldest son. Yeah, you're right. And he had about half dozen living descendants in Holland, at least according to the Gini website. And we were working with you to see how the origins of the Cohen Rodriguez's became the Colin Rodriguez, going back to Portugal. So if that's something that interests you, we'd be very happy to look into that.
Yeah, exactly. I also thought of like doing it. It would be great if the American descendants and Dutch descendants would do a DNA test, and I'm sure there's some similarities. But
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We'd be happy to do that. So, David, you can send me your email address.
Yes.
And we'll be in touch. Be great.
About the Cohen family, before Joshua Cohen was the place, I have a hunch that they were battlegrounders. That they were fugitives from the Balkan when the war broke out there. And part of these battlegrounders came to Amsterdam, and another section came to Hamburg.
Is that like the Belenfantes? The Date Paul
That's Belenfantes, like other families.
So we'll see that in 10 seconds, Simon, when we look at the concept. Okay. Well,
That
sounds
would be nice if that could be confirmed.
Thank you.
No more questions? Maybe you?
I think there are some questions in the chat. Raymond says, are you a Joshua Rodriguez, second husband of Rachel Adam Kerry Ido? Rachel Adam Carrido, Joshua Adam Carrido, married into my mom Angie's family. Is this Joshua? Not approximately the end of the 19th century. I'm sorry, Tom, I can't. So do you know if your Joshua is related to the Carrido family?
yeah, exactly. I see the question here. Are you
Hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I know the Carrido family, but I've never seen any connection with Joshua so far. So it would be great if there would be a person with it. Yeah. No, I don't know anything about it.
Harriet tells us that Libby Prison is in Richmond, Virginia. Yeah, true. Bruce Libby has lots of relations from people. Israel, well, that's the opposite of Philadelphia. Mikveh Israel and Philadelphia also has contacts with the older Mikveh Israel in Curacao, which also supported the Philadelphia congregation financially, to Emmanuel. And also lots of congratulations in Facebook chat. I'm not sure about muted, as I said, Professor Paul Wallet is from us. YouTube.
Really?
No, thank you. That was really entertaining and really brilliant research as well. It's very, very well done. And obviously, we would speak to us in the future. So we close the meeting. Just let everyone know that in 2 weeks, our speaker will be Leah Dacheva, Bulgaria. And next month, we are going to have an update on the Portuguese nationality law, which is frankly even more complex than what we've just heard. I have no idea what's going on there. Thank you, Yaya, so much for such a brilliant and well-done presentation. And Tom, would you like to?
Yes. Thank you all for watching. This was Sephardic Build Review by the Sephardic Genealogical Society. We are very grateful to patrons who are with us here on Zoom, who make all of this possible. Otherwise, there will be no meeting today. We thank our viewers on YouTube. Our meeting will be visible from, I think, tomorrow on YouTube, should you wish to see it again. And a special thanks to Yair, and we hope that he will be back with us in the future to share more research. It was a fascinating talk, and yeah, we should like to see him back. Thank you all, and have Sephardic Genealogical Society. And today, our guest speaker is Heide Wank. Heide was born in Hamburg and studied Semitic language at the University of Amsterdam. In 2012, she started working at the library at Chaim, which is housed in the synagogue, the Portuguese synagogue of Amsterdam. It's the oldest still functioning Jewish library in the whole world. She was appointed curator of Chaim in 2016, and she is currently writing a dissertation with the title "The Amsterdam Hebrew Printing Industry and the Impact of Intellectual, Economic, and Religious Developments on Hebrew Printing." We are very proud to have Heide on the program, and she will take us on a tour through the beautiful manuscripts and printed books held in Amsterdam's Chaim Library. Heide.
Thank you very much, Tom, for this introduction. I will share my screen now. I hope that it works. So I hope that you all can see my screen now. Today I would like to tell you something about the manuscript culture of the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam. And I also want to give you an idea of the challenges Jewish printers in Amsterdam faced from within their communities and how they interacted with different professional and social environments. And I will do that by showing you some manuscripts, printed books from the collection of the library at Stanley Museums here in Amsterdam. And as Tom said before, the history of the library goes back more than 400 years to the year 1616. It's the oldest active Jewish library in the world. And to understand what makes the collection of the library so unique, I would like to start by giving you some background on the history of the settlement of Portuguese Jews here in Amsterdam. For that, I will go back to the Iberian Peninsula to explain in a nutshell, because I'm sure that you know the history. I will explain the difference between the Eastern and the Western Sephardic diaspora, because this defines the nature of the congregation in Amsterdam and the collection of the libraries. It's very important. So I will start by showing you this map that and I will show you that the years 1492, the expulsion from Spain, and 1536, the imposition in Portugal, actually led to two different flows of refugees, and with that to two parts of the Sephardic diaspora. In 1492, many Jews fled from Spain to northern Africa and the eastern part of the Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, Italy, and Greece. Many went to Portugal hoping to stay out of the hands of the Inquisition, but that plan didn't work out. In 1497, the Jews in Portugal were also forced to convert, and 1 year later, there were no Jews left on the Iberian Peninsula. When the Inquisition in Portugal was formally established in 1536, the Jews from Versos by that time fled back to Spain and to the western part of the mainland, to France, Antwerp, Amsterdam, and later Hamburg and London. In Spain, this group was called Portuguese Jews, and those are the people who came to Amsterdam and were also called Portuguese Jews here. So, in general, we can say that the eastern part of the Sephardic diaspora, the Ottoman Empire, consisted of Jews, whereas the western part, Antwerp, Amsterdam, Hamburg, London, consisted of conversos. Why is this important? Because in the eastern parts there was a continuity of Jewish tradition, and in the western part, for example in Amsterdam, there was no continuity. So in Amsterdam, the Jews had to start from scratch, learning about Jewish tradition, custom, and identity. So Amsterdam was focused on a converso community, and that focus defines the character of the collection of Etzrim. It is the library of the school of the congregation and reflects the need for education. Jews settled in the city of Amsterdam in the spring of 1593, when the first conversos arrived in Amsterdam from the Iberian Peninsula. The first services took place in private houses, and in 1602, the first Sephardic synagogue and congregation was built, Beit Yaakov. Two other congregations were founded in 1608, Neve Shalom, and in 1618, Beit Israel. These three congregations merged into one called Talmud Torah in 1639 and gathered in the building of Beit Israel. And you see this building here on a copper engraving by Remainder Holger. For many generations, those newcomers to Amsterdam had been silenced by the Inquisition on the Iberian Peninsula and had been cut off from active Jewish life. They had to find a Jewish identity, so education was of the essence. Therefore, not only a synagogue was built to hold regular services, also a school and a library were established in 1616. And over time, both were called Etzrim. In 1675, the Portuguese synagogue was inaugurated. The congregation moved to its present location. This is Etzrim. It is on the premises of the Portuguese synagogue, and it is part of the Jewish cultural quarter in Amsterdam. The synagogue is lit by, so this is the interior of the synagogue, is lit by candlelight, and there's no electricity or heating. So if you have a chance to come to Amsterdam, you really have to visit this. It is beautiful. Since its foundation, the library at Spain has always employed a librarian, and by far the most influential of these was David Montesinos, who served the library for 50 years. He also had a private book collection, and in 1889 he decided to give his collection to Ed Spain. So the library is now much bigger, from that time on much bigger the collection than it was before that. We found we really wanted the library to always have the name Ed Spain Livare Montesinos, which is the official name now. Well, for librarians, I don't know if there are any librarians in the audience, but have a look at the stove and the inkwells on the table. It really is a nightmare for every curator in our days. Times have changed, but the collection survives. Today, the library holds about 600 manuscripts and 23,000 printed books, and is the oldest active Jewish library in the world. Like we said before, more than 400 years old. It is mainly a research library for scholars from around the world. And just to give you an idea of the books that we have, of the collection itself, as well as Hebrew books, the collection contains many Portuguese and Spanish manuscripts and printed works. In general, Spanish was the language of the literature, and Portuguese was the language for everyday life and the administration of the congregation. Ladino was never spoken in the Portuguese congregation in Amsterdam, because it's the language of the first wave who fled Spain as Jews, so the Eastern Sephardic diaspora. This is the book from the collection of the library that was printed when the Portuguese synagogue was inaugurated in 1675. The inauguration actually took 8 full days. And in it, we have 3 copies of it. In one of the copies, there also is a little manuscript with a list of costs of building. which is very, very interesting because it really gives you an idea also about the people that were working on building the synagogue. And it's really interesting to read also the people who financed it and who had the most money and who laid the cornerstones. The first sermon was held by Rabbi Chacham, or Chief Rabbi Isaac Fonseca. He also took the initiative to build the Portuguese synagogue in 1671. The congregation was growing and really needed a bigger synagogue. What you also find in the same book is this engraving of the inauguration ceremony. And what you see here is a procession with at its head Chacham Isaac Fonseca. You have to believe me because it's very difficult to see, but because he was the chief rabbi, it was an honor for him to be the first to bring the Torah scroll to the ark with the Torah scrolls. And what you also see here at the front are festively dressed burgomasters, women, and aldermen of Amsterdam, who were all invited and were very curious of what was happening inside. And they saw that there was building was going on. It was a very big synagogue, so they really wanted to see what was going on inside as well. Especially in the first half of the 17th century, rabbis from the eastern part of the Sephardic diaspora came to Holland. Names like Joseph Pardo from Venice, Judah Vega from Constantinople, Isaac Osiel from Fez, and Salvi Motera, very famous from Venice. And these rabbis who didn't have a converso background corrected, so to speak, the Catholic elements and took care of the uniform rules according to Halakha, the Jewish law. And Venice played a very important normative role in it, as was the religious authority for the Amsterdam Jewish community. It had a kind of institutional continuity that served as a seal of quality for Amsterdam, so very important for Amsterdam. And that correcting the Catholic elements was indeed necessary was clear from the very beginning, because the newcomers to Amsterdam called the Matzes the Holy Bread, and Purim they called the Feast of the Holy Esther. So you can see that there were a lot of Catholic elements in their tradition. Also, recent research has shown that the Jews on the Iberian Peninsula only encountered rabbinic Judaism relatively late, and again, because of the Inquisition, there was no continuation of this. I will come back to that point later on. So here in Amsterdam, immediately education was provided for the newcomers to close the gap of the many generations of conversos who knew little about their own Jewish tradition. And this is the former classroom of Elstein. It's now the Winter Synagogue. And this is a classroom from the year 1675 onwards, when after the Portuguese synagogue was inaugurated. Starting with the Hebrew alphabet until the highest Talmud studies, also the Trivium, so grammar, rhetoric, and logic, essential to classical education, was part of the curriculum. And also secular subjects that were not on the curriculum in other Jewish schools in Europe, like didactic poetry, for example. And special attention was given to translations from and into Spanish, because Spanish was the literary language of the conversation. The school was seen as unique in the Jewish world in the 17th century and impressed and moved many visitors, especially because of the excellent quality of the curriculum. The focus of the Portuguese congregation on learning Torah before the rabbinic text impressed many visitors, especially from Eastern Europe. And we know this from an eyewitness account book, it's called Schnelle Vortrag, in our collection, written by Jesaja Horbitz and printed in Amsterdam in 1648 and again in 1695. In an appendix to this book, Rabbi Amodim, written by Jesaja's son, Shabtai Shefter Horbitz, he praises the educational system of the school at Tzfayim, and I quote, "I saw there," which is at Tzfayim, "that little children learned Torah, and after that the rest of the Bible, then Mishnah, and only when they are 13 years old they learn to read the Talmud. With tears in my eyes, I wondered why we don't do this in our congregation." This is very likely Prague. May this tradition spread through the whole Jewish world. So the educational system at the school at sea was very, very special. Even in the 17th century, it was really seen like that. And the book Schnelle Fabrik is one of the most important ethical works for Ashkenazi Jews. On the title page, we see Moses and Aaron, King David with the harp, and most likely King Solomon. And next to it, I put an image made by the same engraver for the famous Amsterdam that printed in 1695, which also is in our collection. And this is colored in by hand. It's a printed book. I would now like to show you some manuscripts from our collection. Ephraim holds about 600 manuscripts, and most of them were written in the 17th and 18th century. Printing with movable type was invented in 1450, and it is striking that in the Portuguese community in Amsterdam still so many manuscripts were produced. There were actually three, I think that there were three main reasons for this. And one is that this was a way to express identity. And from looking at our manuscripts, it becomes clear that the Iberian identity was very much cherished, which is interesting, and it would also would be very good to do some more research on it, because those people were driven from the Iberian Peninsula, but still very much cherished the Iberian identity. So these are examples of title pages of books that we have in the collection. You can really see this Iberian sentiment here, and all of them were written in Amsterdam, and all of the illustrations have a very distinct Iberian character. And to give you an idea, this is a slide with which I want to compare Islamic art from the 10th and 11th century with some details from our manuscripts. On the left, Medinat, the capital of Medinat Azahara. For example, it was a walled city, the administrative capital of Al-Andalus, close to Cordoba. And you can see that the inspiration for the illustrations of our title pages are very, very much drawn from that time and from those buildings and images. But also using particular script can express identity, like in the following example. And that is about the fact that the expulsion from Spain in the 15th century marked a change in focus. Messianism and apocalyptic thoughts became important. The Amsterdam community began to search for signs of when the long-awaited Messiah would come to bring them to the Holy Land. In the summer of the year 1665, the news arrived at Amsterdam that a man named Shabtai from Smyrna, now Istanbul, called himself the Messiah of the Jews. And in less than 6 months after his proclamation in July 1665, the world was at his feet. Gazettes and newspapers were printed, and eyewitness accounts and stories of miracles that had happened reached the city. Most Sephardic Jews in Amsterdam had families, business, or contacts in the Ottoman Empire, and received their information straight from the source. And when the letters from Nathan of Gaza arrived in Amsterdam, everything seemed to be confirmed. Ashkenazic and Sephardic Jews in Amsterdam sold everything, including their houses, and danced on the streets because they believed that the end of their exile was near. Even special prayer books were printed. You see one of those prayer books here with chapter 3 on his throne, printed in 1666. This book was printed by David de Castro Tartas, who also printed the book for the inauguration of the Portuguese synagogues in 1675. He really was traumatized when he found out that Shepherd was not the Messiah, and the word has it that he didn't print for a whole year after that episode. So he really was traumatized. We actually don't have very much traces of this messianic episode found in RNS theme. There seems to be evidence that this unfortunate chapter was best forgotten, but we do have a remarkable manuscript in the collection, and that is a letter that was written by 24 famous leaders of the Portuguese congregation in Amsterdam, who hailed Chapter 3 as Messiah. And this letter was sent, we know that, but never reached 3 as it became clear that he was not the Messiah. The letter had long been lost and only came back into the collection in 1933 when a German bookseller offered it to Ed Stein because he felt that it belonged there. And in my view, the fact that it only came back in 1933 in the 20th century saved it from the 17th century efforts to erase this piece of history, and it actually does give us a lot of information about how the people felt, the members of the congregation felt about this Messiah. The Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed IV, was not that happy with the proclaimed Messiah in his empire. He gave Tzvi the choice of shooting him with a bow and arrow, and if he survived, it would be a miracle, and then we would be absolutely sure that Tzvi was the Messiah, or converting to Islam. And Tzvi did convert to Islam. I always say he must have been a very practical man, because he don't think that he believed in a miracle, and he really left his followers worldwide traumatized, also in Amsterdam. His name became Aziz Mehmed Effendi. The letter was written in a script that was not contemporary. The writing style of this letter is a pre-expulsion Sephardic script. Nearly 200 years after the expulsion, which is very interesting because this letter is from 1666, and the script is much older. Why? Because it fitted neatly into the idea of the Sephardic roots and would have meant an immediate connection between Chapter 3 and the Amsterdam Jews. Chapter 3 also was Sephardic. And again, it expresses identity. I think that the congregation was very much aware that Chapter 3 would recognize this and would be able to read it, and that they would have an immediate connection with this man, which they really wanted. Apart from expressing identity, there is another reason for publishing a work only as a manuscript. And that is very interesting because this has to do with the strict policy of the Mahamat, the board of governors of the congregation in Amsterdam. Everyone who wanted to print a book needed their permission. And that led to a kind of self-censorship, internal censorship, you could call it as well, by circulating certain potentially controversial texts only in manuscript, because they knew that they wouldn't get permission to print a certain book. And a good example is a manuscript by Chacham Salevi Motera. He was born in Venice in 1596. He came to Amsterdam in 1616. and became rabbi of the congregation Beit Yaakov in 1618. In general, we can say that his approach to Jewish law was quite strict and very intellectual. And shortly before he died in 1660, he finished writing his magnum opus, Tratado da Verdade da Lei de Moses, in Portuguese, and it is a commentary on the Old and the New Testament. One of his goals is to convince the reader of the fact that the New Testament doesn't have a defined origin, and that they should believe in a religion that is only based on the Old Testament. His work was actually aimed at the Jewish reader, not at the Christian reader, but at the Jewish reader. And this work was never printed because it was openly challenging to the Christian faith, and he also knew that he would never get permission to print this work. Motera also seems to have had a sense of drama. Now the manuscript ends with the word mortal, death. You can see it here in the winter of 1660. And rumor has it that Motera wrote this word down, dropped the pen, and died. At least this is what I always think when I see this. we don't know, but he died in the year 1660. And soon after his death, so this work was written in Portuguese, soon after his death, his work was translated into Spanish with the title Providencia de Dios con Israel. And we have a couple of versions of this manuscript in the collection. All were copied by hand. Again, as a form of self-censorship, the work was never printed. The Mahamat, the final symbol, the members of the Board of Governors were very, very careful that no Jew would overstep the delicate boundary line so as not to offend the Christian sensibilities. But there is a third, completely different reason for the continuation of a manuscript tradition, and that is not limited to the Portuguese congregation. It has to do with fashion. Especially in the 18th century, there was a revival of people illuminated manuscripts, and these manuscript illustrations were influenced by the Amsterdam Haggadah, which you have seen before, printed in 1695. This is the title page of the Haggadah, of the Amsterdam Haggadah. And next to it, you see a manuscript title page of a Haggadah made by Nathan of Nazareth from Moravia in 1728. And as you can see, it is very much alike, especially the figures of Moses and Aaron. And so the Amsterdam Haggadah from 1695 really was the blueprint, so to speak, of the handwriting that you see on your right. And another example is this. These are the four sons in the printed Amsterdam Haggadah. These are the four sons in the Leipzig Haggadah from 1734 by Joseph van Leipzig. And he, it's very interesting to browse through that manuscript. He reinterpreted the Haggadah for his own time by depicting figures in 18th century European dress and surroundings. So if you have a look at the dresses, you can see what I mean. And these are the four sons in the manuscript of the Nazareth Haggadah. This actually is an exact copy of the Amsterdam Haggadah. You can see the two images on top of each other. And it's very interesting to see that the manuscript culture was influenced by the printed books in the 18th century. Before I tell you something about the print culture, I want to show you a beautiful piece in our collection which is not really connected to my subject today, but I will show you anyway because it's so beautiful and I hope you will appreciate that. It's an Omer counter. The 49 days between Pesach, that celebrates the liberation from slavery in Egypt, and Shavuot. until which Moses received the Torah. Those 49 days in between are called days of the Omer. The Omer is a certain amount of grain which was given to the priest in Jerusalem as an offering. And the Omer time actually is the harvesting time. And by counting the days at the time when there was not a set calendar yet, the workers in the field knew exactly when to come home to celebrate Shavuot. The Omer counters in general can have many shapes, and within the Portuguese congregation in Amsterdam, beautifully illuminated scrolls were kept in cabinets, and just a couple of those cabinets will still exist. I know of, I think about 5 in the world, maybe they are more, but just a couple are still, we still have. But this one is from the 18th century. The letters H, the letter stands for Omer, because for those of you who speak Hebrew, the Hebrew letter Ayin was always pronounced with an H in transcription. The S is Semana week, and the D is Dia. So in it you will find a little scroll in different, just turn it and you will have the 49 days until Shavuot. So let's now talk about Hebrew printed books in the Netherlands. The Hebrew books before 1627 in the Netherlands were exclusively printed for academic purposes at the universities of Leiden and Groningen by Christian printers for Christian scholars. And the Hebrew books for the Jewish congregation at that time came to Amsterdam from all important places, people from Italy, Constantinople, and Salonika. That means that all the books from before 1627, Hebrew books came from other places. The Portuguese congregation flourished and with the need for Hebrew books, transmitting ideas, thoughts, and concepts for a Jewish reader grew. In 1627, the first Hebrew book for the Jewish reader was printed. The printers owned independent printing shops, while at the same time they were active members of their congregation. And as a consequence of the strong connection of the printers with the congregation, their board of governors exercised authority of what was allowed to be printed. We read that earlier, but you really need this permission to print a book, which is a good reason not to ask permission and just circulate it in manuscript. So what I want to argue is that the scope of Hebrew printing and publishing by Jews in the Netherlands was determined 22 years before the first Hebrew book left the presses of a Jewish printer in Amsterdam. And those conditions were set in a charter in the year 1605 in the Dutch city of Haarlem as a reply to a group of Portuguese Jews who asked permission to reside in the city. This is the charter which is kept in the archives, the Holland archives. And the importance of this document is immense, because for the first time, all aspects of Jewish settlement were formulated in the Netherlands. Even though it was never implemented, it was used as a layout for observing the boundaries of tolerated conduct. It is remarkable that the Jewish petitioners had a strong negotiating position towards the city's authorities. They were even allowed to discuss the draft of the charter with the leaders of the Jewish congregation in Venice. And the strategy of the delegates was to influence the process by dangling a proverbial carrot in front of the city's authorities. That carrot was the prospect of attracting highly esteemed Jewish merchants from Italy and the Ottoman Empire to the city of Haarlem. The authorities also knew that one of the petitioners, Isaac Frankel, was a very wealthy man who had financially supported the Dutch East India Company. The Haarlem authorities were blinded when the clauses in the final charter that concerned printing, publishing by Portuguese Jews, we see that they were clearly drawn up with the idea of a business model in mind, which came from the Jewish leaders in Venice. It was intended to serve the freedom of printing of the Portuguese Jews in the Netherlands, as well as to safeguard an international business channel for Hebrew books from Italy. In clauses 13 and 14 of the Harlem Charter, we read that they, the Jews, will be allowed to bring and receive from other places and Harlem to print, have, and use all kinds of books in Hebrew or other languages, under the condition that they are not blasphemous against the Christian religion. However, that rule of governance, which was intended not to affect Christians, backfired and provided the board of the Portuguese congregation in Amsterdam with a code of conduct that would eventually lead to internal censorship. We have seen that and impact the freedom of printing. In no uncertain terms, the Charter also gives the city of Venice and other places of people printing in the Ottoman Empire permission to ship their books to the Low Countries. And that must have been music in the ears of one of the delegates, Isaac Franco, who in the year 1604 financed and published a little prayer book in Spanish using his alias name Franco de Mendoza, here from the left. In fear of the reaction of the city of Amsterdam's authorities, he doesn't mention the place of print on the title page, because many congregants didn't know Hebrew in the first half of the 17th century. The prayer book is in Spanish. The only Hebrew word is the title, Mahzor, and that's the prayer for the high holidays. And as Franco didn't have access to Hebrew typographical material, the Hebrew word Mahzor is in woodcut. So it's a beautiful combination of woodcut and movable type. There are also a couple of other Hebrew words in this book. It's beautiful. It's very small, actually, which you can't see on the screen. Franco continued to publish Spanish books for a Jewish audience. So did this with caution, and you can see that on the right, because he didn't mention the place of print on that title page. That book was printed in 1612. In 1608, Isaac Franco was one of the founders of the second Portuguese Jewish congregation, Neve Shalom. And from an inventory of all the books of the three congregations at the time that they merged in 1639, it becomes clear that Neve Shalom owned 4 times as many books as the other 2 congregations. Obviously, Isaac Franco immediately followed up on what the Charter suggested, to bring and receive from other places books in Hebrew and other languages. The first Hebrew book that was printed by a Jew in the Netherlands was printed in 1627 by Manasseh ben Israel, a very famous man and of great importance for the readmission of the Jews to England. He was the chief rabbi of the congregation Neve Shalom, and he was born in 1604 in Lisbon, Portugal. Under pressure from the Inquisition, his family fled to Amsterdam, where they settled in 1613. When he was only 18 years old, he wrote the sacred Portuguese and Hebrew grammar that was never printed, and as far as I know, there are only 3 manuscripts left of this book of his. The first book that left Manasseh's presses in 1627 is a prayer book, and as such, a direct response to the needs of the Sephardic congregation. Like I explained earlier, I had to learn to be educated. The proofreader of this book and author of the foreword was Isaac Adolfo Fonseca. We've seen him before. He was also responsible for the building of the Portuguese synagogue. And Isaac Adolfo Fonseca was highly aware of the historical significance of this publication. So we see him and his foreword here. In his foreword, he consciously evokes echoes of the past and of early Hebrew printing in Italy, when manuscripts of the aesthetic standard. This is accentuated by the arcade layout of this introduction, which has features of an impunable, It looks like handwriting, the punctuation marks are absent. Above, Dr. Zecker writes that Manasseh ben Israel came to the house of an artisan. He shaped the letters with a blue ring, as perfect as if cast in gold. In other words, the letters had been designed by the best scribe in town, and the cutting and casting was done by a craftsman who was so gifted that it was as if he had worked in soft metal, like gold. And this gifted craftsman was the typecutter Nicholas Bouillot. Above mentions that two men's hearts were lifted up to bring the work of printing a literacy do, the like of which had never been since there were printers on the earth. And those two men were the publishers and financiers Ephraim Boyle and Abraham Sarfati. In his introduction, the proofreader above also alludes to the fact that printing this book was only possible with the intervention of God, who touched the heart of the learned and wise one Manasseh ben Israel. The craftsman, Michael Yehuda, who designed the letters for him, was promised that God will pay his work and may his reward be fully by God, the God of Israel. The following 4 books of Manasseh's press are all printed primarily to educate the congregation, but it was his 6th book that caused them trouble. In the year 1629, Manasseh ben Israel started printing 2 Hebrew works of Joseph Salomon ben Medical about physics, metaphysics, astronomy, Kabbalah. It was called Sefer Elim, and the second part Ma'ayanka. The Medical was a pupil of Galileo Galilei in Italy, and his discussions in Sefer Elim are based on Galileo's ideas about the movement of the sun and planets. And the board of the congregation learned that printing of the work had already started. They intervened by wanting to assess the work. The presses had to be stopped, and Manasseh had to come before them to explain difficult passages of the text. And the first part contains 12 questions, and not all of them are answered by the medical in the second part, and that proves that certain parts were censored by the board and were never printed. So we are talking about censorship by the congregation, by the board of governors. So what happens here is extraordinary. The charter for the settlement of Jews in the city of Haarlem, which was never implemented, served as an unofficial moral guideline for the Jewish board in Amsterdam. It backfires and turns inwards because the board uses the conditions of printing from the charters, which basically entail not to print anything that would offend the Christian religion, for censorship within their own ranks, because the book didn't comply to their congregational policy. Manasseh ben Israel learned the hard way that he should be careful with the output of his presses. On the title page of part 1 of the book Conciliador, which Manasseh authored, which was printed in 1632, he mentions Frankfurt as the place of print, whereas this book actually was printed by him in Amsterdam. It is very likely that he did this for fear of censorship from his own community. Well, you just heard that he didn't have the best experience with his own board. From the second part of the publication, he does mention Amsterdam. See that here. And now he proudly presents himself as author Manasseh ben Israel, Theologo and Philosopher Hebreos, and shows his famous printer's mark that he used for his non-Hebrew books, the pilgrim surrounded by the words perceived as a program. This book was his first cooperation with a Christian printer, Nicolaas van Ravenstein. By the way, because it's so beautiful, I want to show you this as well. This is another of Manasseh's printer's marks. It is the so-called magic square, 9 little squares with letters that can be read horizontally and vertically as words of sound. Emet me'eretz kitzmach, which means faithfulness will spring from the earth. After a steep learning curve, Manasseh's attitude towards printing and publishing changed, and he became aware of the business possibilities that lay outside the congregation. He showed an excellent business sense in understanding the importance of his role as cultural liaison with the Christian world, turning his confessional background into an advantage for publishing. He broadened his horizon very quickly by responding to the inquisitiveness of Christian intellectuals and became an important mediator between the two parties. In 1631, he started to publish Hebrew Bibles for an international market in collaboration with the printer Henricus Laurentius. Experimenting with book sizes, he published the first ever pocket-size edition in Hebrew typography 2 years later. And in 1634, Manasseh discovered the Eastern European market. This beautiful type became an international trademark. Printers, especially from Eastern Europe, wanted to increase their sales by mentioning on their title pages that a specific book is printed with the Amsterdam types, the types of Manasseh. And we can see that here. They did that by printing the word Amsterdam on the title page in large letters, and the actual printer's place was printed somewhere very small on the title page. You can see that here. So the book was not printed in Amsterdam, it was printed with the letters of Amsterdam. It was actually printed in Lemberg, Louis in 1786. This would of course attract the attention, by the way, not only also of catalogers. If you want to catalog this book, you have to be very careful. Not to say that it was printed in Amsterdam, but it definitely did attract the attention of possible buyers on, for example, the Frankfurt Book Fair. This book fair was the perfect marketplace to get to explore different markets and audiences, increase business opportunities and some collaborations. The interesting thing is that Manasseh attended only once in the year 1634, and then at that time no Hebrew books were presented, but we know that at least 2 of the 8 attending publishers from Amsterdam were capable to print Hebrew. Manasseh immediately used the opportunity to claim his part in the publishing of Hebrew books when he collaborated in publishing the Book of Psalms in 1635 with the printer and publisher Johannes Jansonius. Not only did Jansonius and Manasseh benefit from each other's professional reputation, they would also gain access to new audiences. The fact that Manasseh was also the rabbi of the Sephardic community must have been an extra seal of approval for Jansonius. And someone who approached the business from a different angle from the start is the printer Joseph Athias. From his early days of printing, Athias was an entrepreneur with an excellent business sense. He realized that he would have to broaden his business activities beyond the congregation and specialized in printing English Bibles for the English market and Hebrew Bibles for the general market. In 1666, he printed a Bible that would make him famous because he managed to get the approval of both the Jewish and the Christian authorities. It was dedicated to the Dutch States General of the United Provinces, and as a token of gratitude, he was awarded with a golden chain. The pride of Joseph Athias must have been deeply hurt when in 1669, Samuel Desmoulins Maresius, professor of theology in Groningen, was openly critical about this Bible edition and about the fact that the States General accepted the dedication for the Bible, I quote, from this Jew enemy of Christ. Athias reacted immediately and didn't hesitate to implore Maresius to stop criticizing his, quote, widely celebrated masterpiece. If you continue to criticize my Bible in use, I will send you an immediate reply. For neither of mind wrote printing as lacking, which means I'm not afraid of a printing press at my disposal, and enough learned helpers at my service. If you criticize me again with insults, I will print a book with the title Asinus ad liram, as suited to criticize as a donkey to play a lyre. Printing for Jews in those days, 40 years after the first book printed by a Jew left the presses in Amsterdam, still had its challenges. What changed was the decreasing need for internal censorship and the increasing confidence of the Jewish printers, who realized that printing gave them a powerful tool that reached far beyond their own ranks. Comparing these two title pages perfectly shows this increase of confidence. The plain functional title page was first printed in Manasseh in 1627, and the beautiful title page full of Christian and Jewish symbolism by Atias in 1666. By the way, I don't know if you can see it on the screen. To avoid any discussion of problems, the year doesn't read Anno Domini and then the year, but just Anno. In Manasseh's days, it would have been unheard of that a printer would get into a discussion with a Christian and would compare him with a donkey. The reaction of the board of the congregation is not handed down, but we can safely assume that they held their breath when they heard of the conflict between Maresius and Atias. What we do know is that the book with the title Asinus ad liram, as a donkey on a lyre, was never printed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That's absolutely fascinating, and you're so lucky to work in such a beautiful environment. My first question is about the sort of economics of the printing, because I can't imagine there's an enormous market for sort of sermons in Spanish for the Jewish community. So, how do we know how they would finance the early printing?
Well, most of the time the early printing was actually in the cases that I've shown. So the Little Maxor and then another prayer book, it was financed by Isaac Franco, who had quite a lot of money to be able to pay for those books. And later on, it was financed also by people who found it important that those books were printed. When we look at the economics, what is very interesting is that's my personal theory about it, but that Manasseh, for example, was really an emotional printer. He printed what he felt was important to print, whereas, for example, Atias printed because he wanted to earn the money. He was really more of a businessman. So there is a difference, and especially when you look at the early days of printing, you will see that that it was more led by emotion than by business opportunities or a business sense, actually.
So these were commissioned works rather than, say, the sort of chapbooks that would be sold on the streets of London.
Yes, those were commissioned, and the congregation commissioned quite a lot of books, especially in the beginning, just to learn from it.
Do you know what? Where they published in Spanish, if Portuguese was a lingua franca, right? And is this some sort of nostalgia? It's like we like books in old religious books in Old English, or is this all the other reason?
Maybe nostalgia was also part of it, but well, actually, the literary language was Spanish, so you will find also theater plays and poetry and those kind of literature in Spanish, and the day-to-day, the administrative language as well was Portuguese. So maybe that was a reason the difference between the more beautiful language maybe in their eyes and the language that they would speak every day.
Do you know if any of these books have found their way to Spain and Portugal?
If they did find their way to Spain and Portugal, I don't know actually. No. The other way around, we know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
I get the question, some people ask if we have books in the library that actually were brought from Spain and Portugal. And I can say that I haven't seen any book in the library that came from Spain and Portugal, because it was very dangerous to bring those books with you, or to so the people would see that you were secretly Jewish. So the other way around, also, we don't have any evidence.
Yeah, no, because I saw a sermon preached by a rabbi in answer to a sermon preached by a bishop as an Alpha de Fe. I can't remember the name of Portugal, but I guess.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. Tom, over to you.
I've seen several pictures of Moses in your presentation, and they all seem to show Moses with rays sticking out of his head. Why is that?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember exactly. I know that the reason, there is something with a translation error from the Hebrew, but I'm not quite sure. I don't really know the answer. So the original Hebrew word means beams of light, and it was translation error, and after that it was depicted with horns. This is what I know, but I'm not quite sure if I'm right here. If it has something to do with the translation. Maybe someone else knows the answer.
A question about Etzchaim. From your description, it looks like it was organized like a Latin school was organized in Holland, with a fixed curriculum of subjects that students had to learn. Sometimes I have the impression that it was more organized like a yeshiva, that is, with a rabbi in charge and his pupils listening to him and all disputing each other. Which system had the upper hand?
That's difficult to say, because the goal of the school, of the education, changed. In the first 100 years, it was more what I explained, an education for those newcomers to Amsterdam, whereas later it was more a school to educate rabbis. In general, we can say that the structure is really molded, or the curriculum is molded after the Jesuit schools that they knew, and the curriculum also, and that is very interesting, is different from other Jewish schools, because they started with Torah and not with rabbinical scripts. So it's that makes it very different. But in the first 100 years, it was really educating the newcomers, and then after that, you will also have more of the discussions that you mentioned. In around the year 1700, the pre-explain, so the Responder, the Shelot to Peshalot were introduced, where the students had to answer, as an exam piece, they had to answer questions that were written by the rabbi. And then a discussion followed with the students, with their teachers, and also with the other students in class. So the curriculum in a way changed, and also the dynamics in the classroom.
You mentioned that the library is still used. What type of visitors do you get? And is it free to anybody to come and see the books for themselves?
Yeah, that would be, in an ideal world, I would say yes. Reality is that I'm the only one working there, so everyone who wants to come has to have an appointment, to make an appointment. We are open for scholars from all kinds of subjects, because we have the collection is very broad. So what you find here are not only religious books, but all kinds of books, like I mentioned, also theater plays or poetry or everything, philosophy. So we are open for scholars mainly, and twice a month I have tours for visitors who just want to see the library. So I see it same as a research library.
I saw that you started a drive to find money to properly describe the books. And how's that going? Are you reaching your goal in terms of fundraising?
Well, it's very difficult. Well, the situation in the Middle East at the moment makes it very difficult to raise money for what we want, because we feel that this is not really the time to ask for money. So we stopped the funding for this moment. And also it is quite difficult to find money. I mean, I guess that we are all, the audience, we are all book lovers, and we can appreciate rare books from the 17th century or older, or oldest book is from 1282. But it's sometimes very difficult to raise money for an old library, and especially for cataloging. At the same time, it's so important to catalog, because if you don't know out there what we have, you will not find your way to the library. It's very important that you know what we have. So we are optimistic, carefully optimistic, that at the moment we have to stop our campaign, and we hope to be able to continue during this year or maybe next year.
Well, if there is anyone in our public who feels that they can afford to support Chaim, please do. And maybe you can find a way to put your name up on the walls of the classroom of Chaim, like in the days of old.
There must be a way. It would make me very happy, and a lot of other people in the world as well.
Yeah. Questions, anyone?
There's some questions on YouTube. First question is were women allowed into the library in the 17th century?
That's a very good question.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Because we don't know. The school was for boys and men, so not for women. I assume that the women didn't go to the library. If they were not allowed, I have no idea. I don't know. But I don't. I mean, like in our days, whenever you have an educated man, you also have educated women. So they have been out there, but I don't know if they have been in the library or in school.
Yes. And another question, where does the sort of printers of Atias and Kasratatas and Nasser Israel and so forth, where did they actually learn to print? Is this in Amsterdam or Venice or somewhere?
No, we don't know that much about it. So the example of Nasser Israel, for example, we don't know. Later on, we know that a printer had apprentices, and those apprentices founded their own printing press, and then you know how they learned. In Manasseh ben Israel's example, for example, we don't really know.
Thank you. And there's a question from Ruth. Thanks for a phenomenal presentation. In your study of the economics of publishing in Amsterdam, how do you see the use and extent of power of Sephardic Jews in media and communications in the 17th and 18th centuries, as they sort of Jewish control of the media?
Yeah. I haven't thought about this, but in general, we all know that the Sephardic community in Amsterdam from the early days, and also I would say still now, feel in a way were better, and it sounds denigrating, that's not what I meant, but they had more means, they had more money, and also more power in that sense. So a lot of the early Hebrew printers were Sephardic, and if you had a printing press, you have the power to print what you want to print. As we have seen with Athias, for example, who said that he has the power and he has the people. He was very much afraid of the power of the word. But I can also see that in the 17th century, with the manuscript culture, it's very clear that the Sephardic congregation was aware of the power of the word, be it in manuscript or be it printed. So that was absolutely clear.
Thank you.
It's a very interesting question that I have to think more about. I like the question. Thank you very much for this.
Maria says, amazing presentation. What type of substrate was used? Was it vellum?
For printing?
I assume yes.
The printing was done on paper, and also the manuscripts that we have are written on paper, because vellum is a very strong material, but it's quite difficult to write on vellum. So we have some parchment manuscripts, but they are older. Like the oldest we have from 1282, for example, was written on parchment, and we have one or two others. But most of this is written or printed on paper.
With the exports, you mentioned a book fair, and you mentioned serving the sort of East European market and England and so forth. I mean, how would that work? Would they just find some sort of local sort of bookseller, distributor, or was there something more sophisticated?
Yes. No, this is how it worked, like it works today, that this is really to broaden your network. And I find it very interesting that Minas, for example, only went once. If you look at the Antwerp printer Planting, he went every year to the book fair. He had his network there, and he built a network. And my idea is that Minas, for example, he only wanted to get an idea of what was going on there, not so much that he felt that he would really do business there. There must have been something that he didn't feel was something for him, because he only attended in 1634 just one time.
With the Haggadot, you showed how the sort of Amsterdam Haggadah was sort of copied in sort of Germany and Bohemia. I mean, obviously there weren't any sort of copyright laws then. I mean, do we know of cases where works are just sort of stolen and printed by others?
Yes, I mean, it happened. Copyright was not a right or law like we have now, but it already happened in the 17th century. And you will find correspondence about that, especially with printing, you will find that. And that had also had to do with the fact that printing was quite expensive. So a printer took quite a big risk if he printed, let's say, 3,000 Bibles. So he really had to ensure that no one else would print 3,000 Bibles in a certain time span. So copyright in that sense didn't exist, but we know of correspondence that people try to make sure that no one else would print the same book, let's say, within 10 years.
Thank you. Tom, are there any more questions? Does anybody in the group have any questions?
I have another question. Hundreds of students must have passed through the classes of Ezraim. Did any of them become printers or authors themselves?
of the students.
The students.
Minas from Israel, Spinoza. I mean, just to name the most famous ones, but yes, a lot of them were also authors and printers, and publishers, and financiers. So, like in our days, you are either one or the other. In the 17th century, you could be everything, and Minas is a good example of someone who really was everything. He was he wrote the manuscripts. He was the rabbi. He wrote the Ketubot. He was a diplomat. He published. He printed. What didn't he? He sold the books. So yeah, many of the students from the library especially became authors. Not so much printers in some cases, but authors. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I think if there are no more questions,
There is one more question. Before closing the session, how did the library survive World War II?
That's a very important question. The library was closed during the Nazi occupation in Holland. Was closed for a while, and after that the Nazis packed all the books into crates, and the books were shipped to Frankfurt, a place very close to Frankfurt, called Human, where Hitler wanted to build this big, it's a kind of museum or institute for the research on the Jewish question. I always struggled with the translation. So he collected all the artwork and books from around Europe there. But the crates were actually never opened. So the collection came back more or less as it went there. So we were very lucky that we got the books back. I have to say that just thinking about the books that we lost, most of the books we lost after the war, because there was not really a congregation left, and the situation, the humidity, the books couldn't be kept very well, so sometimes people thought it's better to take books with them to keep them at home, and maybe they never got them back. Some books were stolen, so so the books that we lost after the war, and not so much during the war.
Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you, Heidi, for a lovely presentation. As you get really nice reactions in chat, we'll copy that to you. And in 2 weeks' time, Sephardic World will present another talk, and we hope to all see you there. This was Sephardic World, brought to you by the Sephardic Genealogical Society. And thank you all for watching. And thank you all our patrons and our watchers on YouTube, and especially Heidi. Thanks. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Mute your phone. We're live. Mute your phone. Mute your computer. Welcome to Pints with Aquinas. I'm here today with Father Andrew Dalton, who is an expert on the Shroud of Turin, and I'm really pumped to learn about this because it was awesome to meet you several weeks ago in Rome, and to have you give me and the Batuzinator, Cameron Batuzzi, a tour. I was really blown away, so I'm so pumped about this episode.
Yeah, there's everything in that city. I wish we could like transport ourselves there, but I think it's gonna be cool also just to chat it out and have a conversation. There's lots of stuff on the Shroud already online, but I think a conversation allows to kind of tease out some things that maybe people watching will also want to ask about. So that works.
For those who aren't aware of you, who are you? I'd love to know about your expertise in this and how long you've been studying it.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Father Andrew Dalton, and I'm an American priest that's living in Rome. I teach at a pontifical university. And one of the things that I teach is Shroud studies, specifically the biblical theology
of the Passion of Christ according to the Shroud of Turin. So it's kind of like the pastoral and spiritual, but also the theology that accompanies the sufferings of Christ as we know them by the Shroud of Turin. So we can unpack that more, but I was there in Rome studying philosophy and theology and bumped into the Shroud. I really didn't think that I would specialize in this. My background was in engineering, though. Like my strong subjects in school when I was a kid were maths and sciences. And then I just kind of derailed all that to join the priesthood when I was 20 years old. And collided with this Shroud expert who had written dozens of books on the Shroud, spent over 30 years studying it. And her name is Emanuela Marinelli. And she came to our university. And this priest friend of mine said, "You have to hear her speak." I said, "Look, I got places to go, things to do. I'll sit in for a little bit, but I'll probably have to sneak out after a few minutes." And I was glued to my chair. She was absolutely riveting. I quite literally lost sleep that night. I was so excited to hear about this trial. I was like, how in the world am I 10 years a seminarian and I've never heard this stuff? Like, wow. The world needs to know it. And so I stayed long, I think like 3 hours with Emanuela. We've since become friends and have appeared on television together, so we're quite close. This is now like 11 years later, probably, because that was the first generation of the postgraduate certificate in Shroud study. Do you know you could study the Shroud for a year in a pontifical university? People don't know how much there is out there, but this is the most studied archaeological object in the history of the world.
Say that again for people.
The most studied archaeological object in the history of the world. And so when it comes to historical events, like what you're looking for is monumentum et documentum, like that you have a monument and a document. And of course, we're all familiar that there are documents telling about Jesus's passion, but many people don't know about the Shroud, at least to the degree that one can know. And so here's what happened with Emanuela. I stayed talking with her. She said, "Wait till you come back next week, because there's a physicist who'll be speaking."
Yeah, if you lost sleep last night.
Yeah, exactly. And he was just that way. His name is Paolo Di Lazzaro. He spent 5 years, this guy, just trying to reproduce by ultraviolet light on a linen, just playing with the variables of light, amplitude, frequency, duration of exposure, so that he could recreate an image like that of the Man of the Shroud on another linen. And this guy made himself famous when he published an article saying that the amount of energy you would need to recreate a similar image would be 34,000 billion watts. And of course, you've probably bumped into this on the internet now. But
what does that look like?
Well, it's not a matter of what it looks like so much as, I mean, what it
would
looks
that
like.
do?
Well, here's the trouble. This is why it took 5 years, right? Because he took these different variables of light, trying to reproduce something caramel colored on a linen.
Yeah.
But it was frustrating because he got either nothing or just charred the linen altogether.
Yeah.
Which obviously we don't have.
I really want to get into that. Yeah. But I know we want to go into that in depth. So can we just start really basically? So when did you actually first see the Shroud? Was it after you heard this lecture?
Yeah, so,
and then tell people what the Shroud is. Give them the basic definition for those who are like, I think I know what it is, but
sure. Yeah, there's a lot there. We'll go slow, sure. So I first bumped into this the Shroud talk by Marinelli. I want to say that was 2000 and, oh gosh, is it 11, the first year that we started? I'm gonna think back to that, but I lost sleep, I told you, and met these different experts. They were wanting to explain what the Shroud is, who the Man of the Shroud is, and what significance it had. All part of a Pontifical University's program to give you a panoramic view of Shroud studies. So interdisciplinary. But the basic premise is that we've been reverencing this cloth down through the ages as the burial shroud that wrapped the body of Jesus. So again, Jesus, of course, is on the cross on Good Friday, but he's taken down and then laid in the tomb. Well, when he's laid in the tomb, he's wrapped in these clothes. We should spend some time in that passage of John where it's written about. But before, just to kind of lay it all out, the church proposes to have exactly that. At least that's what's on display in Turin, that is 4.5 hours north of Rome by the fast train. you can go and see this relic, which is on display in the cathedral there. And that's to say, it's inside of a case, and only on special occasions it's out of a double case, like in inert gas and constant temperature and pressure, never exposed to more than 50 lux of light. We want to preserve this thing for future generations. Now, so I started to meet those guys, the authorities, the ecclesial authorities in Turin, a few years later. So now I'm on Othonia as part of this non-for-profit, this international group for shroud study. And so I go there regularly. We just had a meeting a few weeks ago, but they have a shroud museum. They have an international study of shroud studies, and they provide many of the experts that teach at our pontifical university. So at the one hand, you had this like hub of study, like the minds that were involved in probing this document to understand its mysteries. On the other side, you had these museums that would kind of showcase or create a space of experience for the shroud. Those are two different kind of questions, right? Some people just know the image, and they dive into prayer and contemplation through that, and that's one way to experience the shroud for sure. But another is to like roll up your sleeves, get the experts on scene to study the physics, the chemistry, the biology, the forensic medicine, and then the history, the art history. There are, like I say, so many different. So lead me where you want to.
No, that's good. And we're going to get into all the objections to why the shroud may not be authentic. But when do we first have evidence in literature of the existence of the shroud?
Yeah, if you want to follow the paper trail back,
paper or even icon trail, there might be images of it.
Right. So you're going to get different answers depending on what database you're looking at. But so many people point to the year 1354 because that was when it was on display in the hands of a certain Geoffroy de Charny in France, in Lille. And we have his stamp, we have his seal, family crest. Nobody doubts that in 1354, what he was looking at and what was on display is the shroud, as we call it today, the Shroud of Turin. Prior to that, there's evidence, but it is controverted evidence. Like you say, it'll be things like icons. So the typical one is the Mount Sinai Pantocrator in St. Catherine's. And there,
could we throw up the image of the shroud just so people can kind of see what we're talking about?
Yeah, in fact, I should describe what you're looking at there because it's not immediately obvious.
Which one is that?
Yeah, so let's look at first do slide 6. Okay, and I think at the top of the picture you'll see a kind of tan or beige picture.
Would you be able to
oh yeah,
tilt
sure.
that a little?
And we'll zoom in on some of the
That's
particulars
perfect.
here.
Thank you. That's more than perfect. You don't have to do that much.
Yeah, that's okay. So at the top you see, this is a really long cloth. It's hard to see perhaps in our computer screen how wide this is, but this is 14 feet, so 13 foot 7 inches to be exact. And then 3 foot 7 is his height. So that's like 4.4 meters by 1.1 meters. And what you see on the left side of the linen is the frontal image of the body.
Right.
And then on the right side is the dorsal image of the body. So it actually wrapped all the way around. In fact, there's another picture that I've got in here. Let me pull it up. So this will explain very easily. Here we go. Go to slide 13. This is just a painting, but it shows this angel holding up in the clouds the linen. And just below the shroud is at the foot of the cross, you have Jesus wrapped in his cloth. It's simply it's kind of a didactic photo so you can understand how he was lying both on top of the body, and then it's so long that it wraps around the back of his head, over his face, and over his stomach. So now when you unfold it, you get what is in the hands of the angel there.
When was that painting produced?
This is much later. I want to say it's the 16th or maybe 17th century. Okay. But it's simply a good way of visually understanding that it's only the inside. Many people don't know this, that the shroud is colorized. It's imaged on only one side of the cloth. So it's the side that touches his body. And in fact, it's so superficial that if you were to just gently graze with a razor blade, you would erase the image of the man forever. This is what Paolo de Lazzaro discovered. If I can just dive a little deeper, because this is so interesting. If you ask the question, like, what's the depth of penetration of coloration on the surface of the shroud? The answer is mind-boggling. It's 200 to 500 nanometers, which is, that's not even a number that I can fathom. So I give this example of a human hair. Like take a single human hair. Imagine you could very carefully with your scissors cut it in half along its long end and discard that half. And now with what remains, try to cut it in half again. Do that 4 or 5 times until you're left with 1/16 or 1/20th of the width of a human hair. That's the depth of penetration.
So as you say, that is on one side of the shroud, but not on the other. So if you were using some instrument to paint or imprint this image, you would likely see it on the other side.
That's right. There's nothing soaked into the fibers. In fact, that was one of the main questions. It was one of the main theories on the table when this gets tested. I'm sure we'll get into those testings in a moment. But one of the theories was that this was a painting, and so this was pigment, either organic or inorganic. Maybe it's a dye, maybe it's an ink of some sort. And so they had made a list of the chemical properties of all of the pigments known to man throughout history. And they do a certain test called paralysis mass spectroscopy that would not only find it, but identify its chemical composition. Well, sweeping the whole shroud, you don't find any of that. Not a single dose of dot or drop of pigment, organic or inorganic. No varnish, no dye, no directionality whatsoever with which some liquid is applied to the cloth. And again, it doesn't soak into the fibers. It's like the blood stains do. You can see them on the other side. A great experiment is to just take transmitted light, a regular light bulb, walk to the other side of the shroud, and you'll see the blood stains because now they'll be backlit.
Yes.
And you'll see them all the more. But guess what you won't see?
The image of the man.
The body's image of the man. It just disappears. It's so superficial and so frail that it's overpowered by just simple light on the other side. And so this is what we're unable to produce today, even artificially, even after all this study. Even of the 2023 now, we don't have a micro laser capable of delivering a micro burn this precise. And so the obvious question is, how in the world did this come into being? Like, what's the genesis of this enigmatic image?
Before we get further, I know that people are going to come in with these thoughts of, wasn't this disproved? So it might be helpful to show why that isn't the case before we go on to kind of assuage people's...
Right, let's do that. Okay, so slide 3 here shows some pictures. This is probably what you saw on Front Page News in 1988.
Look
pictures
of
Dr. Michael Tate.
So
can you see the 1260-1390 exclamation part? That's the exclamation part that really it just screams academic excellence and propriety, doesn't it?
Yes.
These same guys with this very composed stance with their arms folded before these pillars. It just says these same guys got what's the number? I'm gonna forget like how many million sterling they got for their new museum. Like the next day, it's a matter of the public record. The moment this was published, they were able to build their new laboratory. Some stuff was very fishy from the start, but it's just the case that across the world, Front Page News everywhere was the Turin Shroud was proven to be a medieval fake. It tells us nothing, therefore, about Jesus' sufferings. It can't be considered a relic, etc., etc. And so if you still believed that the shroud was real after this point, you might as well believe that the earth is flat. You're about the same category. And my heart just goes out for those people who were serious students of the ones who had dedicated hundreds of thousands of hours, especially the team from STIRP in 1978. These guys had published already over 20 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles. They knew from the start to be suspicious of this.
Really?
But what I like, and this I would lead with this now, is that as of 2017, we have a published article that shows that the conclusions from 1988 are no longer sustainable. So I should say that again, the very publication, Archaeometry, out of Oxford, that
published this
1260 to 13, it said that conclusion can no longer be sustained. And so,
and I'm sure that hit the front pages all on too, right?
Right. No, exactly. It is a matter of mainstream science. So if you want to find in the literature, you're going to bump into this. The French researcher who published this article is Tristan Casabianca, another friend of ours who teaches at our university. And he goes into all the details. This is a fascinating story. But I want to say it was in 2017 that according to the Freedom of Information Act, these laboratories were compelled by law to release the raw data that shows how heterogeneous were their individual results, because there was Oxford, Zurich, Oxford, and Arizona. Those were the three laboratories. And the idea was that they were going to publish independently, and that their particular results, but that didn't happen. They lumped them together and gave us this big arc, 1260 to 1390, 95% sure that this is the time period from which the shroud hails, and so it's fake. But the bottom line is that they use a sample from the top left corner of the shroud, which we know to be anomalous. It's just not representative of the rest of the shroud. And we knew that, and we had proof of that 10 years prior. You'd think somebody would have the
Do you
sense.
think they knew that?
Well, they ought to have known. That much we know. We knew though this, that in the moment that they're cutting the sample, 8 centimeters of the most prized relic in all of Christendom, and of course you know that with carbon dating, you carbonize it, is you destroy, you put into a fire basically this cloth, never to be seen again. And so you'd think you'd be very careful. But compare that to the STIRP team, the Shroud of Turin research project of 1978. For a whole year, they prepare just so all of their tests will be non-invasive, non-destructive. And yet here, we're about to destroy forever 8 centimeters, and they don't know where they're going to take the sample 2 hours prior to the experiment. And it's all on videotape. In Italy, there was a documentary that came out just telling this whole fiasco, and it's called La Notte della Sindone. It's the Night of the Shroud, and you know who does the narrating, if I'm not mistaken, is the same actress. I'm going to forget her name now, who plays the devil in The Passion of the Christ. Yeah. So it's got some fun imagery there. It's a little
on the nose.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little edgy, but the fact is, I can understand why some people were upset. But here's the thing: even if you think that those laboratories did good science, and I'm willing to, be benevolent and say as much, even if they did perfect science, they did so on a sample that tells us literally nothing about the rest of the shroud. Like, you could look at the chemical composition, like you can see a map, what's called a brightness map from the UV fluorescence. They turn off the lights, shine UV, capture what fluoresces, and it tells you about the chemical composition of the cloth. It's all uniform. It's all like orange hues, maybe a little yellow, a little red. It's not forest green, but that's exactly what color it is in that top left corner. Like, a little kid in kindergarten can point to that and say, look, Mom, that part is different. And yet this is where these, world-renowned scientists are using to date the shroud. It's just,
so why not take another piece of the shroud and carbon date that? Wouldn't that be enough to prove what you want to prove?
Yes, except that you can imagine that after this very embarrassing episode, many people are hesitant to go that way. I think the church would, remember, it's the church that's paying for this. Cardinal Ratzinger at the time was saying, yeah, these are your protocols? Absolutely. Let's do 7 samples, 7 laboratories.
How much does that cost?
Yeah, I have no idea. That I didn't see. But and sadly, that got reduced to first 3 samples and then 1, and then they published together against their own protocols.
Were these fellows alive when it got retracted?
That I don't know, because here we are 30 years later. So 2017, yeah, it's like...
Oh, that's when the same publishing outfit retracted it.
Yeah, I may even be 2019 by the time it's called. 2017, I think, is when the first research is done, and then, but it's worth looking up. Even on the internet, you can find our own shroud.com. That's like the mecca of all scientific data.
What's it called? The Shroud?
Shroud, just shroud.com.
Thursday.
Yeah, so that's led by Barry Schwartz, who is the teacher. So right after I was telling you, I met Emanuela, then Paolo, and then Barry Schwartz. He's got a white ponytail. Have you seen this guy? A big white beard. He's super fun. He's Jewish, and so he was my buddy. Like, when he came to Rome, and he gave an extended course on shroud studies, because he was up close and personal with the cloth in 19 as technical photography. Realize that this is all the people that came together from the highest powered laboratories across America when they discovered that the shroud encodes 3D information. So in addition to the fact that the man's body is anatomically perfect, that it acts as a photo negative, we'll put a little bookmark on that. And then when it encodes 3D information, this is what's going to mobilize these laboratories across the states to then petition the royal family in the Savoy in Turin to study hands-on with the shroud for 5 days, 120 consecutive hours.
What did that look like?
And, well, here's a picture. So if you want to see when they bring 80 crates of most state-of-the-art material overseas to study, they just want to answer one question, which is
what number is that?
Oh, sorry, yeah. So this is, what does that say? 11. So this is the team. On the top left corner. This is John Jackson here looking at the shroud, which is mounted on this like stainless steel, like they brought overseas so that everything, it was by magnets, so as not to like prick or like destroy in any way. Everything is to be non-invasive. They almost create an international scandal when they can't get through customs with all this state-of-the-art material. But the question isn't religious at this point. It's really important to highlight that it's simply, you've got Catholics and Protestants and atheists and Jews and agnostics and everything else under the sun. And their only question is to answer by what mechanism, by what means was this image produced? Because we've never seen anything like it. And to this day, we've never been able to reproduce anything like it, especially at the microscopic level. So that really does invite the question, right? If it's not a painting, if it's not a scorch, if it's not a rubbing, if it's not a camera oscura, right? Some sort of medieval photography, well then what in the heck is it? Wow. And their
so this is something, sorry,
just to tell you what they came home with is more questions than answers. Wow. Because they don't tell you what it is. They tell you what it's not. They say it's not human artwork. It's not made by
via negativa.
Exactly. So they leave open this question of how it's made. So that really does leave room for the theory that many, of course, Christians have proposed is that what if it's the natural effect of a supernatural event? What if it's after the resurrection or in the moment of the resurrection, whatever that looks like, that produced this image? So some things, even from a scientific or empirical point of view, point in that direction. So for example, the bloodstains compared to the body image. So here's a question that I like to ask: is that if you're a con artist, if you're a forger, if you're trying to present to the world an image that you made but make it look real, what would you do? Would you paint the body first and then paint the bloodstains, or would you first start with the bloodstains and then after the fact add the body?
Probably the first way.
Exactly. So what happens if you do the bloodstain for like the head and your neck needs to be like 2 foot long, right? That just doesn't work, right? So it's clear that any artist would start with the body and then add the blood on top, but that's not the case. So the shroud is actually not imaged wherever there's blood. So the blood was there first and it's protecting those fibers because underneath those bloodstains, there's no imaging of the shroud. And this, of course, we found out in the modern era because shroud science is born in the 20th century. That's when we really started to study this thing after the first photograph. Maybe that's something we should talk about because it's worth saying. I think if I can go back to, let's go back to this slide here. Well, I'll tell you what, right here. This is slide 4. It's a picture of Secondo Pia. This is the amateur photographer that snapped the first photo of the shroud in 1898. It's about 60 years after the invention of these first dactylographs. This is a monstrous machine. You can see it on. You go to Turin, they have it on display in the museum there. And this guy, I love this. Like, what if you're the family that owns the burial shroud of Jesus, and you know, to add a little pageantry to your family wedding or baptism, you just whip out that burial shroud of Jesus.
Did you get that photo up? Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Of Secondo Pia. Yeah. So this is the guy that, after 15 minutes of developing the film, goes into the dark room. And in this next slide, slide 3,
that is just
this is great. So
this is the one everyone's seen.
Yeah. So this is the image of the face. Now we're zoomed in on the face. And on the right side of the screen, number 5. It's the juxtaposition of the 2 facial images. On the right, it's the positive image, the linen itself in beige. And if we're honest, like, okay, I can kind of make out a face. Like, there's 2 eyes, there's a nose, something like a mustache and a beard if I'm kind of creative and I squint a little bit. But if we're honest, like, it's hard to make out the details. But Secondo Pia was the first one to ever lay eyes on the photo negative. And so he goes to the dark room, and after a time, very slowly, this image comes comes to fruition. Yeah, and so he sees like for example, I like to mention the eyes, because if I were to ask you, just pointing at the positive image, the one of the linen, like where are the boundaries of the eyeballs? You might be very inclined to like do like a Bart Simpson kind of thing where you have these big bulging eyebrows, because it seems like these are the outlines to the eyes. And that explains, by the way, many icons that show again and again Jesus with all of these same characteristics, one of them being these bulging eyes. But when you get to the negative of that, all of a sudden you see a very clear, intelligible human face, that this is marking the subtle contours around the eye sockets, the details of the separation of the lips. You've got the swelling in the cheeks. You've got a separated septum. If you come 2/3 down the nose, you can see that the cartilage has been separated according to the American scientists. The beard has been plucked. You can see things like the arterial blood that flows near the temple. It's from the frontal vein that's here at the center of the forehead. We could go on and on about some of these details.
Keep doing it.
We will. But what I want to say now is that the first thing to be noticed in 1898 was that this was too good to be true. Instead of applauding Secondoppia, they pointed fingers at it to say, come on, where did you really get this? And it's not until 1931, that's some 3 decades later, that Giuseppe Enrie, now a professional photographer working on orthochromatic film, which produces some of the most beautiful photos to this day because of the kind of colors that we find. It's these kind of warm hues that you find on the shroud. In any case, he does this experiment of photographing the whole length of the shroud and sees that indeed the shroud is a photo document. It's when you take the negative of the shroud that you don't arrive at a negative. The negative is the positive image, which suggests, and this is the mind-boggling part, right? Is that what is the shroud then? A photo negative? Tell me how that works. 19 centuries before the invention of photography, we have a photographic effect in the linen itself. And so it's going to be Yves Delage, who in Paris picks up on this, just noticing the anatomical perfection of this body and that the pathologies that this man suffered are just right on 1,000 different details, and they correspond to what we know about of Jesus's sufferings. And so this is an agnostic, he's not a believer, right? But he writes a paper saying that the man of the shroud is Jesus of Nazareth. And they laugh him out of the scientific community. They won't publish his paper in the minutes. And so he has to lament to his friend that, if I were writing about Xerxes or some pharaoh or something, no one would have any trouble. But they're scandalized for some reason that I found a trace of Jesus of Nazareth's existence. But he's like, why is that a problem? I don't get it. And yet to this day, we see that anything related to Christ is a sign of contradiction.
Because you brought up a point a moment ago that needs to be, I think, reemphasized, that at this point we're not. You don't have to believe this is a supernatural artifact.
That's right.
And so
it's just
someone could agree that this is the shroud that covered the body of Jesus Christ and still not believe that Christ rose from the dead, that Christianity is true.
Exactly. I'm so glad you brought that up. It's kind of like, well, even if it isn't authentic, so what? Like, what does that show us? And I know some people online get very enthusiastic and they go so far as to say that they think the shroud is like a proof of resurrection. Or I actually am more cautious than that. I do think it's a sign of resurrection. I think that it's certainly compatible and even kind of knocks at the door of your heart saying, come on, explain me. But at the very least, so much as like having the right questions. Sometimes we start with a certain bias, a sort of like predisposition to answer just one question. And a lot of the talk and a lot of ink is spilt on radiocarbon dating and is it authentic? I think the better question to ask is, who is this man? Like, just here's the data, explain it, right? It's there. It demands an explanation. That's a better starting point. Just gather all the data and see where it leads. You don't have to start with the conclusion of Christianity or not, or the opposite, right? You can actually just be open to where
it's like a philosophical argument for God's existence. Like, the world exists, something exists. Now explain that.
It's exactly that. And I think that we have gone both wrong in both directions, either from a bias of scientism that a priori excludes the possibility of miracles and the resurrection, or on the other hand, kind of begins with, yeah, we already know that now. What do we even need science for in the first place? And I think both of those are wrong. Like, I much prefer what Pope St. John Paul II would say in his first line of the encyclical Fides et Ratio, where it says faith and reason are two wings by which the human spirit ascends to the contemplation of the truth. Like, here's the perfect case study for that. Like, just try it out. Like, faith and reason. Come with your instruments, come with your, X-ray, your infrared, your ultraviolet, your spectroscopy, your pyrolysis mass spectroscopy, your sticky tape samples, your blood samples. Bring it on. That's what the church was inviting us to do. There's a letter, a very powerful one from Pope St. John Paul II, actually, and he was inviting researchers, even non-believers, to press, to probe, just leave your bias at the door, just like everybody else, and just let's see where it goes. And what we find out, of course, is that it's a mirror of the gospel. It's that it actually, at so many levels, coincides with the gospel story we've always heard recounted. It's just now we have a fifth witness. It's not Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. It's the shroud testifying to these to the passion.
Yeah, I want to get to that. I want to get to how the shroud mirrors the Gospels. I guess a few questions first. Is there any credible scientist today making claims about this shroud being inauthentic or dating back to maybe the Middle Ages? And what is their best argument?
The best argument is carbon dating. There's no doubt that when you're talking about a linen, which is organic material, the gold standard is carbon dating. Like, there are other means of dating, like with vanillin or with, if there are evidence of coins, that's one way. You could also look to the icons to see. You could, if there's the sudarium, in other words, third parties, the other types of artifacts that would, in some say, kind of meet the itinerary, the provenance of the shroud. So, for example, just to make this practical, the sudarium is the headcloth that covered the body of Christ, according to John chapter 20. Well, we have that. It's in Spain, and the bloodstains are extremely amorphous, and yet they, when juxtaposed onto the shroud, align.
Oh my
goodness. And the qualities of the blood is very, very specific, right? So you've got a proportion of blood to water that indicates lung edema, and that's someone who's been scourged, someone who's been severely beaten, suffers exactly that. But this is one that really gets me. If you look to the blood stain, the rivulet of blood, and we looked at the face a moment ago, perhaps we can pull up that same slide that shows that kind of reverse three-shaped rivulet, or an epsilon, and then the base of it, there's a little droplet, there's a little circle. I love this because the rim is outlined on the shroud. If you look to the sudarium, you get this same blood stain, but what's empty on the shroud is filled up on the other.
Have you got it up there?
And so that's just one example. Wow. You could read up on the work of, I think his name is Alejandro Hermosillo from Valencia. There's a shroud studies over there, and there's a center for shroud studies. And he's done some work on the comparative analysis of the shroud on the one hand and the sudarium on the other. But we know the provenance of the sudarium. It was on display in 611, I want to say. It's really the beginning of the 7th century. And so the shroud, if it covered the same body, is at least as old as that, right? And so we talked already about the Mount Sinai Pantocrator from the 6th century as well. There's many other icons from the later medieval period. So these are other ways of dating the shroud. But I want to say, and this just, I think, this is just the fact. It's like, when it comes to organic material, there's no better way to date it than radiocarbon dating.
So why isn't an objection, well, then carbon date it again? If you're so intent on showing that this is authentic, then the church shouldn't be afraid to.
Well, that's right. And
especially if you have more of an understanding of what may be a newer part of the shroud. Was that the problem?
Yeah, so we could get into that too. So that top left corner is exactly where you would grab the shroud. Like if you wanted to put it on display, and we have like lithograph images of this where the bishop is with his bare hands just holding up the shroud for hours. and that's what you'd literally do. You imagine like making your pilgrimage across Italy to land, just so you could have a few brief moments. And this is what always happened whenever there was a public display.
People just pick it up.
and people would march from across
You have
Europe.
nightmares of this, don't you? You just wake up at night in a cold sweat.
But imagine the soil, the wear and tear on the
my
top of the
gosh.
corner.
Okay, so it's not that it was a newer part of cloth.
Well, here, let me finish that story. So, because of the wear and tear, it's very likely that it needed to be repaired in the 16th century. So there was a fire in 1532, and these nuns basically tended to the shroud after the fact. Did they add a strip of new material? This is one of the theories. There's a fun little story behind this. There's this woman who's watching TV. Her name is Sue Benford. She's not a scientist. She's a librarian, if I'm not mistaken. She's since passed away, but she's watching this on TV, and she says, "That face convinces me that's Jesus. I got to study this thing." So get this. She gets a picture, like a blown up image of the textile, and then shows it to textile experts. And again, without knowing what they're looking at, they simply describe what they see. A misaligned weave. They tell her about French invisible weave. The idea is that you put one thread or one cloth next to another, without putting like a seam in between the two cloths. You would create what's called a splice. You would unravel the threads on one end, do the same on the new cloth, and then just splice the threads together so that it looks like one piece. It's very expensive, it's very difficult, but it was known, and we have books about it in the 16th century. The problem is that the new material is going to be white with respect to the linen that has yellowed over time. And so they added a plant gum that's new organic material now in order to make it all uniform color. And so this was studied long after the fact, even after Sue Benford presents a paper in Orvieto at one of these shroud congresses, and it gets published on the most scientific website online, which is shroud.com. And this is when the head chemist of the STIRP, the Shroud of Turin research project, his name is Ray Rogers. He gives Barry Schwartz a call and says, "What are you doing publishing this paper from the lunatic fringe on our scientific website?" And he's like, "Well, Ray, I mean, she follows the scientific method. I think the people ought to know what a good hypothesis is. And hey, if it needs to be scrutinized and destroyed, well, let it be so, And he's like, "I'm going to prove it wrong in 5 minutes." He's like, "Well, Ray, go ahead." They hang up the phone. Imagine this. Ray was at STIRP, again, in 1978. I'm not sure what year this is, but I want to say around 2000, somewhere there, because Ray Rogers is dying of cancer. This guy's like racing against the clock to prove his theory. But what happens when he hangs up the phone is he goes back to, I guess, his little manila folder or whatever, where he's got a little strip of the shroud. He went home with a sample of the shroud that he could put under a microscope and examine, and he finds cotton. Of course, the shroud has no cotton. It's all linen. But he says, "I can't believe I'm saying this, Barry," calling him back now, "but I think she's right." And so Barry Schwartz will like race against the clock, all the time he's got left on this earth, to present one last paper and show and arguing in favor of this theory of French invisible weave, basically that although the shroud be from the 1st century, there was a strip that's from the 16th century, so that what those different laboratories were actually analyzing was a blend of 1st century and 16th century material, thus giving us this medieval date, which is, of course, an average. Because I don't know if you know, I should explain for our listeners how radiocarbon works.
Please, and for me.
Yeah, so any of us that are alive and breathing are taking in oxygen and replenishing our carbon all the time. So if you look at a table of elements, you're going to see the periodic table. You're going to see that it's carbon 12 because of the number of protons that it has. But there are other isotopes too, other flavors of carbon, if you like. C14 is radioactive. So it sheds those extra protons over time at a known rate. As we know, the half-life, how long it takes for this C14 to shed this extra material. And so 5,370 years, I want to say, is the half-life of C14, which simply means I take a sample, I shove it in a machine, I calculate the molecules that are there, and I get an exact date of when that plant died or when that person died in the case of human biological material. But it simply means that the flax from which linen comes was chopped down. In the 1st century. It stopped replenishing its carbon, and that now we can get an exact date. But what they didn't tell you in 1988 was that each of these laboratories, again, Arizona, Zurich, and Oxford, they got different dates. And even Arizona, because it got two strips, it got an initial strip and they're, oops, sorry guys, we shortchanged you. Let me snip off another little sliver. So it's only 2 centimeters away, perhaps on the cloth. And yet there's some 200-year difference between Arizona 1 and Arizona 2, the two samples. And they didn't tell you that as you move left to right across the shroud, you go from an older date to a younger date. And so if it's 1240 and then 1440 within a couple of centimeters, like what's the date when I move 4.4 meters to the right? Like, is it a date in the future when I get over there? They didn't tell you any of this. They just said, oh, we're sure it's from the Middle Ages. It was just really disappointing. Now that all the data is out. And so I think you're absolutely right. Everybody's on the same page. We want to do it again. But I think the international...
How accurate is carbon dating?
Within... okay, some have said maybe they were wrong, but even that so, they're not wrong by that much. Like if you didn't have this theory of the French invisible weave, you would have to theorize some sort of contamination, whether by fire or by some fungus of sorts, or there'd have to be introduced a significant amount of organic material from another period in order to skew it that much, because it's precise to within a few years. It's actually not, it's not a matter of like 200 years or something like that. No, it is precise. But
so do you think if this carbon dating was allowed to take place, that would settle the argument?
I mean, I think it would be helpful.
Settle the argument,
that is
as opposed to when it was.
Yeah, if it's done right, yes. I think, we should have followed the protocol that we initially established. 7 different samples from different areas of the shroud. Obviously, you're going to destroy, and therefore you want to be careful about where you choose to draw the threads from. And as time advances, so does the technology. So maybe we destroy less material, and in such a way that you want to preserve, above all, the body image. And this is a relic, so you don't want to be haphazard about just.
But what's interesting is even if you take that theory that this is a medieval invention, which, as we've said, has been debunked, but even if you took that theory, you're still left to explain how the hell you produce an image like this.
So that's right.
Even now, let alone in the Middle Ages.
And this is the question I like to ask my friend Barry Schwartz, because he's not a believer, and yet he travels the world talking about the authenticity of the shroud.
So what does he think it is?
Well, this is what I ask him. I say, well, because he likes to give this great analogy, which I follow. Like he says, I think it's a Sherlock Holmes episode or like a little short story or something, where Watson says, hey, Sherlock, Sherlock to Watson says, Watson, if you've got 4 theories or 5 theories in all.
That's the Hounds of Baskerville, I think.
Oh, look at that.
Go! All of the theories have been disproved.
Because
the least
it's
improbable.
the Hellhounds of Baskerville. And he
Yes.
says it's impossible.
You just like satisfied decades of my searching for that, because I forgot that. But I love the reference. So it's something like this. Like if there are 5 theories on the table and 4 can be discarded or disproved, you can know, Watson, that the one that remains is surely true. And so it helps me.
Whatever when what is impossible is removed, whatever is left, however improbable, must be true.
Give this guy a raise,
All right.
okay? I don't know how much money you're making, but if that's your producer, like, that's fantastic. So,
No way Neil could have done that.
He's gonna cut, by the way, at the end of it. But so the naturalistic theories have been discarded. We know that it's not a painting. We know that it's not a scorch because of the ultraviolet fluorescence. We know that it's not a camera scorch. There are no highlights. There are no shadows. There's, like I said, there's nothing impressed upon the cloth. There's no directionality, no brush strokes. So if we're unable to reproduce it with any of these means, and by the way, I would be much more convinced if all of these debunkers were on the same page, because look, if it's a painting, it's not a scorch. If it's a scorch, it's not a rubbing. If it's a rubbing, it's not a photograph. It's like, guys, figure out which one it is, but
And
it's
then we
not
can
all
have an
4.
argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, if all of those fail, and we can say this with, I use the word prove sparingly, but I use it here. We can prove that it's not any of those things. And so if all those naturalistic theories fail, this is where the Christian can raise it. Well, how about another idea?
Well, what's Barry's answer?
Oh, well, he'll just shrug his shoulders. And I think that's fair. Like if you want to be...
It's very Jewish. Kind of.
No, that is to say, he'll say, I don't know.
Disavow.
No, well, if he holds out, he says, we can't explain it today, It's not that it's unexplainable.
But this is what the atheists do about the world.
I've
Yes,
just
exactly.
been informed I got the wrong show.
Oh man. Okay, so
Give her a raise. That took you
what was it?
bro.
Which one was it? I know 4. I got to do some reading. Well, that's good. I learned something here today, so I'm happy. But I guess where was I going with that?
He shrugs his shoulders.
He shrugs his shoulders.
And he says,
Thank you.
there will be an answer. There isn't one now, and that's a fair.
That is. I respect
fair
that.
enough?
I respect that. The one who says, like, okay, you brought me to the brink, the limits of my
I
knowledge.
agree. It's not paint. I agree. It's not
Exactly.
whatever.
And I can't explain it today, but maybe tomorrow we will.
So why? Okay, fair enough.
But I want to say this, is that we're all, at the end of the day, more than empiricists. Yes, as a scientist, qua-scientist, I'm going to say, I can't explain this.
Yeah.
But I'm a man. I have all my faculties, and I have to, at the end of the day, say, yay or nay, what do I think? And there I have to take in all that I know. And I think this really does bring to the fore the question of the interplay between faith and reason. It's like reason brings you to the shore, and you've been walking, and now it's time to swim. But it's like, how much evidence do you need? Like, if I could just take one element just to highlight this, if we were to make a list of all of those candidates, all those people who were crowned and crucified, there's exactly one person on that list, and that's Jesus of Nazareth. If there are other people that were crowned and crucified, and that may have been the case, but nobody ever wrote about it. And so what's the probability that it's not Jesus when you have this unique combination of sufferings, that you have nail wounds in the feet and in the hands, a pierced side, evidence that he carried the cross, that he was nailed to the cross, that he was crowned with thorns, that he was punched in the face? All of this is here. And then you pile on other things like pollen that is consonant with the flora that blossoms between April and May within a radius of, I think, 5 kilometers of Jerusalem. And then you have soil.
This is a very elaborate kind of hoax.
Yes, no, I want to shake this guy's hand. Like,
That's right.
Yeah, it's like, who is this guy? Like, this guy.
Forget the guy on the shroud.
Let's
Who's
worship
the
him.
guy?
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if it's a fake, we need to develop a following of whoever faked it.
Yeah.
To some degree, because he's a genius.
It's beyond genius. So just to give an example of this, like, there's soil. There's soil on the feet and knees and nose. It's terrible to think about what that implies for the Via Crucis. Like, when he fell flat to his face, and some 75 to 125 pounds came crashing down on a head crowned with thorns. So the forensic doctors don't agree on much, but they agree that those thorns penetrate through the skin to the bony plate below. And so that I don't know exactly, amen to that. But from a scientific point of view, we can study this soil that's on the feet, knee, and nose and determine its chemical composition. We know that it's calcium carbonate with a touch of strontium, and we know further its crystalline structure to be travertine aragonite, which is an extremely rare crystalline structure, and yet, according to one geologist, it matches the soil of the grottos of Jerusalem like a fingerprint, she says. And so, again, if it is fabricated in France in the Middle Ages, what in the world is it doing with soil from Palestine there, right on precisely in those areas where you'd have contact with the ground? And so it's the cumulative force of all of these different elements. I don't think it's any one thing that kind of like hammers it home. Sure, some are more important than others. Some elements are more important than others. But it really is bringing together the convergent evidence that is again and again consonant with what we know from Scripture and what has been passed down and received by our tradition.
Who's the leading academic that would call this into question? And what does he say in response to this publisher retracting the original debunking of it?
Well, some have said, so Nicoletti is a book that just came out by, I want to say Baker Academic. I'm going to forget the title of the book, sorry. But there have been all kinds of debunkers along the way. In Italy, a big one is Garlaschelli. But there are, YouTube videos that you can easily find that will go into this. But they're basically holding on to the idea that this is a medieval fake, and that the carbon dating, though it wasn't definitive, if we were to do it again, I bet we get the same kind of 13th century outcome. And so, because remember, in 2017, what was shown was simply that you can't reach this conclusion. It might be by other ways we can reach that conclusion, but it's simply that with the data that was used in 1988, it doesn't bring you to this conclusion. In other words, it's a non sequitur, right? You need to do it again, but it does leave open the question. So it may be the case that we read, like maybe tomorrow, and this wouldn't be a problem. Some people have pretended that Christians are out there saying that the case for Christianity rests upon the authenticity of the shroud. Like, we would sleep easy tonight if we got a new test saying, hey, you know what, the shroud is medieval, and it doesn't tell us anything about the suffering. I think that would be kind of unfortunate. Like, I'm glad that there's
no way you would sleep easy if that was discovered, especially given what you've just shared about the pollen and the soil.
Okay, fair enough. I would be disappointed, but that's to say,
but it wouldn't
shake my faith in Christianity.
Foundations.
My faith in Christianity. So our faith rests upon eyewitness testimony.
Yeah.
And what I think is really cool, I mean, obviously we have Mary Magdalene, we have the first apostles, they tell their story. Some 500 saw him at one time risen from the dead. And so these people, when they had nothing to gain and everything to lose, they went to their death professing faith in the resurrection, when it was known to be false that people rise from the dead. Like, nobody in the ancient world believed such a thing, that people come back from the dead to live new, glorified, resurrected lives. Like, that's the premise and thesis of N.T. Wright's big book on the resurrection, right? Like, Christianity came into a world where its central premise was already known to be false. And yet, a whole swath of the society went on board and changed their day of worship from Saturday into Sunday, because evidently they thought something happened on Easter Sunday. And so whether it's true or whether or not, what you can't deny is that they believed it to be true. And so now you have to account as a historian, like, why in the world would they believe this? And so what I think is cool is that those were eyewitnesses to the living Jesus. But if you were to ask, okay, who saw the moment that cadaver became a glorified, divinized human body? Nobody was there, right? Mary Magdalene gets up early, but not early enough, right? She's late. She slept in. He's gone. The tomb is empty. And so the shroud becomes the silent witness to that event, which I think is amazing, because, of course, when she goes to the tomb, I know we call it an empty tomb, but what you read about is that it's not empty. In fact, it's what they find there, that when they find it, the way that they find it, they begin to believe. And so I think it's so powerful that in John 20, verse 8, it says, John saw and believed. And this is why I want to take him by the lapels and be like, slap him across the cheeks a little bit. What did you see so that you believed? This is the first distinctive Christian faith attested anywhere in the scriptures. And it's
why can't that just mean he saw an empty tomb?
Well, what you described, can we pull that up actually? Because that's worth talking about. This is such a good question.
Oh, you look up the scripture?
Yeah, let's read that, because I think this has not been given nearly enough attention in the scholarly literature and also with regard to short studies. And so I'm glad for the question. I'm just going to open my Bible here and check it out in Greek.
Just for those who are watching right now, if you're a local supporter, go to mattfrad.locals.com. We've got a private chat going on, so you can join that and ask questions. And I will be sure to ask Father your questions at some point in the episode. Do you want me to ask some of this, or have you already looked it up? I don't want
No. I'm ready. So this is John chapter 20. And this we know well because it's what we proclaim on Easter Sunday. It's the first day of the week. Mary Magdalene comes to the tomb early while it's still dark and sees that the stone's been taken away. And so she goes and tells Simon Peter and the beloved disciple, that's John, and says, they've taken away the Lord. He's not in the tomb. I don't know where they laid him. So Peter and John go running. And in verse 4, it says they're running together, but John goes faster. I guess Peter is a little older, a little slow, maybe a little extra pounds on the gut. I don't know. But he doesn't get there first. John does. I love this detail in verse 5. John bends down and says he stoops. He stoops, and the reason this is significant is because it coincides with what we know from archaeology in first century tombs. Interesting. It's a stairwell down that leads to an antechamber and then against the wall, like on a shelf, much like in the catacombs, if you've been there, you'll see that's where the body would be would lie. And so Simon Peter goes in first. But first, it's John who sees from a distance the linen cloths. That's the word that I'm reading from the ESV. If you get into different translations, you're going to get different vocabulary here. But the linen cloths, notice the S at the end. It's because in the...
So read it from the scriptures. It says what?
In verse 5, and stooping to look in, he saw the linen cloths. So it's blepe kemena ta othonia. So he sees the othonia. That's a neuter plural, and that's why we add S to the it's burial cloths or linen cloths. And the question is, what in the world was that? Especially since in the synoptics, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, we get a different word. We get the word sindon, which is shroud, like a long sheet. That covers, so it's a sindon in Mark, I think 15. Remember that young man that mysteriously is like runs away naked when they tear away his tunic or whatever? That's a sindon. That's a shroud. So it's evidently something big enough to cover a body. But the point is here that John, from a distance, he doesn't go in, but he gets low because now it's a good angle to see deep inside. And what he sees from a distance is this linen cloth. Okay, that's interesting. But what happens next? Simon goes in. Like I can just imagine John say, "After you, Holy Father," like he waited for Peter. And now Peter steps down the threshold of where the stone would have been rolled away into the antechamber, and he tells us what he sees coming into the tomb. He saw the linen cloths. That's the second mention of this word orthonia. And look at this. He saw the linen cloths lying there. In other translations, it adds funny words like lying on the ground. But I'm here in the Greek, and I can tell you that it does nothing of the sort. It just says, theore ta orthonia kemena. He saw the linen cloths lying. And it's also interesting to note that he changed the verb to see. In English, we're going to get 3 times he saw, and he saw. But in John's language, he changes vocabulary, and I think that's intentional. It seems that there's a crescendo in light. He's seeing, but we're seeing more and more. So in the first moment, what does Peter see extra that John didn't see? Well, he sees the linen cloths lying and the face cloth, that's the sudarium, which had been on Jesus's head, it tells us, not lying with the linen cloths, that's a third mention in 3 verses of the same exact word, orthonia, but folded up in a separate place. And you're like, come on, John, there are 1,000 details I wish I could know about the Passion of Christ. Like, how big were the thorns? Where did they pierce him in the side? How many scourge marks? But it's like relegated to a subordinate clause, and then he keeps on going. But boy, when it's time to tell you about the dirty laundry in the tomb, like he's going on and on about it. And that got to catch your attention. Like, what is the purpose? What is the purpose here? Where is he going with this discourse? And finally, in verse 8, he comes to the climactic conclusion to say, then the other disciple would reach the tomb first. That's John, right? He also went in and he saw and believed. And it's not blepo, that was the first verb. It's not theoreo, that's the second verb that Peter sees. But now it's horao, that he saw and believed. And so, especially being used in conjunction with the verb to believe, there's the sense that there's sight that is natural, and then there's sight that is supernatural. There's seeing, and then there's seeing, right? And these are the first baby steps towards that fundamental belief that, yeah, it founds the rest of our faith. If we take Paul seriously anyway, when he says, if Christ isn't raised, your faith is in vain. Like, it all rests upon this. And here's the testimony, bearing its witness. He saw. What did he see? There's a detail here. I wish I could jump in one of those time machines with Michael J. Fox, whatever, like reconstruct the scene of like what exactly they saw. There's lots of fun theories out there. We can get into that if you want. But what I do know is this, that it's because he saw what he saw. In other words, the condition of the empty tomb. And it's what's quoted in the Catechism, if I'm not mistaken. It's, what is it, 460? Or no, it's in 640. I sometimes get dyslexia on these things. But it says that it's the condition of the empty tomb that led them to belief. And so whatever they saw, it started with something visible, something sensible. And so this is where I want to go to the text and say, like, okay, what clues do you got for me here? Anything? And there is something, and it's fundamental. It's not much, but it may just be all we need. I come back to that funky sentence that is translated with such difficulty. He saw the linen cloths lying there, and I told you, in Spanish, for example, they say lying on the ground. We read this in our liturgy in Spanish. I think that's unfortunate because it doesn't say on the ground, as if the point were to say it's not on the staircase, it's not on the sill where his body lay. No, it's on the ground. No, that's pulled that out of thin air. It doesn't say that. Nor does it say lying there, as if to say not here, but there. The word there is not in the Greek.
It's not there.
It's just not there. But it does say that they're lying. And the word kemena can mean lying flat. So if the body has dematerialized, I don't like that term, but you get it communicates what I'm trying to get at. If the body is no longer there, such that the cloth that's surrounded can now collapse, the result might be described as a cloth lying, like a balloon that's lost its air. It's got nothing inside, and so that it can collapse. Add one more detail: the fact that it's a plural and not a singular. It's not a shroud, but it's here. It's the linen cloths. Okay, so what else do we know here? According to the American scientists, if you looked at the beard, there's a depression in the beard, evidencing a strap, a cloth that would have kept the mouth closed, so that after rigor mortis relaxes, you wouldn't have a mouth just gaping wide open. It would be tied closed. Likewise, there's a strap evidently over the ankles but below the knees that's keeping the legs together. And so it seems that the man is taller on the front of the cloth than he is if you were to measure from the back, because there's a fold in the cloth because of the strap. And so some have theorized that in addition to the sindon, which is that long sheet that kind of folds above and below the body, you have these other strips that bring together at certain points and contain the body. This is really interesting if you know John 11, because that's when Jesus calls Lazarus out of the tomb, and he gives him a command. Do you remember what he says?
Untie him.
Untie him. There it is. And so evidently there's something to untie. And so could it be that something similar is here in Jesus' case, that John, who was there at the foot of the cross on Friday, and now he's back on Sunday morning, and he sees what he saw before, except no body. Wow. And so he might have described it in this way. The bottom line is this: what we have in the text says that it's not that he crucified his intellect when he came to believe. No, he departed from something that was intelligible and then carried it forward when he came into an encounter with Jesus. And that's where this itinerary ends. It moves from seeing certain details that are fuzzy and at a distance. Then we come up close and personal. And then we get the vision of faith. But then it climaxes in encounter when Mary Magdalene encounters the Lord. And that's where our faith journey ends too. Come press and probe, study the shroud, but don't be unbelieving, but believe. See with faith.
Holy mackerel. Okay, so I know you want to draw out a lot of things from scripture. But can we get to some questions?
You bet.
But before we do that, can I tell people to go check out hallow.com/Matt? It is the #1 Christian. Matt Frad. I think Matt works as well. Oh. hallow.com/Matt Frad. You're right, Thursday. Matt Frad. Check him out because it's the #1 Catholic app on the interwebs. I think it might be the #1 Christian app. Don't quote me. It's a bloody fantastic app, and it'll help you to pray. And I know a lot of people for your New Year's resolutions that you'd like to do that more. What's cool about Hallow is it will help you do that. And it's really well produced. And if you go to hallow.com/MattFrad, the link is in the description below, and sign up there, you'll get a 3-month free trial, which is just ridiculous. So after the end of those 3 months, if you don't agree with me that it's as good as I'm saying, you can unsubscribe and you won't pay a cent. But it'll help you. It'll lead you through the rosary. It has nighttime stories you can listen to. It has stories for your children that you can play for them at night. It really is absolutely excellent and 100% Catholic. So if you want to pray the rosary, if you want to learn how to meditate in a Catholic fashion, please check it out. hallow.com/Matt Frad. Click the link in the description below. Sign up there. That way they know that I sent you, and you'll get those 3 months for free. All right. Can I
also sign up on the website so that you, if you, I know a lot of people in the communities don't want to give more money to Apple or Google than they need to.
That's
So
right.
if you sign up on the website, then Apple and Google don't get a cut through the payment processing on your phone.
Thank you. All right, so Heidi, thanks for being a local supporter, it says, who is dragging their feet on the proper dating of it? Who has to approve it? So I think that goes back to the question of, okay, we did carbon dating, but it was on but so if a new carbon dating thing would actually prove it, whose permission do we got to get?
Right, so as of 1983, the shroud was bequeathed from the royal family to the person of John Paul II because he is the successor of Peter. So it is, as of 1983, that's like recent history. That's like yesterday in the grand scheme. Yeah. So now it is the property of Francis. So, of course, he has a delegate in Turin. He's the archbishop there in Turin. And he also has, people under him that tend to the nitty-gritty. But I think what would need to happen is that the scientific community would have to reach a kind of consensus in order to suggest, like, hey, this is not just what needs to be done, but the exact way in which it needs to be orchestrated so that the community at large can be confident that the results are credible. And so after the fiasco of 1988, nobody's like just itching to do this. And I just want to say that we're in a great place right now to talk about the shroud. And we need more people. I love what I do. I love that I get to go around the world talking about the shroud. And I have in China and Hong Kong and Singapore and the Philippines and throughout Europe and here in the States. But I wish I didn't have to in a way. Like, I wish there were other people that would get on board and do this. So thank you, by the way, for the platform to share this. But people need to know that they can get educated on this. Do a postgraduate certificate in shroud studies from Othonia. It's in Spanish, it's in Italian, and it's in English. And learn about it, share about it, bring it to your parish, bring it to your catechism classes. People need to hear this. You never know who can benefit from this kind of discourse. I think it's really sad that we've kind of dumbed down our catechesis. Our strategizing for evangelization has often been like more carpets in our chapels and more electric guitars and that kind of thing. What if we were to like turn up the volume on the intellectual side of Christianity? I think some people need to hear some of these details, and you never know who can be helped. I've certainly seen it again and again.
So we'll put a link to this Othonia.
Yeah.
So if people want to do a post-grad certificate in this, they can.
Great.
While I'm on the topic, I know you have a new podcast that's about to drop, and I want people to know about it before we get to more questions, because I know you, I know Father Michael, you're two of the most brilliant and charming priests I've ever met. So I cannot wait until your podcast starts. We're going to put a link in the description below to your podcast, Those Two Priests. I know
Two priests. Yeah.
I know you don't have any videos yet, but I want to tell everybody, click that link. We have a link. We'll have a link up there soon, and subscribe to their podcast. So once you guys start dropping videos.
Yeah, no, and thank you for the idea.
It's AthoniaInternational.org, right?
Okay.
I'll give you the exact link to the postgraduate certificate, because what we have is the Science and Faith Institute, which is under the big umbrella of this Pontifical University, and it's complicated. So I'll just get you the direct link and put it in the description for those who want to follow along. But yeah, thanks for that word about the podcast. I'm excited about that. It's not going to be only shroud related. The idea is that we're just going to have conversation as two priests that want to shoot the breeze with people from different aspects, much like you do here, quite honestly. But I'm excited for it too. I think it's going to be good. So we're just building the studio now, and hopefully we'll be right with you guys.
That's great. Okay. Vespers says, do we have any other extant burial shrouds or similar textiles from that time period? For example, when the tomb of St. Peter was discovered, there were bits of purple cloth, and we know that his bones were wrapped in a purple cloth when the original basilica was built. Are there other grave shrouds like this?
Nothing like this is the answer to the question. The shroud is an absolute unicum for these three reasons, and it's worth repeating that the shroud bears an image of a man, an image that is anatomically perfect. That's one. Two, that it acts as a photo negative, where the grayscale is inverted. And then 3, that it encodes 3-dimensional information. There's not a single other cloth that has any of those characteristics. Are there other burial cloths? Yeah, even predating the shroud, but also from the period. I think right there in Jerusalem, like a stone's throw from this Holy Sepulchre, just to the south, like towards Gehenna, there's a cave that is called something like the Field of the Shroud because of some cloths that were found, and I'm sure there are many others that we could point to off the top of my head. But this is extremely rare. Obviously, if you have a decomposing body next to a linen cloth, it's going to decompose much more rapidly. One of the things that is surprising about the shroud is that there are no signs of decomposition or putrefaction anywhere on this body, which, to my mind, harkens back to Psalm 16, right? Where, if you remember Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2, and Peter quotes the psalm and says, "You will not allow your beloved to see corruption." Of course, he's using the scriptures to talk about the resurrection of Christ, and he's applying this verse to Jesus. But it also applies neatly to what we know about from the shroud, that there's no signs that rigor mortis has been relaxed. There's no signs that out of the nose and mouth that pneumonia gas exited out of these passages. And you would expect that. And it would be a very different and gruesome image that you would find if a dead body had stayed in contact with a shroud longer than 40 hours.
Wow.
That's when rigor mortis relaxes. But somewhere between 30 and 36 hours, of course, if you zoom in on the blood stains, especially at the wrists, which are very crisp and neat in their limits and their contours, it shows that this is dried blood that is re-softened by a process called fibrinolysis ever so slowly, but is a ticking clock. It tells us how long that blood stain is in contact with the cloth so as to create this stain. And the answer that the scientists give us is that somewhere between 30 to 36 hours after initiation, fibrinolysis was interrupted. And so what that means is that not only did the body not extend beyond rigor mortis, but which never relaxed, but the body is no longer in contact with the cloth beyond the 30 or maximally the 36-hour mark. So we're talking, if you math with me a little bit, if this is tucked away in the tomb before the third star in the sky appears when the Sabbath rest descends upon them, it's probably, let's say it's 6 p.m. 30 hours later is midnight on Easter Sunday. 6 a.m. is 6 hours later. They're in the wee small hours of Easter Sunday. They're telling us somewhere between midnight and 6 a.m. the body is no longer in contact with the cloth.
Wow.
And so, this is where I say it certainly leaves room, to say the least, for the Christian hypothesis. And so, what do we make of it? What sense do we make of it? So, to answer the question of the person, do we have any other cloth? Yeah, you can look to things like, is it a Z or is it an S twist? Things like that. Do they know what to do with 3-to-1 herringbone? Yes, these kinds of things we know. But to my mind, that's lower down on the chain, right? I mean, the more important aspects that count, let's say, they all have to do with the image. And there we just find nothing remotely close. Even when we engineer them, knowing all the characteristics today, at a microscopic level, they're not close.
I would love to see the closest representation of the shroud that we're willing to put off.
I'll show you some.
Oh, you got some?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pumped.
Okay, so
there was while you looked that up, there was some comedian, I forget if it was Brian Regan, who said that we don't get a sense of just how good these athletes are at the Olympic game because they're all running next to each other and they're all really good. So what we need to do is get some fat guy like me from the stands and have them run alongside.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see the comparison between what we've been able to accomplish.
No, it's great. I always love these guys when they try. Yeah, I'll pull it up for you now. I'm scrolling. So let's go to, which one does that say? 60? 60 of 63. So this is one. There's some more as we scroll down, but let's do 60. So there's some that have said that the shroud, it's really bad. They call it, instead of the Shroud of Turin, I'm sorry, Lord, to say it, but the Shroud of Urine. Have you heard this before? Because what you can do is get this emulsion on a cloth.
It's very clever.
Yeah,
but look,
someone's like, it's
what
not clever.
It's a bit clever. But it might be because I'm a dad. So dad jokes. Dad jokes. Anyway.
So the theory here is that if you have a dark room, something like with a kind of photographic effect, is that what if you had a body out in the sunlight and then passing through this prism, see this little hole in the wall in the top right? And then what would happen is it would be projected, the image would be projected out upside down, and it would create a photo negative. And it works. Like, the amazing thing is, it actually does produce the image of the body. You can put a statue out in the sun, and it'll do that. There's I think it's National Geographic, that has this guy in a white lab coat. I'm going to forget his name. I know it's Nichols. I think Joe Nichol. I want to say Joe Nichol. But he's a magician by trade, but he dresses up with a fancy white coat to present his theory to you, which I'm, at the end of the day, super happy about, because what he produces, though it's impressive, is nothing like the shroud, because it has clear highlights. Look at the top of the feet. Look at the top of the hands, and then the shadow under the chin and under the hands. There are no highlights and shadows anywhere on the shroud, and they don't tell you this in the National Geographic version, but that image can only last a matter of days. You expose it to sunlight, and it just disappears. And you have to think about, imagine a human body, anatomically perfect, in the sun for 4 days. That's how long you need in order to project the image. What does that body look like after 4 days? Like, the flesh is still hanging on the body. I don't know. You have to turn it around and do it again for another 4 days to get the back of the body. Again, this is not going to show up in the literature, but that's because when you're making it, you have to realize that when you're watching a documentary, you gotta, who's paying for that documentary and what is their interest? It's not the same as peer-reviewed scientific journal articles that have to sustain the scrutiny of their peers in order to then. Okay, so that's one. That's if the shroud were a photograph, a kind of camera oscura, made by Leonardo da Vinci, they say, right, in the 13th century or thereabouts. No, never mind that he's born like 100 years later, but that's minor detail. Okay. The other one here is Garlaskelli, here in the center, the middle, a kind of drawing. But again, we don't have anything soaked into the fibers. There are no brush strokes. There's no directionality. There's no way. I mean, impressive as it might be, it's still in 60, but at the bottom center, the black and white, I believe that's Garlaskelli's image. This is that looks almost like I thought that was the real one. Oh no. So the one on the right, we'll bring up the original so you can compare and contrast. But again, it's the chemical aspects, the chemical composition, and the microscopic level. That's where these utterly fail. These aren't surface phenomena. Remember, we can only penetrate the 2 to 500 nanometers. They're not even remotely close at that level. Even if you think like artistically, they're convincing. This one is Emily. Oh gosh, I forgot her last name. It's like Cumming or something like that. But who thinks that it's a rubbing? You ever do like in like kindergarten where you put a leaf under a paper with a crayon, So it is impressive. That is also way too accurate, and it looks like a medical drawing or something like that. It's impressive, but again, it just doesn't have the characteristics. What's really enigmatic about the shroud is that even though it's been exposed to water, indeed like soaked in water, such that there are water stains, there are water stains on top of the body image, and they don't obscure or dilute or mess up in the least the body image. Neither did the fire, right? So there are what you can see, and we should pull this up for the crowd here. Let's go to those first slides. I can't remember, what was it, like number 4 or so, that shows these, here, there's a good one, number 6, and it shows the triangles that you see here, here, and here. They're kind of these symmetrical patterns. It's because the shroud was folded up. There's 4 dividing lines, so folded in half right there in the center, then fold what remains in half, and then half again, so that the face is what remains. That would have been most interesting to those who wanted to show it off or venerate the shroud. And then, of course, you fold it along the long axis, and then you get the 4-folded garment. In fact, that's one of the names in history that we know of a linen cloth that bears the image of the Savior, the tetradiplon. It just means the 4-folded linen. It corresponds to the 4 folds we find on the shroud. But that's what creates these symmetrical patterns, because inside the shroud, once folded, is inside of a silver casing, and that in the fire melts down and singes the outer edges of the folded cloth. And so the result is this. The The fire, however, did not destroy the body image. The high temperatures didn't mess up that. That's absolutely the case with every painting that we know. The same could be said about scorching. Like one of the theories was that you take a statue, heat it up, put a cloth on top, and then like, singe it, right? That would be a scorch. But again, it's the scientific data that's important here. If you look at the ultraviolet fluorescence, that would tell you where there's a scorch, and it's impossible that this is a scorch. Not improbable, but utterly impossible. So again, we can discard all of those attempts at reading the shroud are so unlike what we actually have that we should be able to say thanks but no thanks. Like this is not a feasible way of thinking about the way the shroud image came to be. That's a good question. Yeah, so if you were to take a picture of me with your camera, it's obvious that the picture would show my white collar as white and my black jacket as black. So color doesn't correspond to distance information, because indeed the camera is equally distant to the white as it is to the black. This is not the case with the shroud. The shroud is monochromatic, it's all one hue, but think of like pointillism. So think of like, imagine you had one magic marker and it's orange, let's say, and you want to give the impression of certain dark areas and certain light areas. What you do is you draw more dots in less space to give the impression of a deeper, a darker hue. And then you just spread out those dots in order to give the impression of a lighter shade. And that's what you have on the shroud. So where there's contact with the cloth, like where the nose sticks out or the chin sticks out, it's touching the cloth in such a way that the shroud is more densely colorized here at the nose. But imagine now the Adam's apple. It's going to be slightly distant to the cloth because it's draped over the chin, and now that gap means that there's less colorization, less densely colorized hue. And this means, for the scientists, that there is an inverse proportion between the density of image and the distance to the camera, which in this case is the cloth. So the bottom line is that they can look at the brightness map of the shroud, put it through the VP8, which maps 8 shades of gray, and now it's translating two-dimensional information, which is, if the cloth is 2D, obviously it's flat. But now if I can put it through the VP8 image analyzer, which I didn't describe, so let's do that. This is slide number 9. This is showing Eric Jumper and John Jackson. And the instrumentation on the right is the VP8 image analyzer. This was used by NASA, by the way, to map the topography of distant planets that we didn't travel to, but we could know the hills and the valleys just by a special form of photography. And if I scroll down to the next slide, I guess this would be 10, you can see on the right what the VP8 image analyzer renders. Obviously, there's interference because of the cloth and the weave and the thread, but the contours of a human face are clear, like the nose sticks out, it corresponds to a human face. This is not the case with any other photograph. You take a picture of me, my face, slip it under the VP8, my nose might go inside instead of out. Like, it makes no sense. On the shroud, however, it corresponds to the contours of a human body. And so this is what was noticed by these 2 American scientists of the United States Air Force Academy. And when they notice it, it's so mind-blowing to them that this is what sparks the Shroud of Turin research project. This is why they go overseas with all that state-of-the-art equipment, where they see that we can build a statue based on the mathematical information that is contained in that cloth, even though there's some artistic license, like for the eyebrows and things like that. But the rest, like, for example, the chin is close to the sternum. Why? Because the head was hanging on the cross, right? And so if it looks like his head is raised as if like a pillow is underneath, it's not. The body is in rigor mortis, and he's maintained the same position as he held on the cross. Likewise with the knees, like you might think, oh, there's some triangular support under the knees. No, it's just that his knees were bent on the cross.
So that's how they were.
And that's how they remain. Exactly. So they're going to force the hands down, obviously, in order to carry him from the execution site about 140 feet, if I'm not mistaken, down Calvary and into this cave, which is the garden. I love this little aspect, a little often missed. But Jesus is buried in a garden, and there he's laid to rest. And it's from that place that the new Eden is constructed, right? That Jesus is risen from the dead, and in this way gives us access into Eden. So there's a little spiritual reading for you.
That is
Is
remarkable.
that an explanation for the newest objection we often see about the angle the blood marks would have been made from?
I'm not sure what the questioner is referring to. That's your
me.
question.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well
did
then I can.
a touch of research to the newest objection.
Okay, so there are in some reconstructions that will even show the way the blood flows. There's sometimes I feel like this is exaggerated, however, because Baima Bologna is a forensic doctor in Italy. There were two in America, Heller and Adler, who studied the blood stains in, I want to say, the 1980s to determine certain characteristics of the blood. But Baima Bologna suggests that the scourge marks, and we have some 360 of them, so some 240 scourge marks on the back, 120 on the front, and it's every area. I just assumed that he was scourged just on the back.
That's what I.
But it's not. It's from the clavicle to the ankles, front and
Was
back.
Mel Gibson inspired by the shroud?
Oh yeah. And now in some ways, however, he tells that what's these saints that
Gemma?
no, that
I know
has
who you mean.
these
The
visions,
private revelations.
private
I forget the
revelations,
name.
and so he tells that in the interview.
Someone will tell you in the live chat in 3 seconds. So you just shout it out. It's there. Catherine, yeah.
And Emmer.
Emmer.
There we go.
That's it.
That's the one. And so in an interview, he says how he took inspiration from some of that, and he also from Caravaggio paintings in some points. Now he tells you his point is to drive you over the edge emotionally. Like he wants to bring you to the brink of like, can you even look at this? And so he wants it to be an emotive response. And so he does drum up certain details. Like for example, Jesus carries the T cross, which would weigh something like 300 plus pounds.
Hey, I'm so glad you brought this up.
Okay.
Based on the shroud and based on what we know historically,
He carried the patibulum, the cross that is only the horizontal beam that weighs some 57 or 75 kilos. I know in pounds it's like 75 to 125 pounds is what we postulate that, but he carried it in just the same way as many who work on the railroad who carry a similar type of beam.
across their shoulders?
No, favoring the right shoulder.
Okay.
1/3 of the weight would have been about in front of him, 2/3 behind, and they would rest it something like this, so that you have excoriation on the right shoulder, and then again on the left shoulder blade, precisely the scapula that sticks out. That's what's braided against as he jostles his position, as he falls to the ground. A 10 centimeter square excoriation on the left shoulder blade, a little further down and closer to the spine. And so
I've heard that Padre Pio said that was the most painful portion of the stigma.
the shoulder wound,
Yeah.
exactly. I've heard that too. Yes, I've heard that too. Now, and that was again is private revelation. But I do want to just sift out two kinds of things. So I think one thing is a saint's private revelation. Another thing is a historical archaeological object, and they don't necessarily coincide. So I've got a lot in my mind right now, and I want to answer his question too, but I've just got to go to the stigmata, because this is a case in point, right? Many stigmatists have the nail wounds in the center of the palms, and yet on the shroud, it's in desktop space. I'll pull it up just so we can have a graphic there. But if you look like under the muscle in the thumb, you'll have, if you were to bend, so put your thumb and pinky together,
right?
Bend down like 90 degrees, and now under the muscle in your thumb, you'll get a little divot. At least some of us have this. You have this. I've got a. I'm not sure there's the camera. I've got this like tendon right in the center.
That's where it goes.
That's where the nail went in, and it penetrated out 1.5 centimeters higher on the opposite side, and so, according to a French surgeon by the name Pierre Barbet, who writes a book called A Doctor at Calvary, he does this experiment on fresh cadavers. Sorry for the macabre detail here a little, but
let's do it.
It's really worth just to understand, like, so much of my.
That's the kind of science I want to give my body to.
Give your body to?
Yeah, to kind of like
for science.
Yeah, like to understand more about the crucifixion.
Okay, well, it's you, not me. No, because this is bad news. Seriously, when the bad news about putting the nail here is that there are two nerves that pass just through the spot. It's the ulnar nerve and the median nerve, and they don't control. It's not just that they control the movement of your fingertips, but they're sense nerves that are going to send shock waves of pain through your central nervous system.
I meant once I'm dead.
Oh, once you're
understood
dead.
that.
Oh, once you're
I wasn't
dead.
saying
Well,
once I'm going to crucify me now.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to think of you as a hero, but you just dropped down a notch.
No, that would have been an idiot.
Insanity.
So we've got really good reason to think it wasn't through the palms of the hands.
Right. And so this has been asked, like, Jesus, if the shroud were authentic, surely we would see that the nail wounds would be in the hands. Are you going to tell me that all those stigmatists, Padre Pio included, were wrong? And thanks be to God, it's the stigmatists themselves who answer this question, so I don't have to.
Good.
And they say, look, don't think that this is how he was fastened historically. He must have been fixed in a more permanent way. But when you see the stigmatists, you immediately understand those are the wounds of Jesus, which is exactly the point. Like, for our sake, for understanding, like,
if your wrists were bleeding.
Well, Paul would say, he's like, look, I bear the marks of Christ, right? So there's this sense of, there's a credibility because he is sharing, he's filling up what is lacking in the sufferings of Christ, to use the words of Colossians 1:24, right? There's something like, okay, Christ the head in heaven is glorified. He's suffering no more. But in his mystical body, he continues to suffer. How do you convey that idea? If all of our artwork, if all of our churches have, down through the centuries, depicted Christ crucified with the nail wounds in the hands, it's the way to communicate effectively, even if it's not historically true, that those are the wounds that you participate in the wounds of Christ, is to put the nail wounds in here in the palms. But we know, and Pierre Barbet tested this in the 1930s and then publishes in the 50s, if you put a 9-inch nail with a square cross section through this portion of the palm, after just 10 minutes and with a little shove, it comes right through what is just soft tissue. There's no transversal support here. There's no way it could sustain the weight of a human body, not even half the weight of a human body. And in fact, we know from the first century literature that you could be crucified for some 2 weeks and not die. Do you know that in some instances little variations of crucifixion could be employed? So you could give a little sedile, a little seat, so that some of the weight could be redistributed in such a way that even if the crows had come and pecked out your eyes, you're still alive. You're not bleeding that much on the shroud. It's when they take out the nail, now the faucet is opened, now the blood can flow. You're not actually bleeding that much. Just reminded, I never answer your question about the blood flow, and I'm getting there. So this is important to say, that even if the scourge marks aren't penetrating the skin so that blood is flowing out, that's what Mel Gibson exaggerates. He uses the scorpione, like this. Have you remember that scene where
the shells tied into the leather strap?
Shells and like
bone,
shrapnel or something. I don't know. Like it was like metal shards that would kill you, and in short time. But what we see on the shroud is actually much more credible. We have these scourge marks. I was telling you, front and back. We can even tell you the directionality with which they fall. Imagine this for the con artist theory. If you look at the mid-body range, all of these scourge marks land perpendicular to the main axis of the body. But if they fall towards the feet or towards the head, that is towards the extremities, it's always at an oblique angle. And we can draw the arc. So we can know that there are two lictores, two men scourging, one on either side of the body, pivoting from one fixed point. So we can see their half circle. We can see this arc. And they're and that's why the patterns land as they do. But it means that one guy was evidently taller than the other because his arc was longer than the other. This was discovered in the 1980s. Like somebody's going to draw a circle around every single one of these scourge marks.
You actually have that here.
I do, yeah.
Throw that up.
Yeah, we definitely will. And so it's Monsignor Ritchie who looks at this directionality. But what I was going to say is it's not sure, it's a debated point, whether these scourge marks actually penetrate the skin. So let's go to slide 22. That's the Passion of the Christ. Mel Gibson has this very dramatic scene. I always have to pull away at this point. Like, do you remember when it like latches onto the skin and you're like waiting for it to? I can't watch that scene. It's just too much. But what we see on the shroud is more like this. The very next slide, 23. 23. We have a picture of a Roman flagrum, and this is the instrument of torture. It has 3 leather straps. At least that's the postulate, just because they're groups of 3. At the end of these elastic leather straps, we have these lead balls that are going to leave these scourge marks. And you can see this pattern, which I've created in black again and again, all over the shroud. I think it's Peter Jackson from Stirp that will count these, and others have published on the same point to say that it's some 240 on the back and 120 on the front, which means a total of 360 divided by 3 means 120 lashes. That is 3 times as many as the Old Testament scriptures allow. So don't confuse a Roman scourging with a Jewish flogging. They're utterly distinct. The Jewish flogging is in the synagogue with leather straps, and it never exceeds 39 lashes. If you remember, I think it's in 2 Corinthians 11 where Paul says, 5 times I suffered the 40 minus 1. That was the upper limit, because you're not to treat your brother like a beast, he says, and I think he quotes Deuteronomy there. But of course, they have no concern, because we're not in a synagogue, we're not using a Jewish flog. This is the Roman flagrum, and each one of these marks is the equivalent of a 3rd-degree burn as far as the damage that it does to the human body, even if it doesn't perforate the skin. So look, you could fall off a motorbike and be 6 weeks laid up in a hospital. Maybe you didn't shed a drop of blood, but it's no less painful. And as far as your circulatory system is concerned, that is blood loss, even if it's a hemorrhage under the surface of the skin. So if you look at some hyper-realistic versions of the Man of the Shroud, they'll show blood stains, like each one of these oozing blood. Each one, and that may be a little much. It may be the case, it may not be the case. But Baima Bologna argues that this is what's called ecchymosis. That is like a, what do you call that? A cardinal in Spanish? A bruise, like where it gets discolored on the surface of the skin, even if it doesn't perforate the skin. In any case, I was going about the directionality. There's definitely in the crown of thorns, right?
Yeah,
the crown is in the vertical position, and so it's now accumulating. You have this cap of thorns.
Do we have an image of that?
Oh yeah, let's look at that. That's important. Okay, so that's going to be right before. Notre Dame in Paris. It's Sainte-Chapelle, actually, is the, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go. This is going to be, okay, tell you what, go to 26. This is just a picture that shows how we've often imagined the crown of thorns as a wreath. Yeah, it is 27. Yeah, 27. But again, we've seen pictures like these where there's like a circlet that goes around the ears, leaving the top of the head exposed. And if you were a con artist trying to convince people that this is Jesus, you'd be inclined to do something like this on the shroud. But in this case, the shroud dares to deviate from the sacred norm here. It gives us instead a cap of thorns. So just go to the very next slide. And what we see is that it covers every area of the head. So we have some 30 to 50 puncture wounds that have little rivulets of blood. If you scroll down to slide 29, some have reconstructed what they think the cap of thorns would look like using the Ziziphus spina Christi. That's the species of plant that has these thorns that are 3/4 of an inch long. The very Latin name.
How difficult would that have been to make?
Well, there are different versions of this that look like somebody spent 3 hours like weaving of it. And I'm not convinced that a Roman centurion is going to make this beautiful braid before he like puts it immediately on Jesus' head. So I think it's much more likely that he just kind of lopped off a mess of thorn, took a pliant branch or wicker that you see here in the slide 29, and then bound together that mess of thorn, and then with his spear and sword just pressed it on his head. And so these thorns, although supple when green, when they dry, they're like nails that just pierce through the skin. And so that's what the helmet looks like. It's interesting that the Greek word for crown is Stephanos. So if you have any friends named Stephen, you know what that comes from. It's crown. But the crown in the first century and in the literature that we get also in the Old Testament, of course, is going to be translated into the Greek as well in the Septuagint. The Stephanos was what was on the head of the priest. And what did the priest's crown look like? Well, we can read about that. I think it's in Exodus towards the end. You're going to see how it's covering the entire head. And so even though in the Middle Ages, our crowns, sure, they were, these circles around like a ring on top of the head. In the first century, you could well imagine that something like that would be called a crown. And so what I go to in the next slide, if you see, it's slide 30. These are just pictures. Now, the contrast has been turned up to see these blood stains at the nape of the neck. So of course, the supplement branch is going to there's going to be this pooling effect that the blood drips down from the head according to gravity. It's going to now drip down the back of the neck. And so this is what you see, these kind of like, see how it's flowing down and towards the center. So that is an area where you would have expected a great accumulation of blood, and so it is that you see that on the shroud. Some have said, and I wish I could see exactly, that at the shoulder, that there is evidence of a blood stain that goes in the opposite direction. So some have suggested that when he was scourged, he was leaning over such that blood could flow. It looks like it's flowing up, but because of his position at the time, it's actually flowing down. That is one thing I'm not sure. I know that the bit about blood flowing from the scourge wounds is contested. So I'd have to see further details about that. But I think this is so hard to reproduce, especially at the wrist, the flow of blood. Yeah, so let's look at that, because this, I want to go way down to the point of crucifixion, where we see the wounds in the hands. And I must have gone past it, because this is his death. Here we go. Yeah, so there's a bifurcation in the blood stain. Here, I'm looking at slide, is this 39? 39. So, of course, Jesus is hanging from the cross. So when he's on the ground, he would be at a 90-degree angle. And I'll tell you what, let me go through the whole process for you. Go to slide number 37. And so the stipes, like that's the vertical beam, it's already planted in the ground, ready to, because this is the execution site. This is Mount Calvary. They were ready to receive those who would be put to death. And so what you were carrying had pre-established holes, and it had a fixture to receive the patibulum, the horizontal beam. And so all the centurion had to do is lay the victim out flat, stretch out his hands 90 degrees to his body, take a 9-inch nail in one hand, a hammer in the other, drive it into the wrist, and it would go through the hole and now fix his hand to the cross. You get to the other side, and you have to make the wrist line up with a pre-established hole. If it doesn't reach, he makes it reach by dislocating the shoulder and then driving the nail. And so that is what some have suggested about the man of the shroud, dislocated shoulder. And then he's made to stand up in the position. And we seldom think about this transition, don't we? So two men would grab either end.
What number is that?
This is 38.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's now hoisted up and plopped down on the vertical piece, and now he hangs from 90 degrees. He sags 25 degrees. For at least a moment, all of the weight of his body is hanging on those two nails in his hands. And it's only when they put a nail in his feet that they can really distribute the weight. But let me look to slide 39, because this is what shows how there's a blood flow from the wrist. And there's a bifurcation pattern here of about 5 to 7 degrees. And this is very strange. Like, why do we have two flows of blood? And the answer is that in this position, you can't breathe out. What you need to do, because what's happening is as you're in this position, your pleural cavity, so you have this pleura, is this double membrane that envelops your lungs, and it fills with body fluid as you slowly asphyxiate. You would asphyxiate quite quickly if your hands were together. You know that the Nazis knew this. If you want to hang someone from the rafters and kill them quickly, just hang them with your hands together, and that stretches out these intercostal muscles, the muscles that control your breathing between the ribs, and you can't exhale. This is why the victims start kicking the air, so that spontaneously they want to breathe. They can't help it. But of course, when you're on the cross, this is a debilitating factor, if not a cause of death, because now the hands are spread out, and so you last longer. They were protracting on purpose your agony by giving you, a nail in your feet that actually allows you to sustain the weight of your body. Now you can press down on the nail in your feet, pull and twist on the nail in your hands, kind of throw out your hip in such a way that now your muscles can relax and you can breathe out at last. But you can't hold that position for any length of time. And so when your muscles are on fire, you collapse again until you can't stand it anymore and you have to push up. And now so what I'm trying to suggest is that there are two positions of your hands. Even though there's an ulnar nerve and the median nerve that I told you are, when exposed in World War II, there were soldiers who had a median nerve exposed. And if they didn't get morphine, some preferred to commit suicide than to endure the excruciating pain. And that is, by the way, the exact word for this. Do you know that the word excruciating comes from ex cruciatus, out of the cross? In other words, that's the root. So this was a pain that is so unique. It gets its own word. It was engineered to be the summum supplicium. That's what the Romans thought the cross to be. The highest of all punishments. They were going to put you on display in a prominent area where there were passersby all the time. So as to say, don't do what this guy did or get ready to suffer the same. And so he'd be agonizing in front of your eyes. And in this way, if that were me, I wouldn't want to budge it a millimeter. But you have to breathe. You can't help it. So it's these self-inflicted pains as he's going up and down. Can you imagine if that's what it is to breathe? What is it to speak? Like I thought that this is what helps me about the shroud. Actually, it's like it's not because I have some morbid fixation with pain or like blood and guts and things. I don't, believe me. But this is the most radical love the world has ever known. Like, to steal an expression from Pope Ratzinger. Joseph Ratzinger said that before he spoke, I think. But this is divine love on display in a language that is appropriate for, like, when you translate divine love into human language, words just won't do. This is Jesus stretching his hands wide on the cross as if to say, this is how much I love you. And he stretches out his arms and he dies. But if to speak, there he is praying for his persecutors when he's feeling this. He's saying, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. There's a little detail that I got to throw this in there. This is the Bible nerd coming out of me. But do you know that when we studied this part where Luke quotes the Psalms, where Jesus from the cross quotes that psalm that says, into your hands I commend my spirit. He says, Father, forgive me. Above all, Father, forgive me. It's introduced with not the verb he said in the simple past, but instead, eligen means he was saying. It's an imperfect, and it suggests that perhaps that he was repeating this, like a refrain in a song. Father, forgive them. Father, forgive them. They don't know what they do. Giving to us an excuse for what we're doing. I wonder if we're worthy of that excuse, by the way. But there he was praying for us anyway. I think this is why I've come to love the shroud, is that I really think it draws me. I've seen enough crucifixes to be inured to it, to be desensitized to it. It's jewelry, it's decoration for my living room, and I can sip tea as I look at the cross. But this shakes me out of my complacence and says, look at what I suffered for you. Look at my disfigured face. This is what I endured for your sins, Andrew, to sin. And not just mine and not just those sins from today, but he's taking upon himself all sins from the dawn of time to the end of the age. And this is the bitter cup that he's drinking to the dregs. And look at what it looks like. When he could have snapped his finger or like waved a wand and said, abracadabra, I save you, suffer a paper cut or something, right? But why this? And he would say in John 10, verse 18, he says, no one takes my life from me, but I lay it down of my own accord. I've got the power to lay it down and the power to take it up again. So he's got the power to endure anything, and he's showing it in this way. He's stepping into a very unique set of sufferings, and he knows it, and he says amen anyway. Like, why in the world would you do that? I don't know, no human, no matter how heroic, that would step into such a thing. And yet there he is doing it for us. Do you know what really, can I insert something? I know you probably have comments too, but this took me like a year and a half of studying the shroud for have this dawn upon me, its significance, but I needed the help of the shroud. It's the agony in the garden. Jesus says 3 times, let this cup pass from me. But then, of course, he adds, not my will, but yours be done. Do you remember that the detail that only Luke gives us? Mm-hmm. He's the doctor, and the doctor is going to say, do you remember? He sweated blood. Yes, so here's how he puts it. He was in such agony, and he prayed so fervently that his sweat became like great drops of blood falling to the ground. Do you know you can read peer-reviewed scientific journal articles on a phenomenon called hematidrosis? This is when your subcutaneous capillaries become distended and burst. Not because anybody's beating up on you, but simply because the fear of death, the idea that what he was about to face is present to him, such that his blood vessels explode. This is the hemorrhage underneath the surface of the skin that now exits out of the adjacent sweat pores, creating little drops of red blood on the surface of the skin, leaving the biggest organ in your body sensitive to touch in a new way. So that even if you blow air over the surface of the skin, like just after having suffered hematidrosis, that would register in your body as physical pain. And so that is the preambles. That's before we've even begun the physical sufferings. And so I always ask this question: what's the first physical violence that men did to Jesus that night of his passion? And it occurs to me that after that prayer, after that suffering of his sweating blood, it's when Jesus hears the sounds of those bearing torches and clubs, and they're crying out his name, and he says, "If it's Jesus you seek, it is I. I am. Ego eimi." And Judas comes close, and with a big smile and a nonchalance that is chilling, would say, "Hail, Rabbi." Literally, the word is rejoice. How ironic is that? Because with a kiss now and with a big smile, he says, "Hail, Rabbi," but with that kiss says, "I hope you die." Because that's the first domino to fall. It's going to begin a chain of events, dominoes that culminate in crucifixion. But it was that kiss that registered in his body as physical pain because of the hematidrosis, and that's highly appropriate. Go check out Psalm 55, because we read this as priests often on Fridays in the Liturgy of the Hours, but it says something like this: "Had my enemy betrayed me, I could bear his taunts, but it was you, my intimate friend, my close companion. His words are like butter," I think it says. But they
pierce like javelins.
Yes, exactly. And that's what was happening to Jesus. His intimate friend gave him a greater suffering than Pontius Pilate when he kissed him. When he kissed him, because we peg that on Pontius Pilate, poor guy. There's only 5 guys in our creed. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I think the Blessed Virgin Mary gets it in there. The other one who gets mentioned is this Pontius Pilate, this procurator. Why? Because it's a peg in history. On the one hand, he's going to say, "Look, I find no cause in him. I don't want to put him to death." So why does he? Well, because there's a mob outside pumping their fists in there saying, "Crucify him, crucify him." And they're the ones that saying, "Look, because of his blasphemy, that's why he's got to be put to the cross." It wasn't because he was an insurrectionist. It wasn't because he didn't pay the temple tax. Because he claimed to be the Messiah and the Son of God. And that the Sanhedrin cannot abide. Caiaphas rends his garments and says, "You've heard the blasphemy from his own lips. Go and cart him off to Pontius Pilate." And Pontius Pilate says, "Look, I wash my hands. I don't want anything to do with this. It's on you, not me." Of course, he gives the green light. But when he does, he puts this sign, "Jesus, King of the Jews. What I have written, I have written." And so it went down in history that Jesus went to the cross with the cause of his death. Because that's the titulus was supposed to be what incriminated you. This is why you're here. Well, in history, it went down in history because Jesus will say, "I am the King of the Jews." He will also say, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were of this world, my angel, God, I could snap my finger. I could just call out with a word, and the Father would send 12 legions of angels." That Jesus could, at a thought, just make all that wood of the cross, those nails, just dissolve in thin air. But he doesn't. He endures it on purpose, and to show us his love. I think I want to say this, that Shakespeare has a poem that we would memorize in high school, and it's a love poem. It's a sonnet. I'm going to forget the number, but it ends like this. It says, Shakespeare says, "Doubt that the stars are flyers. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love." And as beautiful as those words are, I'm sure many a young lady has swooned to hear something like that. The fact is, they are just words. And so Jesus is interesting, right? In the scriptures, it's not full of, "I love you, I love you, I love you." But what he does is show it. And he shows it in such a way that we can't possibly doubt. Because, think of those who love you most. who has ever endured anything like this? Jesus is going to take the full brunt of our sin and shame and dies the most ignominious death imaginable. And from that place shows us that he loved us in a way that is like no other. And I think that's why we need to contemplate the cross. And the shroud, I don't think it's extra. I think there's a contemplation here that says, if you want to go deep into my heart, if you want to grow in holiness, I'm going to steal a line from Pope St. John Paul II's Crossing the Threshold of Hope, where he says, there is no Christian holiness without devotion to the Passion, just like there is no Christian holiness without the contemplation of the cross, or something to that effect. But the bottom line is that this isn't just decoration for our living room. Like, we need to meditate on this stuff, and that's what I would invite people to do. Because no matter how much we talk, we'll just scratch the surface. But the heavy lifting has to happen in silence, where we look to that face, where we look to that body, and then we ask, "Who are you, Jesus? Why did you take all this upon yourself? Why? How much do you love me?"
I feel moved by the Holy Spirit, I think, to say that there are people watching right now who want to give their life to Jesus Christ. They haven't up until this point. They've kept God or Christianity up on the chalkboard, and they've been looking at arguments for and against. Would you please lead them in a prayer to accept the person of Jesus Christ as their Savior?
I would, yeah, praise God. Lord Jesus, we call upon your holy name. There you told us wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in your holy name, there you are in our midst. And so, Lord, for sure, we're gathered together by the dozens, perhaps hundreds, perhaps thousands, and we call upon your name in praise and worship. And we call upon your blessing. I just want to say, Lord, thank you for enduring the cross. Thank you for showing just how much you loved us, that you took on a mortal nature, you took on our human nature in order to die, to save us out, to bring us out of hell and into the dominion of Christ the King. And so Christ the King, we come before you, before your throne, and we ask that you be enthroned in our hearts now, because you are King of heaven and earth. You take up your throne in my heart so that you can rule in my words, in my gestures, in all my deeds, because I want you to reign as King. I want your glory to shine through my broken humanity, and perfect as it may be, to make manifest your love on earth as it is in heaven. Amen. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I've got a ton of questions here.
I saw one really good one.
Please.
Somebody asked Father if there were
Father.
similarities between the Shroud of Turin and the Tilma of
Guadalupe, Our Lady of Guadalupe. Yeah, there have been studies on that. In fact, in Rome.
If you don't mind, I'd like to read it, just because this person, even though they're a local supporter, also gave me a $20 tip to read this. So thank you, Emilio. It's very kind of you. Have there been any comparisons between the Shroud and San Juan Diego's Tilma with the image of Our Lady of Guadalupe? I've heard that the image is also incredibly thin on the Tilma, and I was wondering if there was any similarities.
Yeah, some have noticed these similarities, especially at the face and the hands, because if you remember, there you have the Virgin who's wearing clothes. So there are aspects that have said to be parallel or similar, analogous in some way. So much so that there was a congress in Rome at one point that brought some researchers together, and it was called the Two Linens, and they were highlighting some of these aspects. Now, I have to be fair. There is not nearly the same level of research done on the Tilma as on the Shroud of Turin, and so it remains to be seen just to what extent this is the case. But we can see certain things that seem to be similar. Certainly, there's surprising aspects on the Tilma. I'm not an expert in that, so I don't want to speak to that. I'll leave that to others. I know this, that the Tilma has been treated, has been painted. So, for example, there's certain rays around the angel, around the body of the Blessed Virgin Mary that have clearly been add-ons. And so layers of protection have called into question whether it's even possible to test the Tilma in the same way or to the same degree as we've done on the Shroud. And so while that is a wish, it remains in the future. We can't say definitively that these characteristics are the same, but that some have suggested that we have kind of photonegative quality or three-dimensional qualities. I don't want to speak dogmatically about that, but I do think it's interesting. Obviously, how many people have converted through that tilma, through the miracle that we celebrate there in December, and that, I mean, upon the millions we're talking, like more than we lost in the Protestant Reformation have come back through Our Lady there in Mexico. So go Mary, exactly. That, what was I going to say? I think I just lost my train of thought. If it comes to me, I'll let you know.
Yeah, no worries. All right, let's see what else we have here. Lucy845 says, does the back of the shroud show that his backbones were exposed?
The back, the dorsal image, in other words, on the right side, does it show that his backbone? No, it does not. So some have suggested that there is, what do they call this, like volumetric information, I should say, on the shroud. I'll explain. So there are two theories from the physicists about how the image was impressed upon the cloth, for lack of a better word. But one is that light emanated out of the body in the moment of the resurrection, and that light produced what we now see on the shroud. The other theory is that the cloth collapsed into the body as the body became mechanically transparent. That's the word that they use. That is to say, like a window pane is transparent and light passes through. Also, the cloth passed through the body, both on the top and on the back. That is, I know, very hard to imagine, but that's what some have suggested, that almost like a vacuum is created in the moment of resurrection, so that the cloth both on the top and on the bottom is like sucked into the body. And that in that process, as it penetrates some 4 centimeters in towards the body, it actually captures 3-dimensional information. I'm not going to weigh in on that. I just want to let people know that these are two theories that are out there, and that if that's the case, we may have even information that goes into the body. But no, I don't think we can say that we have exposed like vertebra. No, that I've never heard defended in a way that scientists have picked up on anyway.
Kyle Whittington says, I've heard that the blood samples are all AB, though I've conflicting claims on whether it's positive or negative. Has the blood type been tested, and how accurate can that test be after 2,000 years?
Good question, and that's exactly right. Some have weighed in to say, yes, it is AB, and some have gone, in other words, some tests have been done on the blood. I think I mentioned Heller and Adler in the United States and Baima Bologna in Italy. And others have written on this subject. Some assert more than others, as is often the case in any area of science, right? And so a certain immunologist by the name of Dr. Kelly Kurse, he teaches for our program, and I think he rightly cautions us to say, look, if we want to be really, really precise of what could be the case, we could even include certain primates, certain tests. Like, it would include humans, and certain other primates fall into that same class. He's not suggesting that the blood is that of a monkey or something like that. He's simply saying that further tests would need to be done in order to pinpoint precisely human blood and then go on to do its blood type. It is interesting that on the Sudarium and in other Eucharistic miracles, we've seen the blood type to be AB. So if these certain scientists are right, who have gone out on a limb perhaps, to say that there's evidence enough to be AB blood, I do find it fascinating that we have these, we can compare and contrast with these other samples. Of course, the best thing would be to just knock on a door in Jerusalem and be like, hey, where's the file on Jesus? I want to go to the hospital and retrieve his blood sample. We obviously don't have that, right? So what's the next best thing? It seems to me the Sudarium and Eucharistic miracles. But I understand if certain people are going to discard those other things and not hold that.
Let me ask you, what are some things that proponents of the shroud are saying that you wish they would stop saying? Like, I can imagine, whenever very enthusiastic religious people get together, they start drawing things out that aren't there at all, and they might make scientific studies look.
Yes, no, and we get that a lot. And in fact,
like it was Trump 2024 somehow in the fibers.
That, however, was there. Yes,
I see.
Okay, so I'm glad we cleared that up. But
Hugh's signature was in there. I said, trust the plan.
In fact, there's some really funny pictures. Have you ever heard of pareidolia? This is when you look to a cloud, or like a grilled cheese sandwich, or like a root with like gnarly roots on a tree. People see faces, Mickey Mouse is in the clouds, or words. Yes.
Well, that was real.
That was
yeah.
real. But do the test now on religious people. Tell people, like, crumple up a sheet of paper, give it to religious people, and then tell them this is an ancient papyrus. What do you see? And it's exponential how much more they see in that instance.
Yeah.
And so people have seen sailing ships, they have seen flowers, they have seen rope, they have seen words like lamb and other names for Jesus. And I'm very skeptical of these things, knowing that pareidolia is out there. And so one of the things to question, it may or may not be the case, coins. Someone suggested that there are coins over the eyes. And there's a certain priest by the name of Philas, Filas, who proposed this. But if you zoom in, you can actually see letters which look like, if I remember, UCAI. This is supposed to correspond to what would be UK or Kappa AI, because on the lepton, there's a coin that was minted in 29 AD that has like a scepter or ladle on it, and it has the inscription of Pontius Pilate, or excuse me, Tiberius Caesar. It's the name, so it's the end of Tiberiu, Caesarus or something like that. That is seen on this small little coin. And there was a problem with the theory, is that it was misspelled. So it was a C instead of a K, or vice versa. Yeah, C instead of a K. And yet there it was, the misspelling. But then after the fact, they found the coin with the so-called misspelling, further corroborating the theory that this coin was indeed over the eyes. I don't say this because I think it definitive. I do think it's interesting and it's worth further study. But if it's the case that we have a coin that is indeed minted in the year 29, that is a nice peg to put it in the 1st century. But because the weave is, you're going to get an interference on the image, because, you know, the weave, when you're going on the loom over and under these threads, it's not a perfectly flat piece of paper that we're projecting upon. And so is it possible to really see the edge of a letter, like the letter U on a bullet? So might we be seeing what we want to see? Knowing that pareidolia is a phenomenon, we have to be very careful. What we don't want to do is do such sloppy science that the debunkers can easily say, look, if that's the kind of science you're doing, let's throw the whole thing out. And they throw the baby out with the bathwater. So what I want to do is, and this is what I think the Othonia exhibit does well, and I think the postgraduate certificate was careful to do from the start, is like, we need to do a kind of curating of the data that's out there. Let the physicists speak about physics. Let the chemists speak about chemistry. Let the image experts, talk about that area, the historians, et cetera, so that we can bring together all of this data and make it available to a broad audience that gets scrutinized, so that we can know, like, with what degree of certainty these things are. You know what a good resource is that you can find also at Amazon? John Jackson he's the physicist from the Shroud of Turin Research Project, and for like 20 something bucks, you can get a summary of like the main conclusions and the source material that is referenced, so that in like 100 pages, you can get a lot of the data on the Shroud.
I was going to ask for that. What's the single best book you would recommend a
Yeah,
layman read?
that's a good one. That's a good one for learning about Stirp. The thing is, the Shroud is a universe. Like, depends what type of science you want to know about. Because if you want to know
like
about
coming at Mount Everest, like how exactly do I approach this
exactly,
thing?
which is why we wanted to create the diploma, so that we could give you a panoramic view to the one who's being introduced, but in such a way that is pedagogical and that it doesn't fixate on the minutia, major on the minors, without even getting, because it's so, to my mind, a good example of this is the carbon dating. How many of these documentaries spend long hours talking about something that in the end tells us nothing about the actual Shroud, and leaves out all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about forensic medicine, I think you've got to know Pierre Barbet, I mentioned, a doctor at Calvary. It's been translated into every language. Zugaby is a modern forensic doctor that kind of follows up, but some have called it like footnotes on Barbet. But then there's the whole area of like what the popes have said, how tradition has received it, how historians, right? So, it's a good podcast by my friend Dr. Cheryl White and Father Peter Mangum from Shreveport, Louisiana. They do a great job. They have a beautiful exhibit, one of the biggest in the United States, by the way. But they have a podcast with little, if you want to go deeper into some of this stuff, it's a nice introduction anyway into the show.
Thank you. Kay Silla says, I saw a television special about the true face of Jesus that reconstructed what Jesus may have looked like based on the shroud, and also went into a lot of the recent science Father is discussing here. Is he familiar with the program? And if so, what's his opinion? It was a big part of what brought me back from faith deconstruction / postmodernism and solidified my mum's and my faith in the resurrection.
Yeah, well, I think I've seen that. What's the name of it again? It was the face thing? Because
the true face of Jesus.
The true face. Maybe we can look that up to see if it's I want to say if it's Robert Downing or something like that. Is that the name of the guy? I might be wrong about the name, but if I remember, he's not a Christian. He's kind of like a Gnostic, but he's really good about the technology. So at that point, anyway, he had made one of the most hyper-realistic reconstructions of the face, taking the shroud as his starting point. He's going to try to reduce the noise, like all the interference that comes from the weave, just to give you the face as face. But he was really fixated on the physicality of it. And so he uses, find it? Oh, okay. Well, so that's probably the one. It made a big splash when it came out. And we met at the Museum of the Bible. So
Ray Downing.
Was it Ray? That's it. Ray Downing. Nice guy. I like him quite a lot. I have to say. We went out for dinner after the fact, but we met at the Museum of the Bible 2 years ago when there was a exhibition there, a temporary exhibit. So say a little prayer. We need a national museum here in the United States, and maybe we can work on that. In fact, there's a filmmaker by the name of Robert Orlando that is making some material now. I hope it makes a big splash. And I hope it does a good job. I've not seen it yet, but it's bringing in some major scholars like Ben Witherington III and Dale Allison, major Matthean exegete, Mark Goodacre. So, gosh, I hope it's okay that I'm saying. Oh, I know it is okay actually because it's online. So I saw publicity of his film, so I know it's safe to say that. And he interviewed me just 2 days ago in Houston. So I'm hopeful that it's going to be awesome. And that'll get the word out even further. But there are people that come from different vantage points, and Ray Downing is certainly one of them. He's not a Christian, but he has a certain devotion. I think Barry Schwartz is a good example. Barry wears an image of the man of the shroud on a necklace around his neck every single day. He says this man is an image of charity. It's an example of what heroism looks like. Okay, he's not a believer, or not all the way, not yet, but we can pray for that too, by the way. I love that. So I think it's worth knowing that people like Ray give us good help into visualizing the image, even if they're not, the best go-to for Orthodox theology.
Sure. Doc Forte says, given that tests of the shroud since the 2000s, Raymond FTIR, Flax, have conclusively shown an origin around the 1st century AD. Are you surprised that more modern apologists don't bring it up when debating atheist religious skeptics who argue that Jesus does not exist?
I didn't get the part about
I don't fully understand either. Given that tests on the shroud since the 2000s, and he's given 3 examples, have conclusively shown an origin around the 1st century.
Yeah, but that's not the case.
We
We don't have definitive proof that the shroud is from the 1st century. It's an open question. Remember, I think people might have been confused to say in 1988 they proved supposedly that it's from the 13th century, and then since the 2000s we proved that conclusion was false. But that only means that we don't know when the shroud is dated to. It doesn't prove that the shroud is from the 1st century. We would need to do a further test to determine that.
There's someone knocking on the door. It might be the mailman or it might be my kid. But either way, given enough time, they will leave.
I don't know the online computer is going to watch the audio of this picture, but it is like they're starting purposely very soft and then crescendoing, stopping, and they're still going.
They're still going. It's not like a distant hammer.
Should I check?
I mean, we're live.
Do you want to check? Yeah, thanks. Just shout at them for me. Yeah. Say, Matt said you should be ashamed. No, it's probably like it. Nice job not hitting the camera. A lot of people do that. It's very frustrating.
Liam did text me and ask where you were. And I was like, did you even bother to check the one thing you would be doing?
Let's see. This person says, anyone else super emotional to this?
Somebody asked a really interesting question, but I don't know if Father will have the answer to it.
No one there? Oh, yeah, we have someone working on the roof. Okay, that's what it is.
Are you? Distant hammer.
But I'm glad to know that they can't hear it.
Somebody asked if you had done any research into Orthodox icons that appear to not be painted by humans. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I know what they're talking about. They're talking about what's called the akedopoieta. So in Greek, there's a word.
No.
Yeah, so it's just from the word. It's just from the word hieros, which is hand, and it means, and the is the alpha privative. So it's like not made by human hands. It's the verb to make. The word hand
with the English letters.
Oh, so English transliteration would be something like ACHEIROPOIETA, I think. So, but there are these images that are called the not made with human hands because they're following a prototype, which is understood to be not made with human hands. So the theory actually goes that because there are some 250 points of coincidence between these images, so if you go into the courtroom and let's say I want to accuse you of a heinous crime, like you stole my relic in Rome, and you go like off to the Bahamas or something, and I need to make an image of you and hold you accountable in court, my drawing better match up to your real face by 50 points of coincidence. We have some 250 points of coincidence between some of these icons and the shroud itself. And they're really counterintuitive artistic traits. Like, for example, there's blue between the eyebrows in many icons. There's a horizontal line that cuts across the throat, or like bulging eyebrows I told you about, or accentuated cheeks, swollen cheeks. My favorite one though is together the mop of hair. And I was like, why does Jesus always have to have this massive hairdo? Like, why not? Why doesn't somebody do something different? And or the best is the wisp of hair, like right here at the center. Yeah. And of course,
so we maybe would pull up these icons while we're talking about this. That might be helpful.
I've got some here.
Yeah, we have some on the slide. But while we're looking for that, I just want to ask people, if you think that this interview is helpful and would be helpful to the faith of others, please consider sharing it on Facebook or Twitter, or just tell your mother-in-law about it or your son about it. Or let's spread the word, because I think this is really powerful.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the picture, but I'm sure there's several different icons. I mentioned earlier the Pantocrator of Mount Sinai, St. Catherine's. That is one of the most ancient. But oh gosh, I can't believe I don't have this in here. I definitely have the slides. Oh, yeah, it's right at the beginning. I have 3 of them anyway. So what slide number is it?
8.
8. Yeah, so there is St. Catherine's on the far left. I want to say this is Chefalu on the far right. I think this one in the middle is from the 12th century, and I can't remember where it's from, but I have the notes on it elsewhere. But it's just a good example of just how in different places and at different times, again and again, and these, some of these are mosaics or paintings, but we could multiply this by 5. And if you go to an Athenian exhibit, you'll see the shroud in the center, and you'll have like 9 images all around the side. And this is one of the things that was studied very early on. I want to say it's Paul Vigneault, who enumerates something like 13 to 15 characteristics here, but that are again and again the same. Like, look, for example,
do you think this is all inspired by the shroud and the headpiece?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's exactly the theory. That, in other words, they're looking at the shroud, and because this is a divine prototype, they can't diverge. They can't do something different. They'll open the eyes, So of course on the shroud we have closed eyes, and it's a ribbon.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They are painted by humans, but they're just like making as faithful replicas of the shroud as possible.
Exactly. So it's not that they're divine.
Like
There's
the
other
angel
miraculous
painted, yeah.
images, exactly, but they're called this because they're following the Akinapoyata. And so there's a similar, I think, mindset as you get with like paintings of the shroud. People like they said that we have reconstructions of the shroud in painting format, and it's like signed. Like we have documentation saying, and they would sanctify the new shroud by placing it on the old shroud, and so by placing it into context, it's kind of like the idea with the relics. You know, it's like, okay, this glove, it's not Padre Pio, but it touched Padre Pio, and so we hold on to it as a third-class relic. Okay, so something similar with the shroud. The shroud was seen as like the archetype, and then by association, these other images, whether icons that were painted or mosaics or other cloths that were then going to be draped in other chapels elsewhere, they would be holy because of their coming into contact with the shroud.
Very good. All right. My goodness, so many questions coming in. What do you mean when you say anatomic perfection? You've said that several times.
Yeah. So this was one of the first things to be noticed. Like one thing that artists will do when they want to draw the human body is study the proportions of the head. For example, what is the unit? The head is like 1/8 of the total height of the man, or the distance between the eyes as related to the tip of the nose, or to the extremes of the mouth, or the distance to the ears. And so models, let's go all the way back to the Greeks about like what are the proper proportions so that when we make statues and draw pictures, we do so according to the like real human body. It's not a cartoonish drawing. You got to ask, like, who in the 13th century was doing anything remotely close? Like, not even in Impressionism, centuries later, where we're doing something like photonegativity. But then photonegativity with hyperrealism, like, you know, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that so? When they were looking at basically measurements of the body, on the one hand, that is that they're the right proportion of the different individual elements to the whole, the micro level and at the macro level, and then also with regard to pathologies above all. So, for example, the side of the chest is perforated. So we have a 4-centimeter double-edged blade that leaves a kind of oval slit. Let me show you just so I can give an example. I'm going to pull up a slide here from the piercing of this side. Let's see. Right, this is important to show that he dies on the cross, right? Because you can't have a resurrection if you didn't have a death before. So it's really important. Like some of our Muslim friends will say, Jesus was nursed back to health. He was brought to the brink of death, perhaps, but he didn't actually die. Look at slide 44. It shows a Roman lancea that pierces the right side of the chest, right between the 5th and 6th rib, a distance of about 10 centimeters or 3.5 inches to the heart. And so it's going to penetrate the pleura and then all the way to the heart, such that out flows blood and water. Remember that detail in John's Gospel? And an eyewitness has testified, and he knows his testimony is true. Out flows blood and water. Well, this is a detail that shows up on the shroud. But look at this next slide quick. 45 is the dying Gaul. This is from the 3rd century BC. And this soldier has been struck in between the 5th and 6th rib on the right side of the chest. In the exact same position. Yeah, so this statue, you can see it is on Capitoline Hill in Rome. And he's contemplating his own death. He knows that it's coming just moments away. Wow. And he's
So is he examining what's coming out of him? Was that the point of him looking down like that, or is it just him
I'm not sure.
collapsing?
I think it might the dying Gaul. I think it's him preparing for death. But what I find fascinating is that we know that the weaponry existed, and that the strategy was employed so that when you'd have the Roman lancea, you would jab with your left hand. Your sword might have been in your right hand, but apparently with the long spear, you wanted distance and you were trained to strike the heart. And so when you do so, if you're using your left hand, it's very likely that you strike the right side of the victim.
Yeah.
And that's what we see in the dying doll, and it's what we see on the shroud. And there's not a great angle. I know in some like Zeffirelli movies, like Jesus is like 30 feet in the air or something. It's not the case. It's enough that you're 6 inches off the ground, as long as you can't stand up, right? And so it's he's actually like right in front of us.
Is that right?
And so that the angle is relatively flat, relatively. It's not like he's reaching up high in the sky. And so a double-edged blade leaves this kind of blood stain. Look at number 46. And you can see that black dot is like the hole that where the spear goes in. And then look how it's like pressurized blood that spurts out, leaving these empty spaces because of the pressure. Now, you have to imagine, so he's already been dead, which means that the heart is not pumping anymore, which means that the denser portions of the blood are settling to the base of the heart. So the heart is like the size of a clenched fist.
Mm-hmm.
So if you pierce that through, what's going to flow out first is going to be corpulous blood, which is red, but then outflows serous blood, that is plasma. And so if there's separated blood, it means that he's been dead for at least 30 to 60 minutes, because that's how long it takes once the heart stops for now the blood to settle and separate. So this isn't blood that was shed during life. It's post-mortem blood, which is exactly what the scriptures recount. And of course, they do so in terms that are super simple, outflow blood and water, but it corresponds to what we see. Of course, we couldn't see it with the naked eye. In 1978, though, remember, these guys from the Stirp Project, they're not looking with the naked eye. It's all because you can't see water. You can see the blood just fine. But if you shine UV and capture what fluoresces, there's like a halo around this blood stain. So that's the very next slide, 47, shows that, of course, I can't show you UV because it's ultraviolet, right? It's ultraviolet. But what it was here is that there's evidence of around the outline, evidence of serum. So this is the kind of level of detail that I'm saying that we're on. Have you ever looked at a picture of the circular system as depicted in the 1200s? It's laughable. Like, we just didn't know the intricate musculature that surrounds an artery as opposed to a vein, or how venous blood flows out of the frontal vein as opposed to the arterial blood at the side. These are the kinds of things that I'm saying are anatomically perfect.
We have a skeptical question here. Why does the carbon dating accidentally correspond to the very narrow window of time in history where the shroud first appeared in written history, if it's supposed to be some accident?
Well, because
I thought that was a follow-up question.
Yeah, because there's an intelligible, plausible hypothesis that explains that, namely that there is first century material blended with 16th century material, such that you have a gradient moving left to right, such that you have, the theory is that the one to the far left has more first century material and less 16th century material. As you move to the right, you get more 16th century material, such that you go something like 1240 to then 1300, 1340, and 1440. Okay, so there's a plausible explanation for that. But look, I want to say, even if you don't accept the theory of French invisible weave, which seems to be, to my mind, I think it's the best thing on that's my personal opinion. I'm happy to call it an opinion. We've not proved French invisible weave. We've got plenty of good evidence for it. The Los Alamos Jet Propulsion Laboratory that inherited Ray Rogers' splice showed how it was indeed a splice, showed how at the intersections of the threads, if you remove them, there's a white strand. Why? Because there's a plant gum that's soaked into the fibers, left and right of the intersection, but where there's crossing over, they're unable to see how the plant gum didn't penetrate into that which is covered, which makes perfect sense. So in other words, we're introducing new organic material that makes sense of the data that's there. So I think that there's simply, and moreover, it corresponds to exactly what we knew from 10 years prior, that upper left corner is heterogeneous with regard to its chemical composition. So that simply points to that's an anomalous portion of the shroud. Well, that's exactly what we know about that portion of the shroud. So it's perfectly plausible. If he wants to say, is it some coincidence that it's from 1260 and then we have a paper trail that goes back to 1354? Look, I want to ask him about 1192. I want to ask him about the Hungarian Prayer Codex. Everybody understands that this is the shroud. So check this out. This is slide 57. This is a Prayer Codex that dates precisely to the years 1192 to 1195. And we know that because...
Slide 57.
Slide 57? Yeah, that's it. So this Prayer Codex, as the name suggests, contains prayers, contains musical notation, and so we're able to date it very precisely to those years. But it's a cartoon. It's like a comic strip from the 12th century. It's amazing. So see the top scene here where these men with beards are anointing the body of Christ. And we know it's the body of Christ because, see, his halo has the cross in it. These two guys have beards. I guess this guy doesn't have a beard. That must be John, I guess, on the far right. But the detail that counts for the shroud is that you see how the body's on top of this long linen? I mean, then there's further details, specifically the hands. So most of us have 5 fingers, I'm pretty sure, and yet this guy has 4. And on the shroud, guess what? You can't see the thumbs.
No way.
And the reason is so clearly the thumbs are underneath the index fingers. And some have suggested that it's because that the nails penetrate through these nerves, that the knee jerk. Yeah, exactly. Be that as it may, you can't see the thumbs on the shroud, and neither on the Hungarian Prayer Codex. But that's not even the best part. If you go down to scene 2, you're going to see that these women who are carrying their flasks ready to anoint a body that isn't there are surprised by the angel who says, pointing his finger, "Why do you look for the living amongst the dead? He's not here. He's been raised." And so you have instead that cloth one more time. That same cloth that you saw in scene 1, it's now portrayed once again on the lower portion of that the picture. But this time we get further details that show the weave. And the weave is exactly the pattern that we see on the shroud. It was called a herringbone weave. This is achieved on the loom by going over 3 and then under 1 thread, over 3 and under 1. It's called a 3-in-1 herringbone weave. And so we get these, it kind of looks like a pyramid on the left. I've zoomed in to show you. See, there's like diagonal lines that go up and then they go down into the right. So it looks kind of like, if you're a little creative, like the spinal cord of a fish, and that's why it gets this name, herringbone weave. But that's not all. It's the convergence of all these elements. There's more. So just look up above and you see in the shape of like a 7, 4 holes. They've been called, it's a misnomer, but we call them the poker holes, as if somebody took a hot poker. It's more likely that something like charcoal fell on them, maybe in a rite of who knows. But in any case, it's fire. It's the effect of heat on the shroud. And it left these holes in the shape of a 7 and then in the shape of an L, depending on which way you're looking, right here about 3/4 down to the right. And they're here on the shroud in exactly, I'll point them out on this black and white zoomed in version. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 holes there. And then again, on the front, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the shape of a 7. And so nobody doubts that this Hungarian Prayer Codex is referencing the Shroud of Turin. And keep in mind, it's in 1192. That's 70 years prior, the oldest date that was allowed by the 1980 carbon dating. And so someone said, it's off, but it's 80 years. First of all, you told me you were 95% sure, and you're wrong, clearly. But then there's no, like, let me explain this shroud to you. It's simply taking for granted that you know what this is. It's like, how long must it have been in existence to just kind of nonchalantly present this image without any need of explanation? It's not coming out of nowhere. In other words, there's centuries of devotion that precede it. Also, the very idea of poker holes means that there was some instance of veneration was likely for the shroud, such that there was this harm to the shroud came to be. So that's at least one good question that ought to be raised when someone comes from that angle. But then I want to say, explain to me the sudarium. Explain to me that these anomalous, very amorphous shapes, bloodstains that coincide. Explain to me that the blood has these unique qualities that it shows that a man that has one edema, that we have these icons down through the centuries. What about the coins? What about the veneration? We should talk about the history, huh? Because we didn't do this, but this is like Shroud ABCs a little bit. Where was the shroud and when? Okay, so we know it ended up in Turin, but where did it start? In Jerusalem. in the year 33 AD, Jesus, or thereabouts, that Jesus has died and laid in the tomb. According to a legend of Abgar, there's a king in Edessa who hears about Jesus, this miracle worker down south, and because of his leprosy, he says, I wish he could come to me. I guess that is Jude who proposes the next best thing, because he goes north with the shroud, and when Abgar venerates this face, he's healed of his leprosy and converted to Christianity. And so there's a pocket of Christians there in Edessa, but that is reversed as soon as Abgar's son takes the throne, reverts to paganism, and starts persecuting the Christians who go into hiding along with the shroud, which is buried in the city walls. And so it's not until there's a flood in 525 that they now need to reconstruct those city walls. And they find the shroud, they rediscover it in 544. Now, granted, at this time, it's not called the Shroud of Turin. It's going to go by other names, obviously. The question is, does it correspond to what today is called the Shroud of Turin? And it seems that that's the case.
What was it called?
Mandilion is one of the names. We have other images, image of Edessa. And so what the historian needs to do is look at these different documents and say, okay, this is what we know about this cloth. Does it correspond? Could it be the shroud? Are there good reasons to say so? And some will say yes, and some will say no. And there's room for debate, for sure. The controverted history. But it's good to know at least the pegs that people are pointing to. So after 544, it stays until 944 in Edessa. But that's when Romanus I, who's the emperor in Constantinople, wants to bring together all of the relics of Christ's Passion into his house, basically, under his roof. And so there it goes and stays for almost 3 centuries. But in 1204, there's the Fourth Crusade. And so you have crusaders from Europe that basically sack and pillage in Constantinople and take home a little souvenir of the shroud. And so this is what's called the open years between 1204, the Fourth Crusade, and 1354. Where was the shroud? We don't know, but when it does pop up, lo and behold, it's in the hands of those who have ties to the Knights Templar. Again, not everybody is on the same page about the Crusaders and their connection with the shroud, but this is one of those theories. And so I think it's what's the guy's name that I like? Is it Jeff Marcourt? I'm going to get his name wrong. Maybe you could look this up. But I want to say Marcourt or something like that. It has a book, and you could, I think, enumerate something like 15 or 20, maybe more theories about what occurred during the missing years, 1204 to 1354. But
so it's for those at home, just to kind of sum this up. It's not as if we have the shroud being spoken about in the Bible, and then the next time we hear about it is in the 13th century.
Exactly.
It's something that dates back. What's post-biblical? When do we first hear about?
Well, I think the Abgar legend is the earliest.
Which is,
that would date. What's important to say is that it's one of the 12 that is moving the shroud. So I don't know when we can date the legend, but I'm sure, that's something that people could look up.
The Hidden History of the Shroud of Turin by Jack Marquardt.
Marquardt, yeah, exactly. So
Markwardt.
Right. So I've not actually read his full book. I heard him speak in an international congress one time, and I just thought it was fascinating. This guy, in a matter of few minutes, presented 15 theories of the missing years, and apparently there are more. And I'm open to that. Like, this is what historians do. This is what scientists do. They propose theories, they fish for data, and let the best man win, kind of thing, right? So let's put it on the table. Let's get it all out. I know Ian Wilson is one who wrote a book that got a lot of play, but I also know that he's not followed up to kind of respond to criticisms, and so some have called into question his theory, and so that's fine. Let that debate take place, and I'll let the historians do that. Dr. Charles White is someone who teaches in Louisiana and has been to archives in Italy. We traveled together to Chambéry and to Lire and or not to Lire, but to Chambéry and to Turin. And so I'm hopeful that they'll find more manuscripts, more attestation. But what we have, I think, is enough to take seriously, at the very least, the shroud. It's like, especially things like the soil. That one really gets me. It's like, what are we going to do with that? That this travertine aragonite, the calcium carbonate with just the strontium that we know matches the grottos of Jerusalem. Pollen, that's another one that gets people big time. I mean, what we really need is like pollen ingrained in the bloodstain. Pollen that, because so we have some 113, if I'm not mistaken, of the, what's it called? Tourneforti or something like that. There's a plant. I'm trying to remember its Latin name, but it's escaping me right now. But Gludia, it's like Gludia tourneforti or something like that. But 113 that were identified there. So there was Max Fry, was a criminologist, a Swiss criminologist, who does like sticky tape samples, puts them under a microscope to identify like what species of plant. We're not talking like one or two, but again, over 100 of the same that blossom in April and May right there in and around Jerusalem. So I think stuff like that it needs accounting for.
Yeah. Did you want to keep going? Yeah. Are there any confirmed miracles associated with the shroud?
Yeah, many people ask me about that, or
you mentioned one already, the leprosy, but
right, yeah. So that was one that goes way back, and some have called that a legend. And even if there are legendary aspects to it, it may have a historical base. Even if we're unsure, like how far does the historical basic extend? I understand if people want to call that into question, like was there truly a miraculous healing of his leprosy? Like I don't know, right? But that's what was passed down for sure. What I will say is this, that it's not to be underestimated. You know, Jesus talks about throwing a mountain into the sea, or let this mulberry tree be uprooted, you know, for those who have faith. I don't know about you. I've not thrown any mountains into the sea lately. I've not, and yet I know that God moves mountains. And for me, the biggest mountain, more impressive than Mount Everest itself, is when he moves the human heart from disbelief into belief. And that's where I think the shroud is most powerful. That many people, and I've seen it in the flesh, right? I'll tell you a story, one in particular. So there's a group that came from Spain. It was a girls' school. This girl was a senior. I want to say she's 17, 18 years old. And she was known for being that gadfly in class that would ask the consecrated women.
That was me. I was the gadfly when I was 7.
You know, all these annoying questions like, what about this? What about that? And the skeptic for this and that. So she comes to Rome, and we do a shroud tour along with her class. And the next day, the consecrated women ask, there's all these priests with all their degrees, why don't you ask them your tough questions? And she said, you know what? After yesterday's talk at the shroud, I don't think I need to. And so this was the kind of discourse she evidently needed to hear, and that helped her. And so you never know what you're removing. I am always so impressed with the kinds of questions that I get. So sometimes I'll lead young people through our exhibition on the shroud, and then just take follow-up questions. And I've done this with medical doctors, with bishops, with nuns, with First Communion or confirmation classes. It is amazing the questions that come. Sometimes they have nothing to do with the shrouds. Like, I thought I was just giving like a scientific discourse or a historical one, and they'll come back and be like, well, what about prayers to the saints? And what about purgatory? And you realize that the gears are turning upstairs, and they're realizing immediately, like, whoa, this is real. Jesus is risen from the dead.
So help sort out these other issues.
So exactly. We just removed a major boulder that was an obstacle. Yeah. And now what does this mean? What is it? Wait, but there's this other obstacle. And so that comes surging to the surface. And so I think that's the real tool of evangelization that we have here. It awakens something in people. It's a kind of discourse we've not heard. The reason, the number one reason our young people are saying they can't believe is science. And so give them science, right? And what they're going to see is that it's not only compatible, but faith and science are mutually illuminating. And so, but they need to see one case study, like probe all the science that's here. And what you're going to see is that it is intelligible. And yet it brings us to considerations of Christ's death and resurrection. And now we're talking about the core of our Christian faith. And this is what, when I tour, I don't like that word, but when I'm invited to speak in a parish, or I've even done this in one time. My favorite spot was Hong Kong on the 29th floor, like JP Morgan. I think there was like one Catholic in the crowd, but the rest were some Protestants, but it was like Sikh and Buddhist and just non-believers. But they were mesmerized by just the sheer science of it. Like, explain this mystery to me. I was like, where else do I get the chance to talk about Jesus and the core mysteries of our faith, the incarnation and the resurrection, which points to his divinity? Like, the divinity of Christ and his incarnation, this is like everything. And we're able to talk at length. It's like, I can't talk a homily past 7 minutes without getting tomatoes thrown at me, but we can go, 2-3 hours easy on the shroud, and the questions come. who is this man? Why did he suffer? What does it mean? And I think that needs to be played up a whole lot more if we take seriously the work of evangelization.
Jay Latta says, oftentimes Jesus is betrayed on the cross with a loincloth. But is that historically accurate? Can we any evidence of a loincloth or otherwise in the shroud?
No, none whatsoever. In fact, it's just the opposite. That in the moment of scourging, we know him to be naked because the wounds that are in the pelvic region are just as deep as everywhere else in the body. So there was no loincloth, and that's on purpose, right? They're putting you on display. They're going to the crossroads just outside the city gate where plenty of people would see you and you'd be humiliated. And so that's the whole point. Now, I want to be careful here. I know that because this is the kind of thing that I hate to say and I hate to not say at the same time, because I think that you don't want to, if Jesus suffered it, it's for a reason. Like Jesus stepping into these sufferings. It occurs to me to say that St. John Paul II, in his theology of the body, there's a whole chapter on the original nakedness, right? And I think there's something to be thought about, pondered more deeply. I don't pretend to have the best answer or the definitive answer, but the fact that Jesus is naked is, I think, for obvious reasons, we put a loincloth in our churches, okay? So I don't think that needs any explanation. But if it's true that he was naked in the moment of scourging, and I can't imagine that those who are doing these kinds of tortures are concerned to give it back to him once he's put to the cross. So it is possible, though, by the way, to answer Jay's question, it could be that after the fact they put on that loincloth, but we have no evidence of that. And so, but what is I think the deeper question is, what is the meaning that he was naked? And I think what's happening here is that Jesus is shown to be a new Adam. And he's stepping into the knot that Adam and Eve tied with their disobedience. And from that place, with his loving obedience to the Father, is pouring out the love that unties the knot. But he's not from a distance saying like, hey, I'll suffer a little, paper cut, and then just say by fiat or so by some decree or something, some type of penal substitution or juridical declaration that atones us by some just moral imputation or something. Is not the case. He's taking the full effects of our sin and upon himself. The way I like to say, I'm glad. Can I expand on the answer here a little bit, because it goes into the crown of thorns, but I think it's what's I just get a lot of light out of it, and I think it does speak to the question in a way. Okay, so at the foot of the cross, people are shouting at the Pharisees, are saying, if you are the Christ and the Son of God, show it, come down, and we'll believe in you. Which is like, hey, that's a good deal, Jesus. Like, you've got your chance. Why not? But this is where I want to point to the crown of thorns and see, like, if you look with the eyes of the scientist, you'll see something, but it's a bit shallow. You'll see something like, okay, those thorns were 3/4 of an inch long. They penetrate every area of the surface of the skin. They penetrate through the skin into the bony plate, etc., etc. But that's like, I could sum that up by saying, ouch. Like, okay, it hurt, it's a lot of pain, it's ugly, but what does it mean, right? And this is where you got to go to the scripture, and you'll get much more insight. The first time thorns appear in the scripture are in Genesis 3, right after the fall. So there are all kinds of fruit trees, good for eating, in Genesis 1 and 2. There are no thorns, but after they eat of the forbidden fruit, the Lord God appears to Adam and says, because you have listened to your wife and eaten of the fruit of which I said, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed be the ground because of you. So just pause there to note that this is a cosmic curse as an effect of man's sin. And the curse takes a very particular shape, because the Lord God goes on to say, thorns and thistles shall it bear for you, the ground will come, and by the sweat of your brow shall you have bread to eat, etc., right? But I find that fascinating, that the fallout of the fall, the consequence of the original sin, is a curse that takes a very particular shape. Thorns, or to be more precise, thorns and thistles, which is the exact vocabulary, by the way, that reappears in the first sermon of Jesus, in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 7, where he says, beware of false prophets. They are like ravenous wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. And the apostles are like, well, great, Jesus, how am I going to pick them out in the crowd? They look just like the rest. And he says, you'll know them by their fruit. Are grapes gathered from thorns or figs from thistles? Thorns and thistles is the exact same vocabulary and in the exact same context. In other words, he's not talking about agriculture with grapes and figs. It's a metaphor for moral evil, thorns and thistles. The chaos and the disobedience, the sin is cast in these terms. Put two and two together, and what do you get? That Jesus knew that, according to the biblical motif, thorns stood for sin, just that he knew that he would be crowned with thorns. And so I think that without even opening his mouth, but simply by wearing the crown, what he's communicating to all standing by is, I'm the sin bearer. I bear the sins of the world, which is exactly the reading you would get if you understood from the Old Testament too, that it's the high priest that would communicate the sins of the people by putting his hands on the head of the scapegoat, not just anywhere, but on the head. And now this goat would go out into the wilderness to die. So it was a liturgical representation of this transfer of our sins to him. He's cast out. Jesus is outside the city gate, according to Hebrews, and there put to death. So it's coming together, isn't it? The thorns, there's one expression from a psalm that says, let one's evil return upon his head. So when what goes around, comes around. And when it comes around, where does it land? On your head. So of course, Jesus, according to Isaiah, he is the suffering servant, but we laid on him the sins of us all. By his stripes, we were healed. So there is a kind of exchange here, but Jesus is that vicarious victim who in our stead takes the curse that is according to our punishment. This is where Genesis 22 comes into play, because there you have Isaac, who is led up a mountain. On the third day, Abraham is told which mountain it is, Mount Moriah. There he's given a test of God, and he's to offer his only son, his beloved son, Isaac, as a holocaust, as a whole burnt offering. And they get there, and there they are. The only beloved son is carrying the wood of the cross up the mountain, which, by the way, begs the question, how old was Isaac? Certainly he's not 4 years old if he's carrying the wood for the sacrifice. According to the rabbinic tradition, he's 30 years old or thereabouts. Is it fascinating? Because you know the rest of the story. In the moment that the knife would fall and Abraham would offer as a holocaust his only beloved son, the angel stays his hand and says, now that I know that you fear God, do no harm to the boy. Abraham wheels around to see a ram, not a lamb, even though that was the question that was asked. Up the mountain, Abraham is like, okay, son, here we go. Dad, here's the wood for the sacrifice. Where's the lamb? And Abraham says right there in the passage, God will provide the lamb. And yet he doesn't, not on that day, because the moment the angel appears, Abraham spins around to find a ram. But this is the detail that's so often missed. With its horns caught in a thicket. Its head, the head of this vicarious victim, is wrapped in thorn, and it will be sacrificed as the beloved son is spared. It's the exact language now that reappears in Romans, by the way. Paul thought of this too, in other words. That's not the...
So, also, real quick, I want to ask, if he was 30, Abraham had to have been like 120.
Yeah.
Which means at a certain point, Isaac was not being over. Like, Isaac, Abraham couldn't have overpowered Isaac, right? Like, at a certain point, Isaac was laying his life down.
That's exactly what the rabbinic tradition says. The Akedah, this passage, Genesis 22, is called the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. But they say that, and you can read Targums about this, that he was a willing victim. That he then must have been. So he was strong, as you say. Abraham is feeble and old. How is it that if he wasn't a willing victim, how did he get bound in the first place? Of course, this is to move beyond the biblical text, so I want to say that too. But it is fascinating to say that Jews to this day understand that Isaac was a willing victim. But that's not the end of the passage. The end of the passage, if you read down the page, is when they rename this mountain, and they rename it Yahweh Yireh, which means the Lord will provide. It's sometimes not caught in context or in translation, but the Lord will provide what? Read up just a few verses, and it was clear God will provide a lamb, but he didn't, which is exactly why it left room for John the Baptist in page 1 of John's Gospel to say, "Behold the Lamb of God." He goes on to say, "Who takes away the sins of the world." John 1:29. Okay, so now fast forward to Good Friday, where you have this Lamb of God on a tree and with a crown of thorns, suggesting that he's rhyming typologically, both with Genesis 3 in one way and in Genesis 22 in another, as they're saying, "Come down and we'll believe you." That's exactly like saying, you've got divine muscle, flex, right? You got the power, show it. You know, one of the words for power is horn. We use this expression in often, like the horn of our salvation means a mighty savior in translation. So horn is a metaphor for power in the Old Testament. So remember, it's the horns that are wrapped in a thicket there, Genesis 22. So to Jesus, his horns, metaphorically speaking, of course, are wrapped in a thicket. That is to say, you want to see power, guys? If that's what you're asking for, I'll show you power. I'll die, and on the third day rise. But for the time being, my horns are wrapped in a thicket. By the way, that imagery is easily understood if you just consider it like a ram. When he attacks, he charges with his horns. If you want to defend yourself, you charge right back. And is that the way Jesus battles Satan? It's like, you take a blow, I'll punch back harder. No, of course not. Jesus is God. Satan is his creature. There is no way the darkness can battle the light. I think that's the appropriate metaphor. It's like Jesus is saying, empty your fury on me. Spend all your strength on me, Satan. Concentrate on one point, all of your fury, and I will take it upon myself. I will drink that cup. But know this, like when you bury me in the land of the dead, and I come and light comes shining out of the darkness, know this, that the battle has been definitively won. Jesus is the victor. This is Christus Victor theology, that Jesus concentrates upon himself all the consequences of sin. He bears it in his body and then rises victorious, such that we are victorious to the extent that we are in Christ. So that's our only wish, is to be in him so that we can participate in his glory. But what he's doing on the cross, and this is what I think is so fascinating, this is why we need the scriptures. Because if I had to look with the eyes of a scientist, all I could see is a man being executed, okay, with crowns that are yea long, a crown of thorns that are so long. But what I think he's saying more deeply is that I'm revealing myself to be the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world, who opens up paradise, who gains access. It's like Jesus is facing those fiery swords of those cherubim, gaining access back into Eden. And this is a new Exodus, right? But we're not led back into the land of milk and honey. We're going to the Trinity. That's where this ends, as Jesus ascends to the Father and sits at the right hand in glory. That's the new Exodus. That's his end point. That's what's been wrenched open, right? If you remember, the Exodus ended, the first Exodus, when they crossed the Jordan, and that was parted, right? A Jordan River. Yeah. When Jesus is baptized, what is rent open? According to Mark chapter 1, what is schizoed, torn open? The heavens, such that the voice of the Father comes spilling out, and so does the Holy Spirit in the form of a dove, as if to say the Trinity, the life of the Trinity, the life of God himself. That's the paradise that we're going back into. But now, of course, Jesus, when he dies, what does every evangelist highlight in the very next sentence? He breathes his last, period. The curtain of the temple is torn. That's the cosmic inclusio between Mark 1 and what is it, Mark 15 or 16, 15, I suppose. But as if to say, I am gaining access into new Holy of Holies, and if you're with me, you share in it too. And so, gosh, it's the theology that I want to get into. I lament a little bit that so much of Shroud studies has been super saturated with scientific theology, and that's good. I want the science too, but it's a both end. It's not an either or. We need to really hang on to both and together to put them into dialogue.
Yeah, I almost feel bad having to ask questions less lofty than what you're answering. I'm so grateful for that. That was beautiful. Frankie Mercado just gave us a super chat. He said, "Hi, Father Andrew. I am a science undergraduate student at the University of Notre Dame. Is there any way that I can intern under you for the summer and study the newest research on this, because this stuff is so cool?"
That's awesome. Yeah, well, listen, please sign up for the postgraduate certificate. We have, I wish we had hundreds of people subscribing every year, but we don't. We have like a couple dozen. And I just think there's so much more to be done. I'm not a scientist. I did 2 years at Georgia Tech, and then I began studying, humanities and Latin and literature and philosophy and theology. So I know I dabble into the science. I'm sorry to disappoint there, but I'm not an expert. I quote the experts when I can. If I know that it's this physicist or that, I'll try to cite my sources so that people can look into it for themselves. But quite honestly, we need scientists also with a faith perspective that can go into the different areas and give their expertise to what is an ongoing study. So I think a good starting point would be, for those who are more serious, you can sign. It's super cheap, by the way. I'm embarrassed at how cheap it is for 1 year to get access to these videos from these leading experts from all over the world. But look, we're not trying to make money off the thing. The idea is that you go out and spread the good news about this. So get the postgraduate certificate videos, learn from the scientists themselves, and then dive deep into shroud.com. Because what you're going to find is, if you want to specialize in things like the blood, you really need to go into all the literature on that. If you want to study something like art history, that's a complete different corpus of literature. And so, so get your bearings,
it'll give you a
holistic point of view, and then dive deep.
We have another skeptical question. You may have responded, but feel free to take another swipe at it. He says, there were 3 laboratories with 3 different samples that conducted tests on the shroud and all converged within the same range, 1200 to 1300. Are we to believe all 3 labs received samples from the same top left patch that was known to newer compared to the rest?
Known to be newer.
Oh, okay.
When compared.
Perhaps that's what he meant. Was known to be newer. Sure. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Are we to believe that all 3 labs received samples from the same top left patch that was known to be newer compared to the rest of the shroud?
Yes, we do know that. There's no doubt that we know that.
Yes.
Next question. That's the answer. We have it on videotape. We know where they cut the sample. They cut 8 centimeters. They kept 4 centimeters on reserve. Those 4 centimeters were diced up and given to Arizona 1, then Oxford and Zurich, and then Arizona 2. 4 centimeters were then sent. Those 4 different samples were sent to the individual laboratories, and they gave their individual results. But they did so when they published collectively, and then so we have on reserve the other 4 centimeters. So the patch that was sampled, we know exactly where it was taken from. We know it to be heterogeneous with respect to the rest of the shroud. That's what I would want to say.
All right. Well, look, I think we've gone over 3 hours now. So do you have anything else you want to add?
Gosh, where would I want to end with all of this? I suppose that I think it needs to be highlighted that when we look to the face of Christ, we contemplate him in his death. But if it's the case that it's the resurrection that made this image, we're also aware that the body that is so bruised and battered, that face which is so disfigured, is also about to rise, and in this instant rising. And so those eyes are going to open, and that's our destiny too. Face-to-face vision of our Lord. That's what we long for as Christians. Now we're in this valley of tears, in this land of exile, and we await face-to-face vision. We need the help of this image, I believe, to contemplate his face and to long to see him alive, because that's what we're made for. Like Augustine says, you made us for yourself, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you. No matter what the world can offer, it can't offer anything like this, what Christ has to our inheritance is his, because we're co-heirs with him so long as we believe. And so that's the invitation I would give. And look, I'm happy for the skeptics to come. I want, like Jesus with St. Thomas the skeptic, to say, come, press and probe. Put your hand, Thomas.
I taste this salt. I will eat the red one. Yeah, thank you.
How you just hold it up? Ooh, so look at what you have this part of.
Okay, I'm going to focus it on the
Alltså, gita heving.
Gita heving.
Gita heving. Hoje se chama Gita heving.
Heel lekker.
Heel lekker. Ik heb gewenst, joh. Je nachts van de kinderen. Ik zie we gaan zien het toilet.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures from this because, of course, it's not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street. And this shows that they brought to the Netherlands.
You know, we walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The two guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography with them here, and it was like in 5 languages. You know, listen, Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was every language, trying to match up where everybody came from. And you know, we're having a live Jewish. One of the more beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises. And I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, I made a couple of short videos about a few of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Ehrenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, right, synagogue, and then it has the year Tahalel, using the Hebrew word "you will praise," that works out to the year 1704. And that's, you know, okay, interesting, charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch. It describes the story, and you can see that under the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied, that is by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you'll frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the Synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about, you know, equal to London, but across the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg, and nearby Viera. Viera would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in this story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core. And then towards the bottom, by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, or a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Ehrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch Achterhaus, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Heronstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see that the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected. And in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Voss. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher River Cruises in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. And by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing was what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middelburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Ad Voss and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. So I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middelburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 15 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middelburg. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a finished work. But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts 1 or 2 Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middelburg, from the city council of Middelburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll. That attracts more Jews. And ultimately, you have a community of Jews praying in Middelburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are, today we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time that the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
There was a little boy, 4 years, and she said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of a family, a Jewish family. I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn on Friday night, my Jewish candle was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in London. I never met the Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Voss. He was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middelburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met the first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round challah, and the man from her, he makes the blessing about the challah. And we walked back and he said, we should be celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building. But we didn't know what to do in it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middelburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam, Antwerp, with rabbis, and the whole year I have cassette decks, and I learned alleen to the Shebreach. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back, and I thought, when Hashem decides that we build a show in Middelburg, I go to pray every day there. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam, you know Adon Olam? I think 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started, and then I go working. And we started with the Friday evening, one Friday evening, the women made coffee and little apple and everything. And people come, and more people come, and so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says, we have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. The celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning, and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had to learn the Haggadah to sing, and I said to the people, we sit like this. I can sing the Haggadah, show me. And I learned them how the Haggadah singing, and then they want to know, and I learn more. And so we started with only the Haggadah Friday night to the whole service now in shadows and festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have people in the community. Yeah, here's a pigeon a bed with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
And since that time, we had on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in the synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, little people from Rotterdam who start here to work, Rothschild who worked in Rotterdam with the ones who live in Middelburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning they have women. You never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, and they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was riding on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middelburg walking. Today I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and the tzitzits and the description, and I was with my bicycle. It was still nice to see. It was a miracle for myself, for me. But I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that we are still there.
It was so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Aunt Fox. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the shul we built. And we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middelburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middelburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, we meet tomorrow you in the synagogue, and to see you all, and when you have some questions, we can talk then to the night.
Okay, we are recording. Okay, gentlemen, so our goal for today is to begin to discuss the amazing history of Al-Andalus. This is the Spanish word, the Arabic word for southern Spain in particular, which was the heartland of the Jewish Golden Age. The map that I have on the background here is actually not from the Golden Age, or it's from a little later in the Golden Age, not precisely the Golden Age, because it's 15th century and it's a Christian era, but nevertheless it is an amazing map made by a phenomenal Jewish map maker. It's called the Catalan Atlas, and we will return to it later, but I just like the background, so that's why I chose it for this lecture, even though it's not chronologically relevant. What we are going to talk about is outlines of this. Let me change the lighting so you can see this a little better. If we have them later in the year, it'll be darker. Al-Andalus is the southern part of the peninsula in particular. You recall that when the Muslims crossed the streets in 711, they make a pretty mad dash all the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains. All the way up to the Pyrenees Mountains, here separating Spain from France. They're not able to control the northern population, northern areas very well, so they lose that pretty soon, and then after a couple hundred years, the Christians simply start pushing their way downward in the Reconquista, and it goes back to Christian control by the end of the 15th century. But for the period that we're talking about today, it's definitely the southern part, in particular places like Sevilla, Córdoba, Granada, and so on. Now, this is really what makes Spain so different and may actually contribute significantly to the idea of a unique Sephardic culture. because for the vast majority of the Jewish experience of the last 2,000 years, Jews have lived in largely monolithic religious cultures, meaning Jews in Ashkenazic lands overwhelmingly live as minorities within overarching Christian cultures. In other words, the vast majority of people who are Christian, but most of it predominantly Catholic, and had a tiny Jewish minority. And in the southern part of the Mediterranean, in the eastern part, you had an overwhelmingly Muslim majority and a tiny Christian majority. The difference is in Spain, because of this unique mix of the original Visigoths, who of course converted in the late 6th century to Catholicism, and then the advent of the Muslims in the early 8th century, and then they're being driven out, at least politically, by the 15th century. You have 3 populations, no problem. But you have to worry about what people say online after, right? People say, so this is a triangular picture. It's not one where there's a clearly dominant majority and the Jews. There is a dominant majority that still has to deal with a significant minority. Under Muslim control, we still have to deal with a large number of people living there who are still Christians, and the Jews as the third group. And when it becomes Christian, of course, the Christians are the dominant majority, but not with a capital D dominant. You still have a large number of Muslims living in the region, and so the Jews are the third party there as well. It's always triangular, and that difference in the power dynamic makes a huge change in the possibilities of Jewish expression, culture, and the exercise of state power as we shall see. That's why this period, especially the earliest part of the period, is sometimes called La Convivencia. Spaniards say something like La Convivencia because they pronounce that C as a TH sound. I don't do it very well, but that literally means the coexistence, the living together. It is a little bit of a myth, but for a couple hundred years, it was actually not so bad. Muslims, Jews, and Christians got along better than they had for much of their shared history. Yes, please. Well, when you think about from the perspective of Jews, violence basically means like pogroms or expulsions and things like that. So you basically don't have any pogroms or expulsions except for one significant attack in 1066, and then you have another 100 years before there's anything nasty happening. That's pretty amazing from the perspective of Jews. That's not to say there's overall peace. There was a certain amount of internal political intrigue, and there was fighting amongst groups, especially during one period where there were competing kingdoms. So it's not like everyone was living in a paradise. But in terms of the relationship specifically in Jews, Christians, and Muslims, not too bad. And over the course of today's lecture, and also when we come back to this on Tuesday, because we won't finish today, you can judge for yourself how extensive the convivencia really was. But I think it is definitely worth talking about. I would not, there are some people who, think of it as some kind of paradise, and I think that's an exaggeration, but it definitely was pretty good. Kind of like here in the United States of America, we had it pretty good from about, let's say, 1959 till October 7, 2023. Not too bad. It was unfashionable to be anti-Semitic in this country. There were definitely crazy people who were still, hiding in their basements with Nazi paraphernalia and occasionally marching the streets. But most Americans regarded them as being the fringe. But nowadays, I think we may be seeing the other side of that period. And that's, we'll talk about that God willing when we have a commemoration here on October 7th and just get a sense of that. So the period that we're talking about for the real convivencia is 950 to 1150. Basically, what that coincides with is the rise of the first figure we're going to talk about, which was Hasdai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish leader who exemplified many of the characteristics of this period until the invasions of the Almohads, which were a Muslim group that were unusually intolerant and quite distinct from their predecessors who are inclined to be pretty relaxed about how they treat the Jews. So that's a period, sometimes this is called the Golden Age of Spain, because it represents that kind of unique period where Jews had an unusual level of facility with secular culture. Maimonides is right at the tail end of it. He himself had to flee Spain as a teenager, so he experienced like a few years of the last bit of this period, and then of course the rest of his life was lived in exile from Spain. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay, let's do a little bit of Muslim theology. Last week we spent a lot of time about Christian theology. We have to do a little bit of Muslim theology to understand why the Jews might have fared better in Spain. This map, by the way, shows you the end period. These are the nation of the Almohads in particular. They're a group of Berbers. Berbers are African Muslims who invaded Spain, and when they showed up in Spain in the middle of the 12th century and they saw how Jews were being treated, they flipped out and said, there's no way that Jews can get away with all of these things that we're doing. We can call that Islam. So that was basically him shutting the door on the whole nation. A lot of the reason why Jews were able to find a place in Muslim society was because of this thing called the Pact of Umar. And this is a really important thing, and as we shall see when we compare it to the doctrine of witness that we discussed in Christian theology. The Pact of Umar is a document that purports to be an answer of a caliph, that's like the leader of the Muslim world at the time, to a series of questions posed by religious minorities as to what is their place in Islam. It is attributed to the second caliph, which would be the middle of the 7th century. That's really early, right? Muhammad dies in 632, so this is like just a couple of years later, or maybe 12 years later after Muhammad's death. But it's more likely it's a later Umar that was in the 8th century. The document itself that we have is not cited until the 9th century, so it's hard to know how much of it is antedated to the early period. The question is kind of like a tshuva, in which the questioners say, "Oh, great Caliph Umar, thank you for spreading your Muslim rule over all of us. Please, define for us what are our rights and privileges and responsibilities in Muslim society." And the pact goes on to give an answer which applies to all people who are called the people of the book, al-Kitab, which includes Jews and Christians, to be sure. Again, in Muslim theology, any people that received Islam essentially picked up after Judaism and Christianity left off, and the sort of basic theological idea is that from a Muslim perspective, God attempted to communicate with humanity through the Jews, and then the Jews messed up the document, the Torah that we have, they say, has been adulterated to change the message. And then he tried again through the Christians, and then the same thing happened. And now Muslims say that Muhammad is so-called the seal of the prophets. He is the last attempt that God is going to make, and he gave a perfect communication to Muhammad, which is the Quran and the Hadith, which is sort of like the oral tradition of Islam. So because of the fact that these earlier peoples, Jews and Christians, had some communication with God, even though the communication has been adulterated since then, according to Islam, they deserve some respect, and they deserve to be able to keep their ancestral traditions. Later, as Islam expanded to the east, they expanded this extensively to other peoples as well, but for our purposes, we're going to talk about the Jews, who are known as Christians, who are known as Dhimmi, which is like the protected people because of that earlier connection to Judaism. This is not completely new. It's not created a whole cloth. There are some Byzantine and Sasanian precedents behind this as well. What does the pact actually say? This, by the way, is the Kaaba, which is the central shrine of Islam, Saudi Arabia, Mecca, and there's apparently a meteorite or something inside this. And the Hajj, or the annual pilgrimage, represents masses of Muslims traveling there and walking in central circles around it. Sorry? Yeah, I guess it's comparable in some way. It is their holiest shrine, holiest site, and they go to it and so on. It looks like a pretty dramatic affair. Okay, what does the pact say? So first of all, the pact says, okay, you Jews, you can keep your religion. Just like, I don't know if you guys are too young to remember this, but President Obama says, if you like your health insurance, you can keep your health insurance, right? So if you like your religion, you can keep your religion. But you can't do everything in your religion. For example, you can't make a public affair of it. No loud Purim celebrations, for example. No proselytism. Oh my gosh, if you try to convince Islamic people to become Jewish, that would be terrible. You can keep your religious structures intact. You have a synagogue, you can keep your synagogue, and you can maintain it, but you can't build a new one. These rules, by the way, were often not observed. They were, you find your way out of it to build another synagogue, and all of a sudden a synagogue would be created, and people would just forget about the fact that it's against the fact. And in some places, to avoid the problem, synagogues would be, you have like multiple layers underground to be able to accommodate growth in a community without necessarily creating a new footprint. But basically, you can keep your religion, but don't make it loud. Don't make it in our face, and that's not such a bad deal. Second, there's a whole bunch of symbolic discriminations and distinctions in place, which include, for example, Jews are not allowed to bear arms. Carrying a sword is a sign of power, a sign of authority and potential threat. And so Jews may not bear arms. Once again, for much of the period that we're talking about, the Pact of Amar was an interesting legal document, but in some places was interpreted very strictly. But for the most part, it was, people would, if you wore a sword, no one was going to necessarily bother you as long as you paid the right bribe to the right person, things like that. All people could get a lot of things. Distinctive dress, Jews were supposed to wear the color yellow. Again, ignored in lots of places, but nevertheless, distinctive color. Yes, Mr. Copper. In public bearing arms. I suppose if you had a sword at home, they weren't going to take away your swords, right? That sounds like an American political. We're not going to take away your guns. If you like your insurance, keep your insurance. We're not going to take away your guns. But the whole point is a Jew shouldn't stand out there looking like a powerful, authoritative figure. You can keep your Judaism, but you've got to keep it low key. Okay. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name in the back. Once again? Blumenstrau. Thank you, Mr. Blumenstrau. What's your question?
Two questions. One was I know throughout and actually the time of the York said it was second.
Well, it's attributed to the second Caliph. So, but it may be dated 9th century.
Within the line.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't have a son, and so then it's not a direct Ben after Ben, but it's definitely from a very good year, so to speak.
Right. And then also regarding the construction, synagogues or churches, is that should not shine
right. Exactly. In fact, specifically, synagogues could not be larger than mosques. They couldn't have a higher elevation, and they couldn't be expanded. You couldn't build a new one. You could only keep the other one you have currently in repair. Mr. Lipschitz? Good question. I don't know. There is yellow is a popular color for Jews in the medieval Christian world, largely because of its association with gold and money lending, and the coins with which the founder of Christianity was betrayed. Why yellow is associated with Islam, I don't know. I know green is kind of like a holy color. Yellow is in the same family. straight from the year 1215, which we'll talk about a little bit more when we get to the Christian. Okay, no riding with saddles, right? No riding. Also, if I remember correctly, no riding horses and no riding donkeys. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly, but you get the idea, right? These are symbolic distinctions, which could sometimes be bribed your way out of, but nevertheless, it was meant to mark people as distinct. And there's a whole bunch of sort of preferential support for Muslims. Jews are required to support Muslim travelers if they're going to particular areas. Jews could not cater to any illicit Muslim taste for alcohol. Alcohol is forbidden in Islam. It's not in Judaism. And so while Jews might be making wine for themselves, they're not supposed to sell it to Muslims. By the way, this is probably the most egregiously ignored rule that the Pacta Lamar in Spain. Muslims are drinking significantly. They're drinking with Jews. They're drinking Jewish wine. They're drinking Muslim wine. It's like they basically ignore it. Also in the Ottoman Empire, it's not a simple thing. Although even in Saudi Arabia today, you cannot bring alcohol into the entire country, which presented a challenge for U.S. forces when they have bases there, because I don't think they can actually bring alcohol into Saudi Arabia at all. No Budweiser. Jewish homes have to be smaller, less ostentatious. So this is basically the kinds of rules that are in the Pacta Lamar. If we assess it, it's kind of, maybe from our 21st century perspective, it seems wildly discriminatory, which it is, obviously, in the true sense of the word, to discriminate, to make distinctions. But on the other hand, it's a lot like the doctrine of witness, in which Jews were restricted by Christian authorities, but nevertheless, they were also allowed a place to exist. These are the rules. If you are going to follow the rules, you're golden. You can have your religion, you can worship in your synagogues quietly, you can have your families, everything's fine. Just don't ride a horse with a saddle in the street that carried a blade and things like that. It allowed a space for Jews to legally exist. Yes. Generally not. Generally not. There are some very egregious exceptions to that rule, but, and this is one of the interesting debates in medieval Jewish history as a whole, did the Jews do better under Islam or under Christianity? And almost all scholars agree that if you look at the frequency and the intensity of anti-Semitic persecution, it's definitely much higher in Christian lands. So more, yes, in Christian lands, definitely. I mean, like, take, for example, forced conversion, right, which is huge in Christian history. We saw it in the Visigoths already. We talked about it. It's going to come up with the Inquisition in Spain in 1391. There's only one really massive incident of forced conversion in Islamic history. It's the conversion of Jews of Meshed. I remember in 1839. It's quite late, but basically the Pacta Lamar was honored, that Jews could maintain their religion and so on. When Jews were persecuted, it was usually because, as we will see probably on Tuesday, when a new regime takes over, a new boss, not like the old boss, and the new boss says, I can't believe you're letting the Jews get away with this stuff, and they crack down hard on the Pacta Lamar. But it used to be ignored for maybe 100 years or so. Yeah, that's right. You're not Joseph. Exactly. Okay, so good type. That's the sort of general historical background with regards to Islamic theology. Now, one more really important difference is relevant to understanding why Spain is so unique and how that can contribute to the Golden Age. That is the center versus periphery. And this is, by the way, why I said, wow, I just love the image so much. I have to put it in the back of this lecture. This is the a larger picture of the Catalan actress. It's a massive piece of canvas of wood into vellum or something like that. That was a gift to a French king, made by a Catalan, made by a Mallorcan Jewish mapmaker. You see here they have this little symbol. Recognize this? You see it on your GPS all the time. This is the first instance in history, first time in history. This is the first instance in history that's used. It indicates north. And so that symbol, which I forget what it's called up here, but it is a Jewish symbol invented by a Jewish man. So here's the issue: center versus periphery. Here's Spain and Catalan atlas, right? A little piece here about the size of my fingers. Where do the rest of the Jews live? Mr. Richards? Way over here. Not entirely scale, but something like over here. This is where, well, actually, right over here. This is like where the Massachusetts. And what about Islam? Where is the center of the Islamic world? Also, in Baghdad at this time, particularly the 8th century. No, Mecca is still a real tiny town. The Caliphate was actually in Baghdad out here at this time. Mecca is the holy place, but Baghdad is where all the scholars and administration government. In other words, letters or other communications traveling from Baghdad to Spain and back might take as long as a year. And we're talking about very low communications, definitely not internet age. So you have the center over here, and then you have the periphery way out here on the edge of the continent. How do you think that would affect people's behavior way out here in Vegas, so to speak? When Mr. Lipschitz, you're smiling, and it happen. Yeah, exactly. You know, what they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Like, it's so far away from where people normally live to do something. That's why it's notorious for antinomian behavior. Or, you know, like, if they decide, if a Muslim says, I think that the Quran only tells me not to get, completely hammered, but if I have a couple of glasses of wine, that's okay. And so he'll have a couple of glasses of wine, because by the time he has a chance to ask the Muslim authority in Baghdad, if 2 glasses of wine forbidden, he's already drank 400 glasses of wine. He's just so far away. So there's all kinds of things that happen way out here, both for Jews and for Muslims, that happen primarily because they're basically on their own, and they can make stuff up as they go along. And that relative freedom from supervision, from close supervision, means that they're going to experiment with their cultures, and they're allowed certain things for expediency, which actually work very well in Jewish faith. Okay, so that's it for sort of introduction to the historical era, some of the traditions. I want to look at this period through the lens of several Jewish luminaries who are so amazing and so unusual that I think I'd like to take this particular approach. And from them and their life stories, you can get a better sense of how the whole thing was constructed. The first one is David Shafir, who's a very famous politician and supporter of scholarship. Shmuel Hanagid, hope we get through him today, a poet and a warrior. Yitzhak Alfasi, of course, the great halachist. You guys probably spend a lot of time with the riff all day long. Shlomo Gabiro, a philosopher and poet. With that emphasis, and we'll conclude with Yehuda Halevi, a philosopher and a poet as well. And this kind of will round out perspective of these remarkable 200 years of Sephardic Jewish history. Okay, any questions before we do Hastai? Clear as the sun. Okay, so here we are. This is the Caliphate of Cordoba. One of the interesting things that happened in terms of Islamic history is that the local Muslim rulers essentially said, why are we beholden to the Caliphate in Baghdad? We're going to set up our own caliphate here in Cordoba. And in fact, that was essentially a one of the first fractures of the Islamic world by creating a distinct caliphate. But again, central periphery issues allow that to happen. Yes. Yes, but the Shiite are largely relegated to the region of Iran. Okay, so here we go. We're going to look at Hasdai ben Shabbos. His years are roughly 910 to 970. He is sort of a paradigm of what the Muslims sometimes look at the Jews as the wise and loyal servant, in the sense that the Jews developed a reputation early on for having an unusual amount of intelligence, a reputation that I think has stuck with the Jewish people for millennia, but also being loyal. Right? The Jews were always going to be a minority, but they recognized that attaching themselves to the ruling power in an effective way is actually a great advantage to the ruling power, specifically in Spain, because they have to worry about an irredentist Christian movement as well. Meaning, if a Muslim ruler would be saying to some Christian intelligent person, hey, you become my finance minister, my foreign minister, my royal physician, whatever, that Christian has a lot of allies in the countryside who could conceivably be the source of a revolution. That's not the case with the Jews. The Jews are not sufficiently numerous to mount a revolution. They're more likely to be loyal to the authorities, and they're also deeply intelligent, with a long history of literacy and numeracy that makes them especially useful. The kinds of skills that Hasdai and many of the figures we'll look at today had were especially relevant for the Muslims and are highly valued. First is going to be literary. The Muslims love poetry. They're deeply engaged in poetry, terms of phrases. If you've ever read many of the Hakdamot to Sephardic books, especially from this period, they're very flowery and rhymed and complicated allusions, and it's really hard to read those Hakdamot quite often because of how difficult they are. But Muslims ate that stuff up. They really were deeply in love with literature, and Jews are a literary people historically. They're also very linguistic, because Jews tended to be, America is the exception, but historically Jews are multilingual, they're polyglots. If you go back and ask your grandparents, maybe even your parents, how many languages they're fluent in, chances are they won't have enough fingers on one hand to let you know how many languages they can communicate in. That is the normal Jewish condition. It is a strange quirk of history that American Jews tend to be locked in the English language. But Jews in Spain, especially, were very well versed in, of course, Hebrew, Arabic, which was rapidly becoming the dominant language of the Mediterranean basin, Romance languages, local Spanish languages, and some of them even learned Latin as well. They proved to be very useful in international relations. And that, of course, leads to their diplomatic skills, because they often were employed in communications with foreign powers and hostile powers like Christians. We'll see that with Shepard later shortly. Please. There are different types of Spanish at this time, Castilian and Romance and so on, and they would have been comfortable in the vernaculars. Spanish as a language doesn't really form for a few hundred years yet, but the local dialects, Portuguese is quite different from Spanish even today, they would have been comfortable with all of them. So these are just these are kind of like skills cultivated in Jewish culture that made them very useful to us. So here's the thing, though, that's special about the Golden Era, that is so bizarre, especially that one of the amazing things about the figures that we're going to look at, for the most part, they are incredibly distinguished, not only as Jews, writing like books of halakha, or writing Jewish poetry, things like that, they're also really famous as secular people. You don't have that phenomenon very often at all in Jewish history. Like we have in our time, we have like, okay, really famous Jews, like let's say Albert Einstein. Probably one of the 10 most famous people of the 20th century, right? Albert Einstein. Everybody knows Albert Einstein. And he's Jewish. Many people know him as a Jewish person. However, nobody knows, his Pirush on Sefta Bava Kama, because he didn't write it. Nobody knows, the amazing, Jewish artwork that he created, because he never created any Jewish artwork, right? He's famous as a secular person who happens to be Jewish, not famous at all for his Jewish stuff, although he was actually very pro-Jewish in a lot of areas, but that's not where his fame was. And on the other hand, you have very famous Jewish people who do amazingly Jewish things. You have Moshe Feinstein, people like that, who are not known at all outside the Jewish faith. But that's not at all the case in the Spanish era and Golden Era, where you had people who were literally at the top of their fields in both realms.